know what's coming. That level of
Also Twitch dashboard.
those two roles on a team is an absolutely stellar.
Copy the YouTube title.
What's been lovely about these two teams is we've already seen them clash against one another before, but that time it was Sentinels. Sentinels, one of the only teams to take out G2.
The only team in America
to take on G2.
This is SEN with this new iteration of their roster in God mode. This is the best that they have been all year. Not just in this win against G2, but then dismantling MIBR entirely. We have not seen them look this regimented and this purposeful with every piece of utility that they're sending out.
And you see what it meant to those boys to win that one out. What was so impressive about the win was that it wasn't an individual masterclass. Obviously, Zekken was great, players stepped up, but what really impressed on both their Ascent and Icebox was how good their preparation was for G2. On Ascent,
Yeah, but right, I'm gonna see the ice cream downstairs.
They were constantly shutting down
I think an ice cream in a moment.
They showed a brand new comp that was highly successful at countering the way G2 plays.
It was a solid showing from Sentinels, but I also don't want to overreact because this was a close series. G2 crushed the first map and then played two absolute nail-biters. An Icebox where Jogamo was virtually absent, that was decided by 2 rounds, and then Ascent that almost resulted in an 11-2 comeback for G2 that ends up being, again, a 2-round decider at the end. This series today is going to be insanely close.
Yeah, but of course, thinking about maps as a broader whole here, right? There's also the bigger map ban advantage that comes into play for this best of 5 grand finals. And the only team that has lost with that advantage was G2, which is also like, come on, man, storylines. That's kind of silly, but on its note, why
Yes,
is
the only one we have is one I don't like.
For those who may not understand it, Wyatt.
I mean, it's very straightforward. It's just the ability to remove the best maps of the
Bruh, I got some A&W root beer ice cream.
When we're looking at the map pool with SEN in this case,
Apparently, my YouTube channel has reached 2.8 million views total. Let's go.
and
Woo.
that sends permaban. So if they get rid of that, kind of feels like a waste of their advantage to some extent, but that's a situation they might just inevitably find themselves.
Oh yeah, Sen has a map advantage as well. They get 2 vetoes.
If G2 is not the best at that map, they still have a strat book. Sen has most likely not been cracking it at all. So you probably have to get rid of the Fracture, and then I would expect them to get rid of the Lotus as well, which they've struggled on, and G2 is, what, 9-1 on that map?
Yeah, they only lost the singular time on Lotus. So to me, coming into this series, well, yes, the advantage is 4-1 in favor of Valorant. That's also 4-1 in favor of the team in the upper bracket that didn't lose in playoffs, right? I actually think today is one of the fakest double map veto advantages we have seen in Americas. And I think that sets us up for, again, a highly competitive and close series.
Because you look at these maps and you think, where is G2 comfortable? They have a pretty good Ascent, except for the loss to Sentinels. They have a damn good split. They can be competitive. Like, they can literally play any of these maps and either be competitive at worst or expected to win at best.
And they have a huge amount of best of 5 experience, even just within this year, right? Kickoff finals, Bangkok, lower bracket here, like, they've got depth.
But there is something that is worth mentioning here because
G2
has played an offensive amount of rounds here
I'm
in
able
playoffs,
to
okay?
do...
Look, the numbers are silly. It's like an insane amount. What is it, like over 100 rounds?
What's in this video?
4 times the rounds, damn near.
Yeah, so there's an endurance question.
Having gotten a bye to start this.
Okay,
It's double the amount of
We keep that one.
I was misinformed yesterday, but double.
That's that. I'll delete that one.
I have never seen Josh, who is typically a very calm coach, have so many moments of looking frustrated, despondent. Look at him right now.
Okay, I need to remember what the 3-7,
He looks way more upset
3-9.
than he typically would be.
It's easy to contrast
The greatest Lotus comeback, basically.
Kickoff when Sentinels was that team who played every single round, where Kaplan was the guy despondent, head in hands every time because
Sentinel life could be.
The gauntlet they had to run was
Who won that kickoff final?
Okay, so we'll keep those 2. Delete that one.
Now, guys, of course, everyone wants to know who is going to win, what the predictions are going to be. Well, we'll start with the talent predictions, the broadcast.
The Edit Empire, welcome to the stream, bro. How you doing? Hope you're doing well.
I actually did not expect. So Brendan's side clearly, you know, I just don't trust that.
More favoured towards G2, I see. Everyone's voting for. Chat, who does everyone think? Does everyone think Sentinels or G2, Jeb? Remember, Sentinels is the only team that's able to win against G2 this year. All the other teams could bring it one map, that's it. Maybe one map, that's it, right? The SEN is actually able to get 2-1 or 2-0.
So look at that. As a representative
So what do you think, Jett?
why are you wrong? I'm kidding.
No, I'm honestly surprised.
Yeah, let me do a poll on YouTube and Twitch. Who wins map 1?
But I'm surprised that SEN only, or
Let
they
me
have
copy
a
that.
minority of prediction to win in this situation.
I'm doing right, not too bad at the Empire.
And this
I
is
am chilling.
beatable
Just
that
vibing.
G2 have looked.
Yeah.
But honestly, the thing that pushed
Also, I thought I was on Discord mute, I'll be honest.
back to
I wasn't.
2024 when they had to do these kind of
Slash
runs
poll.
every time, right? Where they were going down through the lowers, where the pressure was on, where that experience in unifieds had to
Question,
pull through. And I really
answer.
trust this team to still have that
Chat, vote up. Who do you think's winning, chat?
to win this one out. But I think it's going to be damn close. And on paper, Sentinels with
Duration, do it for a
time
minute.
off, with a prep gap, should be the favorite today, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah, well, guys, we're not
I'll
the
stop
only
to you.
ones
Much
out
appreciated,
there
Edit
throwing
Empire.
out some predictions out
Chat,
there.
give me 2 minutes, chat. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be.
So let's actually get some last-minute predictions from our co-streamers. Check it out.
Also, let me count on
Hey
this.
guys, so my hot take for the final,
Yeah, yeah.
of course,
Wait,
is
no.
that Sentinel
Well.
is going back home with the trophy.
Can I
And
up the brightness real quick?
First split, and of course, I'll be cheering.
So my prediction is G2
Nope.
winning.
Which one's brightness?
I
That one
think
then.
it's gonna be
There you go.
3-1.
Make it a bit more bright in my room.
Jojimo
Give me 1 minute, chat. Give me 1 minute.
just destroying every single one of Sentinels. Let's go.
Alright everyone, so my pick for the winner of VCT America Stage 1 is going to be Sentinel because the way they perform in the playoff is so strong, so let's go Sentinel.
Hey guys, good evening here from Brazil. I was hoping MIBR, but my prediction is going to be G2 3-1 over Sentinels. See ya.
Hello America and the world, I'm TMV here, and for the G2 versus Sentinels Grand Final, I'm gonna say that Sen City win it 3-1 and the
Boobies.
game ends with a Z.
I'm back, Chip. Crazy.
That was so YouTuber coded. That's insane.
It really is the Plaid Chat divide. Hey guys, I'm gonna tell you about this today.
I'm with him. I'm taking 3-1 as well.
You know what though? Something I did want to cover real fast before we jump into the stage. If G2 manages to pull out a win today, it would actually be a historic moment for VCT Americas because they would be the first back-to-back winners, Mimi. But alternatively, if Sentinels were to win, they
Ooh,
also
wait,
would
that's
be
actually
two-time
a huge thing
champions
for
of
G2 actually.
Yeah, Americas thus far has not had a lot of longevity in teams making it back to finals. We've had different squads come up and down, but G2 has been a consistent force. This is their
I think I want knows how serious is Sin actually going to try. Because the first seed is important, but the more they try and like show more strats and all that shit, that's more information for like their Bangkok players.
This team was supposed to be a
The Bangkok,
dynasty. This team was built to win
oh
absolutely
fuck, was it
everything.
Toronto? There you go.
Stage 1 has been
They're
tough
still using
fights,
the
and a
same
lot of
strats
those
for
games,
Toronto. They've got bigger things to worry about.
in just playoffs
Yeah, but don't
alone.
forget, last year when they qualified for Madrid, they literally weren't even trying. Like they tried for the first like half of the map, and then after that they started slowing down and just done like boring stuff. Like nothing to show.
Because genuinely, you're seeing these teams really take it to G2, even though they're really at the top of the
I don't know if Toronto is playing in the next update or not. I'm not sure what version Toronto's playing.
Dominant wins prove that they are better than the rest of the competition in Americas by far. I think they failed to prove that, not by any lack of trying, but because teams like SEN, like MIBR, are damn close at this point.
All right, well, guys, this is it. You see the countdown. It's going down there, folks. It's now time because the grand finals of VCT America Stage 1 is about to begin. Who is going to lift the trophy over its head? Is it going to be G2? Is it going to be Sentinels? Let's do this. The VCT America Stage 1 grand final starts now.
What's up, Jess? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Sentinels, G2, it's like fate nowadays. We are 100% defending our trophy from kickoff. I mean, we stole it from Sen the last time, and now they're
What time is it where you are? It is 10 PM.
They are capable of this.
I think we've
I'm in the UK, so that's why it's so dark.
by now, and we're a much better team.
If this, what you call it, if the Sen vs G2 plays all 5 maps, then it will be 3 AM roughly for me.
We're coming from the upper final. Yeah, roles are reversed, and I mean,
So I'm hopefully it'll come to that. I do want a long, good map to watch, but I don't want to go to like 3 AM, 4 AM, you know? If anything, I want to see at least, I think, because 3-0 is not happening. maybe for G2, but SEN will put a good fight.
I think the G2 is super
I want to see at least a 3-1.
same core between
On map
Valorant
4
and
at least.
Jonah for so long.
I've got to welcome to stream, bro. How you doing?
For our team,
Like, I know it's not the main thing if this happens, but if Sentinels can take out G2, not G2, if SEN can take out Trent,
in the region, especially G2, my team is unbelievably talented.
like honestly,
so I think beating
Trent
G2
relies on tail rockets, right? So if they can kill Trent, then the game's technically free. Like, Trent's a good player and all, but his aim is not really there. Like, his aim's sort of there, but the amount of whiffs I've seen when he has no rockets is insane. The trophy, same as last year's one. They can't do anything new. That's what actually was last year's trophy now.
Taking to the stage first, it's Sentinels! Welcome, Zekin!
I find the walkouts aren't like ain't the best. I think the Sentinels fast before playing Zekin came out, you know. John QT's next. But I do like the walkouts though. These walkouts are kind of better. I'm glad they've done this for the finals. Honestly, I didn't even know that walk can even go back. I thought that's like a full screen where it can't go back, you know? Alright. Get the SEN bundle? Let's go.
Head coach, Kaplan!
Alright, let me close the poll because I don't want anyone cheating the poll, you know? So, 3 of you think it's SEN, 1 of you thinks it's G2. Again.
Let's go.
Hey, ain't no way you're cheering for G2.
No. I don't care whoever won.
I do. I want to see G2 with great confidence get shattered. I'm not even joking. Since Sentinel shit on them last time, the confidence they went against 100 Thieves, MIBR, and EG was so crap. They actually like were so close to losing. So I'm actually deck feel a bit weird.
One more time for your grand finalists.
What's up, Sussy?
The stage is set. We have our finalists, G2 Esports.
I like the graphics though. The graphics on the like blazing background, that's quite clean.
One final time, and we're so ready for this one, Mimi.
It was the same final back in
Like it looked way better than how it normally does. Yeah, even Trent's looking at it.
For this team. Since winning there, they've suffered their only loss in Americas at the hands of this Sentinels team, and now coming back to their lower bracket.
I'm from India. Wait, what time is it for you, bro? Isn't India like in front of the UK? What time is it for you, bro?
When they were in this exact same situation in kickoff, and I feel that Sentinels since then have really improved.
They're so lucky I can't read lips.
Well, what are you gonna do if you can read lips?
Mom can?
If you can read lips, what are you? Why would it matter, bro? It's not like you can tell anyone what's going on. 235? That's crazy. I wish you come back, bro. Hope you get sleep.
Dropped that series early on to Crew. People like, this team has fallen off a cliff after what happened to them in Bangkok. But since then, it has been domination from Sentinels.
Yeah, and both teams.
I wonder how Cameraman feels. Like, look at angles he gets to go. He gets to go under the players, bro. He gets the best angles.
But we know from Sentinels, from their experience, maybe that's their exact same goal too.
I'm a doctor? Wait, you should definitely get some sleep, bro. You should definitely get some sleep in that case.
They absolutely have been. And it's a rivalry that has been going on for a long time. Different teams this time than when they took the Ascension stage.
Let's see.
John QT and Valorant, another chance to compete for a trophy.
You can see now as the players getting ready to go, pressure is on here. But if anything, these 10 players, as well as their 2 coaches, more than ready to meet the moment.
So what, is it like a choice to like play without the arms share things?
Yeah.
And that man on the far left
It's anti-preference, isn't it? They can't make you, what you call it? They can't make you play, like, on things you don't like. Oh, wait, SEN gets so many viewers.
The best that you will see right now.
Been absolutely on fire. We've got maps in. Reminder, Sentinels coming in from the upper bracket get the double.
See who's won.
Function Lotus, okay, yeah, I've covered it before. I knew Sam was going to ban Lotus, but those are maps they don't like playing. Starting Haven. Wait, why did Sam want on Haven?
G2 have not been performing at an extremely high level on that map, and funny enough,
actually no, because if they lost in Split, it'd be a bit more terrible. I want to start on Icebox. So Icebox isn't the best for SEN, like it's good, but it's not the strongest. I personally would start on Icebox and then go from there.
If we get to the end of this series, those final two maps are the two maps.
Set over here.
But I don't like trophy, bro. It's the same as last year's. Like every other region, I'm pretty sure it's getting like a unique trophy every time, but America's getting the same shit. Neon Cypher, I'm breached over. Yeah, nothing new. That's the same. That's working out for both of them.
But it was interesting looking at maps too. Every single time a team had choice for side, it's always defense, and to me that speaks to G2's strength.
Breach, extra tail, yeah, nothing new.
Nothing.
Nothing new. All same stuff. Same shit though. Kill Trent, game's over. It's wins. No rockets, no freaking hero moments of rockets or that shit.
He put on a masterclass performance, but it's still
it's gonna be hard to kill Trent though, because they're protecting like proper protect, bro. Like they didn't which call it protect the president kind of shit.
Some noise for the grand finals, and we're gonna send it over to your cast as a couple straight shooters. It's Brand and Sideshow with the call.
You can see me Google, that's cool.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get into this one here for our grand finals of stage 1 domestically, of course, 2025. No better two teams, I would say, as well, that are matching up here. This battleground behind us, and honestly, between the two of them, they've been
I won't lie.
The best out of
you know where the screen is with like Twin Essentials and G2 logo? I did not know that can go back.
And they've also alternated between which team looks like they're in domination mode and which teams really
I didn't know that's an actual door. I thought it was just like a full-on wall.
Feel of the team looks like. If you dial things back to when these two teams clashed at kickoff, it didn't feel like Sentinels really had found their rhythm.
Yeah, that looks so weird as well.
Talking about it after Bangkok as well. Now it feels like these last few matches you've seen of G2 down in the lower bracket, they've been in survival mode rather than domination mode.
Battered and bruised, but it is time for that Samson match style. Load up fast with Samson SSDs as we get into our opening pistol round. G2 with a lot to prove here.
Really common.
I can't tell if Zek is trolling. His crosshair, it looks like a troll crosshair he normally does, but it's working out for him. He's been using it every match, so I don't know.
Using the drone, but not. Oh, did they catch Jorg? I think they must have.
Man, what is Jorg on this one, bro?
Easier to see.
Well, yeah, I end up going with a giant red cross on the screen.
And in the meantime,
well, I mean, you're the one acting surprised about it.
Yeah, but like. It's just weird. They can use to like small circles or small crosses, not a fucking huge thing on the screen. At that point, you might as well get tape. Oh no.
Just for the troubles, Jonah P instantly there with a response. He fills in the gap.
And immediately the pings are coming out in that corner. A flash, a clear, and Lee picks up 3.
Whenever one pistol's in anyone, it's fine.
It's the best sighting when you do.
When they do win the pistol, it means it's going to be a 12-ball. 13-0.
No, I won't. Did that so many times since I've been in 39. It's been like 13, 3 is closest. I think after seeing one. Nah, that is crazy.
A couple of steps further back for John QT.
That's why I hate the breach stun. Like, I don't know if it's like accurate on the minimap or what. But if that call was actually like shown on the minimap to be like stunned, that's wild.
Many force buy wins. The last time they played against Sentinels in that upper bracket.
Wow. That's some crazy spam.
Sentinels came ready to play that evolution that they've been having over the course of 2025. Looking like they're in top form.
I love them tonight.
They want to take a
oh wow!
G2
Just got away with murder.
Domestic trophy here in Americas. This is an overload as well. Body's going to be colliding, clashing here into the front.
Alright, needs to make some. Yeah, there we
Wait,
go.
this is actually good. This is good. That's 2 weapons down. It's huge.
Slap it back down. Spikes in their laps.
8 calling 10, stun 20. They're gonna get raid. They're gonna know.
Safe here on the site.
Yeah, Trent's already.
John left to do it all. found a weird
I think I'm behind a little bit as well.
I've
just round our speed up.
much better weaponry.
45.
Yeah, I'm behind quite a bit. I'm behind 7.
42.
At this juncture, just trying to deny some
Let me speed up now, something's going on.
Yeah. And you saw there that they
Just put it in 1.5.
I put it on 2. Yeah.
Did it get scrappy? Yeah, a little bit. I was confused why
I know this round's gonna be like a loss anyway, so I don't mind like skipping on to 2 for a bit. Yeah.
Omen combo. It can get past the Vice wall. Normally we think about Neon being pretty hard countered by Vice, but if Bang is willing
that's a
to
nice
get
shot.
in there and get aggressive and play as well as he was last time they played against G2, there could be some chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. It turns into...
Wait, who is it next to Trent just let him hang him, bro?
And Bang looking to fill the gap left by Tens on those aggressive Omen teleports.
Absolutely.
See if he pulls out more of them.
Well, here it is. We'll see if there's a conversion inside here for G2. They'd love to get strong start, good beginning. Sentinels finally with some weapons in their hands. Slow going.
They've mixed up the defensive setup again.
So the thing as well
a 1-2 trap play kind of set up in garage
is if SEN does get 3-0 or like lose, it's technically their fault. It's like it's their map picks technically. Like they're banned they're banned the early maps, so every map here is basically Sentinel's pick.
Received aggression at least. Zekken is going to make it feel like this could be just an all-in. Of course, this is again a feign. Fakes on fakes, and Leafy's going to be squaring up to him, but dropped at a moment's notice again. So Zekken has already wrapped his way around. That was a pincer maneuver. If Leaf didn't go down in that spot.
Yeah, this is a beautiful round for Sentinels.
I don't know why Leaf peeked there. Did he get stunned and then peeked, or did he peek then get stunned?
Pacific teams actually running
They win this is clean.
You send your duelist in through B, and they've left an insert.
Come on, let's see the one taps.
So Zelsis is going to hear a lot of this. Can play as the backstab.
Yeah, they will use that now.
Hit some outrageous shots to win.
Look at Zelsis though. Look at Zelsis.
Zekken's already going to be
He's on
drawing
B.
there towards CT. Zelsis.
Wow.
Backup policy, striking from behind.
This is why I love Zelsis, because he actually can get like such good like positionings and stay there like the entire game and be undetected. He either normally goes behind B or he goes into their spawn and literally just sits there and wait, gets one and runs away.
Strategy. My only qualm would be, could they use it on a round where it would break the economy of G2? Because that was just a bonus. But
he's not a Sentinel main, but he plays Sentinel so well on attack.
Good economy heading into the next. And I've got to imagine that Sentinels have got more in the bag than just that. Their Haven has looked remarkably good. Remember that this used to be a permaban map for Sentinels at the start of the year. If any map
Honestly, they've probably been like secretly practicing this map.
Oh, of course they have.
Just for Zelsis. His lurks are too good.
In through garage.
And this is the lurking map.
This map is literally down to whoever has the most control of the map, basically. Like earlier when we played on Haven, when we give up C, we literally allowed you to get on C. We still went on round anyway, but because we had like no control over it, we basically gave up the site.
Got flushed out of that position by the recon, and now they're trying to clear Jorg, but he's not been caught by the drone.
That's an off angle. Look up for a long. That drone is going to be.
It's a good for second. If they stun, he can get 2.
Might see that strike from behind once more, but
they know they're here now.
Very forward angle.
Just because of that.
Be skipping right past him along with the
nice.
Wow.
Might just be dropping and
wait.
Caught in a corner, stunned up. Oh my God.
That's where Villain just stunned himself. That's where he just stunned himself. He did.
Step and good at the crosshair placement. Able to return with that fire once more.
Oh.
Straight down.
Oh no.
Offloading all sorts of bullets.
We lost the round, but bro, how do you stun yourself as Astra?
And Valen will be very happy that the rest of his team bailed him out of that situation. Bit of an embarrassing
spot. Did he
stun
for himself?
He did. He Astra stunned himself. He thought that the rest of the team was starting to get in for Sentinels. Chose to try to make sure everybody was stunned there rather than let them through the choke point, but got caught by an aftershock. Nonetheless, incredible awareness from Jonah P. And actually, Valen's done his job in that round by calling to have a triple stack in garage because he got the read. And again, that round just kind of typifies everything Valen's been talking about recently.
If we lose this round, I think Captain will call timeout.
Rather than a player.
It's normally around this scoreline he will call a timeout if it's good that bad.
That's the right call.
The round goes the way of G2 here. Again, a bit of an exchange.
What's the ults?
Just trying to earn up the orbs here. Zelsis' job is to try and contain a bit of presence over towards A long. That re-clear attempt by G2 went a bit missing.
And recall that Jorgamo got the push out through A lobby last time, so Zelsis might be feeling a bit more pressure than usual to make sure that he stays boxed inside.
A flash play here, Zekken going to be inserted.
But all of this a feint but are faintly two important players for Sen.
Zavos in the stun
Huge.
slot. Great crosshair placement though. Zekken, Jogamo getting one as well for his troubles, and he backs himself out of there on top of it.
That's
Has
tough
pulled a
actually.
bit of the
That can get
attention
palmed
away
down
here.
easily.
G2 are quite scattered in terms of the defensive setup, and Valent, luckily with the Thorns by his side as well. Those are going to be detonated
By
by
his
Leaf,
side.
so it has slowed down the approach by Sentinels, but they do have 40 seconds left to play with. And this game of cat and mouse has just gone the wrong way, but Leaf is absolutely going to be reciprocating. That's a steal guard.
That's huge. That's a huge ult taken away.
Slow themselves.
And here's
Celtics can get C.
round repush. They're so confident right now,
He has
G2.
time in it before
Clearing
Leaf.
out. Valin walking down mid. They've got great information that this is going to be ending C, but Leaf cannot.
Good
go.
damage.
Sen need to root him out.
It's a flurry of bullets. Leaf is barely alive. He's going to be limping towards the back of the side if he wants to try and make a play to push this one back here, but seconds to spare. Then get themselves into the postman at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipated. Valin earns himself two, still Leaf back against the wall. He's got to know roughly the position of Zekken, isolated into the 1v1, all for the ace. Dodging, sliding off to the side. Oh, to
Yes! Yes! That's my Julius. That's my Julius.
Zekken has been a force of nature.
Oh, I don't know the timing, but I think Jogamo was literally about to walk into that trip before he before Celsius died.
Fake over towards A-Long where he collects the first.
So fucking glad that he's aware.
To make sure that his team is bailed out of a tricky situation. A clutch, an ace. Spectacular individual performance.
Bro, it's not gonna stand up. That's crazy.
Come on, baby. Come on, come on,
I
come on.
love how no one at Sentinels will stand up, but Celsius will always do it for anyone.
Just excellency on display there for the I by Power ace. Seeing it slow down here for the opening. G2, weapons to work with.
Nice second.
Zekken just posted up, Outlaw in hand.
Keeps all of that momentum going with an early pick. A stun to try to re-clear from G2, but they don't have the weaponry really to fight this. They don't have the armor to fight this either. Everyone on G2 has been extremely confident in re-pushing out on defense, and Sen
The
feel like they've
Monkos
got the
will
read
sit
now.
narrate.
They're holding, waiting for the play.
Taking point is Jonah P, but
Oh, wow.
Trent was supposed to be the
Nice.
backup. He was the
Wow,
first
he
to fall in that
didn't-
spot. Celsius.
he didn't pick off of him?
Quick dismissal down towards short here. A lot of the danger around is going to be gone here for G2, so desperation is what's called for.
I don't think they were ready for that
Should be
angle
locked up
because
here.
Trent was just like
Sentinels
walking
nice
back
and
and
pretty
forward
now,
in it,
3 to
so
3.
I don't think they were
The more this
expecting him
goes
to
on,
peak.
maybe the more that John
Man, I
will
don't
start to get a
know.
read on what G2 have been doing on this defense. I think the macro overall has still
Stinger,
been
he
going
can't
the
do
way of
much.
G2. They've been mixing
Ooh,
things
good
up
wallbang.
really nicely, but Zekken's ace has turned
Yeah,
the
they can't do
tide
much.
of this
All
map.
we can do is do a
Brought
little bit of
Sentinels
damage.
level at
I mean,
3 to
that
3,
does nothing.
and given John more time to be able to figure out what's going on. You see on this eco how patient they were. If they can bring that into rifle rounds as well, I think they'll have a lot of
Oh,
success.
nice shot.
It's hard for them to necessarily figure it out, but from our point of view, we can see there's constant pushing from the defenders. And G2 themselves are going to be taking a tactical timeout here. Josh RT wanting to make an
G2
adjustment.
timeout, that's actually huge.
You can call for the adjustments themselves as well, but sitting at the top of the scoreboard is Zekken.
Hey.
He's 8 and 3. You called it, Josh. You know the difference maker being that ace that he managed to earn, the momentum on the side of
You see
Sentinels
those
here.
foot
and
rests
Zekken
that
has been
Jogamo has? Do you
dominating.
think they're actually comfy or
His
like
last game versus
actually that
MIBR,
good?
he's putting up unbelievable
mousepad?
performances to turn
No,
around
the
almost single-handedly.
the footrest. Look at Jogamo's desk. You can see he has like a
The
foot
games
support
have
under.
gotten at the end of this playoffs, the more Zekken seems to want it, the more Zekken seems to be able to... A rabbit.
Yeah, he's probably just short. Honestly, that's what I have to do on my
Oh yeah,
desk.
he's short. But like, do you think they're actually like that useful for him? Because like, look at like
It
everyone,
relaxes your legs.
like, everyone's a bit different in it.
Your thighs will start to hurt after a while.
Me, I've got two positions, right? I'm starting to get used to like having both my feet on the ground. But normally I play with like what, my left leg under my right leg, like on the seat. So my leg normally goes a bit powerful after I'm done with Valorant. If my left leg stops working, I blame it on Valorant.
Well, I mean, you can't blame it on having a girlfriend. So.
What? Oh, I see. Shut the fuck up.
I'm looking at Valin deep in spawn. He's maybe anticipating Bang to go for an Omen ult play and getting ready to break it.
That's
It doesn't
huge.
look like Sentinels are going to be running one of their set tactics off the rip.
What is
And at
this
some point,
GP
Valent's
for?
gotta try to actually pick up an
I know
area
it's a
of them to
lineup,
hold
but
instead of just waiting in spawn for the Omen ult.
Just get A, but then if he TPs in the open, he's
Probably go
fucked.
from Sentinels, making sure they can clear up the util. The wall going down is
Wait, there's so many ults. Wait, this game could get to a KO this round.
information across the map.
But they've got incredible retake ultimates, and they're going for the push down mid.
I can already see the
Reaction,
script.
They need to know where Sentinels
Every
are lying,
ult gets used in this
wait.
round.
Good patience from Sen, bringing all of that patience from the anti-eco into the
They need to
right
try hit
round.
C though, because
Now
there's
denying
nothing
that
on
little
C
info
apart from a
play that
flash
GT
and a
They
vice
can now
thingy.
start to go into their own execute.
And Trent's already on
The idea
A, so
here
they
with
can
John
get
is to
plant
try and
down.
use as little utility and ultimates as possible. If they can get C for free, they would love that, because that allows them to save
No,
so
I know.
much breach ult for post plan. G2 again going for the mid push. They will not be denied.
Second.
They're pushing up right behind
Wow,
them
C
here.
is so
Potential
open.
to catch a timing
It
against
is.
them, but it's an
I
open
think
site.
every team would take C, because
That's
C is
the
kind of
series
easy.
Sentinels. We're seeing it. It's an attempt to flood back in.
Yeah, there's not really much 4D. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they reworked those maps.
Does push back CT. G2
There's not really much to help you
here
hold.
with a Hunter's Fury on top of it. Might be the cherry on top here, but still.
You just have to
G2
hope
be
they don't
drawing up
practice the
Blood Leap.
normal angles.
Finds that opening.
Or you're just
Looking for a little
fucked.
bit more here. Armageddon is all being laid
Nice.
down on top. Sen posturing,
Winnable.
trying to offer themselves up here in a rate. Has got
Oh!
Absolutely absurd!
Was that in your script?
Doesn't matter how well G2 play right now. The Sen players are pulling
Shoot,
out
that's going on.
ridiculous rounds.
Oh!
Round 5 and round 7. I think G2 played the better game. What does it matter?
Wait, is that why GT timed out? Just to do that?
Oh my god, that
Yeah,
was
because say what narrate has is what I use. That's how small mine is, but it's a bit more smaller.
it's superb. That's why they added this guy.
Oh, no, okay. Okay. Nah. Ain't no way narrate's doing that, bro.
Wow.
We're in for a treat.
Absolutely.
Load it down to
G2
second.
have the read. They know what's going on. They set up for the retake.
Wait, and look at G2's ults. They use Juggermos, Trents, Villains, and Jonah P's.
Doesn't matter.
Every ult on G2's got used, but one lost.
The hero plays from Sentinels, that extra element.
Take flight.
And they do hit hard, these players, when they come online. Drifting towards the seaside, though, that's where Sentinels set their sights. And again, the weakened weaponry of G2 going to be a bit of a problem for them. They are trying to pile in with a couple of
Nice.
out towards the back.
Dodging the flashes with the wall is insane.
All sorts of util coming his way.
Oh.
That's an actual Yoru
That
counter.
one bang is so fast to respond.
I must say, no way we better get second ace.
Trying to develop that 1-2 synergy that you need, and he's inside the smoke, locking it down. Sentinels have been clean on the
Oh,
anti-ecos. They forced out 2
Bro,
of them
imagine
with
Bang just
absurd
jump
rifle
peeks and headshots for that Phantom shot.
chases and clutches, and now Trent, the last player alive, called
Oh.
back to right.
I mean, to be fair, if Astino can do that on Split with the ropes, then I think he can do it on Haven.
As well. Bang not overheating, even though it's a 1v4 in ad spot. Trent still respecting their opponents. He's waiting for the garage control.
Wait, how did that decoy break? Did someone shoot it?
Instilling that discipline at the right times and not getting carried away. This is the Sentinels team that they don't want to be denied that trophy a second time this year.
Nice, boys.
And when you're winning
Wait, the
rounds like
referee,
this,
he's standing behind
it
them.
sounds
He's
calm,
looking like he's
sure the adrenaline's
like
flooding
acting
through them when
something.
they watch what
Like
Zen
axe
and
something.
Ray are able to do, but here's another rifle round. Another opportunity, though, for G2's economy to be broken. That's how Sen are going to be looking at things. A feint and
Okay.
a quick garage take. The recon dart, I think, might have missed there. Could be wrong. But Zekken doesn't seem confident in terms of stepping in and triggering the vice wall, which Leaf has now rotated. Hasn't usually been in garage, so that's staying
It's
up
actually
is
good,
gonna give
though.
them quite a bit of peace
Like,
of
they're
mind.
making him waste details so well. They would have made the breach after shot go.
All the time, G2 are rotating the defensive setup. They haven't been running this before with Jorgamo holding C. It's allowed both initiators to be on A.
Tails can have drones in 20. Or drone rockets.
Valen and Trent potentially could have been really tested into that spot, but Sentinels are moving
Oh,
in
wow.
a spot and direction here, and it's a re-clear called with a stun in sight. There it is.
The reclears are really good from G2. They're constantly getting information. Again, though, I come back to the same thing. It hasn't mattered in the late round because someone on Sen turns up.
Zekken causing all sorts of pressure. Jorgamo taking a cheeky peek out through the double doors, and the rate has fallen.
This might be a close one.
Now for them, and look, plays called for. Bang.
Captain timeout incoming.
And if there
I'm
was
calling
going to
it.
be somebody who could step in
I don't
Sen,
think it'll be
it would
now.
have been Bang in this round.
Maybe if the next round is scuffed.
No, it don't be timeout because what? Celsius gets stunned, no one's watching him. And then taking individual picks, no trades.
The clock's against them. The numbers are against them.
Second's fine.
Where G2 can stabilize.
Low to a crawl here. It's just second left to stand against it. Being offered a shoulder or two, but the round's already going to be lost, and G2 know it.
I got spike.
Playing this one back. Waiting the timeout here.
Nice.
Slow burn of a round, but G2 really were just picking apart SEN. Second, staying alive. Not going to matter too much. The money is still honestly golden for SEN.
Round 10, and I think John Cutie at this point has enough data.
Yeah, bro, it's stunned and no one's like there watching.
G2 are re-clearing. The fact that you're
I don't know, he's getting shot with bow out and someone with window must stop looking.
People retake on the flag. The fact that Zalsis got stun re-cleared in A short there. And you've caught them going for mid-pushes in multiple rounds.
Yeah, I told you timeout.
Get a read at this point, even with the limited information that the players have on stage. That G2
probably won't be that reason what I said, but
so you got a couple of options. Do you try to slam some fast executes?
yeah, he didn't look too pissed, so quite like something simple.
So I think
might be like ult usage or something.
Be calling here for John to slow things down and try to catch G2 as they're going for these pushes.
You've seen it consistently, as you've already pointed out. I mean, G2 re-clearing, I should say. A short, sewers. It's one of the spots. The little
seems like their timeouts actually work.
Wait. TikTok has been fined a record-breaking $600 million for violating a European Union data privacy law for sending user data to China. Wait, still, TikTok actually is working for China or whatever then. Wait.
Well, it was made by China, dang though.
Yeah, no, but like...
Well, that should have been... You should be able to use your brain enough to know that. It doesn't matter if it's public knowledge.
Yeah, but like...
Every app sells you data.
The CEO said it has there's nothing to do with China. Like, you remember that interview thing they done? And he said like, no, nothing to do with China. Nothing, like no data, nothing.
Bro, they're trying to do deals with the United States. Of course they're selling our stuff.
That is wild. Crazy for CEO to blame it saying there's no data or anything getting transferred to China, and then, what, a few months later?
Holy crap, you got him.
No Omen ultimate.
What's that ult? Solstice ban. That's it.
Playing a pretty slow default heavy round.
Not much I can do with the ults. All I can do is farm second and narrate.
Somebody to see if there's a walk down mid or a walk out garage. They're instead 5-person grouping up to try to hit A.
Trying to re-clear here. It's good that one was broken as well. Has pulled presence though. Bodies starting to form up onto the side here for G2, and that information is there for Trent. Spots it. Waiting for it, and this is a re-clear call for, but will the timing be missed entirely? Zelsa's the first one to catch that contact. There's stuns on stuns, and Util.
Nice!
Wow, good trade, honestly.
That's so worth it. Juggernaut half health as well.
Will lend you to safety, but Sentinels have access to the site now.
Who have we got left? Bang, John, no it. Oh yeah, this is actually so winnable.
From behind.
John and Bang are so good at like touches. Narrate, I wouldn't see me in the clutch that much, so.
Distraction plays being called for these G2 players though. Stopped in their tracks, and it's up to Leaf here from the side finally. Takes that time into strike here, but a lot to
they're where? Don't know where he is.
There's that 3-2-1 swing from Sentinels. Guides them to safety.
Let's fucking go. 6-4. It's good as well, because G2 is actually pretty good on this map as well. Their comp, and like the way they play it, is actually perfect. So the fact the score is not like that, like it's close, but it's not that close as I thought it would be.
John and Bang. Two more rounds to be played on this half of Haven. And Sentinels all grouped up for a fast pop A.
There's 5 of them. Feigning like it could be that slow take that they've been doing, at least with Zelsis' cage. Walking up alongside them here.
Trent's trying to get a jump spot, just saw John Cutie. Might realize this time that it's serious pressure coming in his direction. 3 players stacking, Jorg with a teleport. He could be here in no time at all.
Drawing for that information.
Oh, I just think he doesn't.
Jump spot, just saw John Cutie. Might realize this time
Oh, shoot.
That it's serious pressure coming in his direction.
Bam.
3 players stacking. Jorg with a teleport.
Bam.
He could be here in no time at all. Strong for information.
Bam.
With that ball line to give wall up. It's used in response. Get in off to the side.
Oh, almost.
Second. The road is paved up there. Still TP quick into the back. Bang! Strikes back. Doubles over the paranoia. Leaf has to be there. Instantaneous. Finally cleans this one up and it has caught for a pause. Salvos forwards the race. Right guns are finally back in action. Rifles in their hands. Sentinels. Not to be outdone.
Yeah, there's no way we just slammed. There's no ults, no util.
Under so much pressure.
Not smoked though still. Bodies are going to be toppling regardless of that one, and it's all left towards Trent. Will he be given that opening? He's found the first. Stuns avoided. Shots rattled.
Nice. Good timing, John.
Taken there by John. 3-round lead for Sen.
Good round.
If he had his rockets, then he would have like made them all move, but
But even before that, Zekken goes in and gets caught by this ultimate, the Teo ult.
the fact Bang got away with that too is actually insane.
Really nicely behind at first opportunity. They don't get shaken. They play well within the chaos. What was
boys? Sean, what a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
It was an excellent play. Bang has added so much needed aggression alongside Zekken into this team.
Why is it not going? You know, like the play bar and all that stuff on the YouTube stream? It won't remove, like it won't go.
Needed aggression alongside Zekken into this team.
There you go, now it goes.
And now a follow-up. It's a bad buy for G2. They're trying to apply the pressure on Zelsis here on his A default.
It's the final round of this first half.
Go on, let's make it 84.
Difference between 5-7
I'm gonna narrate up.
4 is quite a lot in the grand scheme of things.
As long as Jonah or Villain does not get any orbs, then it's probably like so winnable.
Theirs. Sen might be caught just unaware here.
The cam, though, could give extremely good information. If he taps it around now and sees 3 players, they can just react.
Backs, though, not really watching, not really anticipating. Flash forwards. Everyone walking up onto these angles, and right from behind, this is it. Jorgamo's time to strike. Brings it true there, at least with a stinger in his hands. Bang, wrapping around now. He's got to try and at least stop this one in there. Trans, what the hell happened there? Jorgamo, someone taking a bullet to the brain, but Trent is there. At least with the trade, and this entire time,
that's unlucky for Jog.
Crawling. And open access to the A side is what they've earned.
Zelsis throws down that trip that I think he might have been wishing was on the flank. And they've inserted Zekken deep into B. He's going to get good information. They might suspect that somebody's been left in this spot. But do they think it's going to be...
Now they know they're all flying.
Already coming to fruition here, still. Plays off into the flank, but G2 don't really have much more control outside of that one. It's actually flipped entirely here. Sentinel still in a good spot. That's a stun for a stun and an ult expended. Roll in front.
Unlucky Zekken.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of miscoordination, but the aftershock pushed forwards. A bit of spam might earn himself another one. Jonah P still alive for now, but not for much longer. Zelsis and John have to join and combine their
The 2 Clutch Masters, this is actually so winnable.
Salvos. It's not pretty. The heat's been turned up entirely. John can't deny it into the 1v1.
Oh, they got it. It's 5-7.
Trent, I think. That is so close. It's going to be on the wire.
Ooh.
0.06.
And how much did that breach ultimate end up meaning? Zekken getting breach ulted by his own team, wasn't able to fight them properly over towards short. Madness in the final round as G2 get up to 5. So many crazy things happening there. The flank all the way through A.
Wait, how far behind am I? There we go.
Undefended by the Cypher. The push is working again.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
And the defuse.
If John was literally 1 second away, like far away from that wall, it would have been a bit more.
Non-stop the entirety of this first half here in our grand finals. Electric gameplay on both sides. 2 teams just taking chunks out of each other.
What the heck?
There's plenty more left to be said as well.
7-5, that's actually a huge fucking, like, that's a good start for Sentinels on this map.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that
I like to send might get corrected a little bit in the next half.
Pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
One minute? Man, I'm too impatient for them.
Everybody talks about the S&P 500. Here are 5 facts every investor should know.
Yeah, we're just in no sweet.
Que isso?
I won't lie, one thing I love seeing on Twitter is like the Valorant Sentinel players, they support the Marvel Rival team, and then the Marvel Rival team supports Sentinels, like the Valorant one. Like the actual players, like actually support. I like that shit.
Line between these two teams. It's not just that first seed spot, a couple of champ points as well that might be playing an effect in the long term.
Wait, how many champ points
are
on the grabs?
This domestic trophy. These teams don't want to be denied it. For G2, the chance of a back-to-back. And for Sentinels, they were denied it earlier on in the year. They don't want that to happen again.
I was just thinking through, and I hadn't realized
5 champ points, that's huge. Then actually need to win this.
Of a domestic trophy. It feels like we have had huge Titan teams, and yet this would be history in either direction. G2 on the pistol, playing things slowly, expecting some kind of aggression from the defenders. Really common to do some kind of push off the barrier drop on Haven pistol defense. But nobody from Sentinels overstepping themselves. This position from Zekken is really good, but you'd imagine it'll get cleared by the drone.
I don't think it did. He missed it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that.
No, it didn't look like it. Broke it in time.
Oh no, he has. Look at the ping there.
Okay.
So ping in the corner.
Wait, there's still G2?
Just for a moment.
Wait.
Position.
G2 going to be swarming though. This is a quick reaction out over towards C. Sen is still going to be reinforcing this one here. Plenty of bodies. Time to stand up to the test. It's going to be sent your way. Salva's in for the back. There's not really much safety.
Nice.
Into the back. That is risky. But G2 looking to fill this one up again. And Zekken is there. It's rapid, isn't it? Wrapping around and trying to put that pincer into motion. Still, he's fired off a couple of shots and revealed the hand entirely. And G2 calling for reactions of their own. They're taking space and taking names. It's a feed that's filled up entirely with red. But Zekken's still alive. And with that, a chance. Pistol round win. He's already caught that timing here, but double down found the one.
Lucky.
No. Well, Zekken's not Superman.
Huh?
Huge for G2 to get both pistol rounds here on Sentinel's map pick.
Bro, the observers did a good job, bro. Like, they're showing the joint get broken, and the next second, it just someone dies immediately. The second the joint breaks, someone dies.
I can't really doubt what a beast he's been. 16 and 9, top of the scoreboard, and Trent had to put the beast down. Both of these players.
Oh well, it'd be 7-7, and then we start winning rounds after.
And it's G2 who are looking like they're going to tie things up. SEN are not the kind of team to force after losing pistol, and we haven't even seen that from G2 on the defense, really.
Yeah.
Teams only liking to do it when they are on attack. They get the plant money, get the spike down.
Right there. A little bit less damaging if it does go wrong here.
And one of the benefits of that, of knowing that your opponents are not going to force, is that Leaf can do this kind of buy where he only comes in with a pistol. And so the rest of G2 are going to try to be super cautious not to run into the stack. And Leaf can play with a little bit of freedom, looking to see where the danger might be. So you might see Leaf solo kind of work through Garage, especially after Vice flashing it there and realizing that nobody's home.
G2 prodding. They were hoping that Sentinels would go for a bit more of a risky, proactive play on their defense when they're on the eco themselves.
I think they're trying to take out guns.
That's what G2 were hoping for, and well, quick wraparound. I think the rumble of the footsteps might have given it away.
Yeah, Leaf possibly heard something. John has the wrong read on where G2 are going to be ending here. So looks like one of those rounds where SEN will end up just having to die to the spike, although they're making a mass migration pretty early on, actually, way before the spike has been committed. So they'll have time to fight over this.
Leaf hearing a lot of it, just backs himself out of there. Doesn't want to give away his life for no particular reason, but straight into the smoke.
Nice second.
Wrapping around to the side, Valin. Stinger into the side arm. Deadly combination. Bang.
Getting 2 rifles is huge at the moment.
This spot, but again, the weaponry wasn't really handed off over towards him. Still, that smoke is dissipating, and no
nice.
Really ready for the swing. Still the reload, punished by it. G2
that's fine. 2 rifles and a pistol, I think it was.
Now we get to see a bonus. We get to see Sentinels playing defense. A little bit of pressure on. After how well they played in the first half, scores dead even.
He is too good with that classic.
He's one away actually from being able to get a cosmic divide.
It's the same classic, bro.
That's a pretty big ultimate to play around on Haven. You could definitely craft ideas and set ult rounds based off that, Astra. It's pretty uncommon to be running it on this map.
Villa has ult if he gets 1 kill or up.
Early beginning here. Oh my, just spotting it. Nothing to really obfuscate the cross there. Does Valen even notice? Second has pushed all the way up here, surely with the Thorns deaded. Support arriving. Valen is so fast up onto this line. And he's just going to be meeting a fight straight up with John. Nothing
that's
really
the run and gun.
And the refight is called for by Sentinels again. They are not willing.
Yeah, that was precise gun playing it.
That go unchecked.
Zek. They're still aware. There's still no.
Aware now that Valen could have taken that.
Notice how they don't bring up precise gunplay anymore.
Up onto that. The Ray watching it. Closing in now on all the possible angles that these G2
That's why Teo's getting off. They think at the moment all the precise gun players get removed to Teo, which ain't wrong. Like, literally every agent works with Teo. So
I'm actually kind of excited to see how they decide to manage with the utility problem. Because apparently they're trying to fix it.
They are. Start off with Teo fast. ISO's getting... What was it, ISO? No, Euro's getting changed. I think Euro's actually. He's always now 10 seconds, not 12. They're trying to make the game less like utility based, but it's not going to help if they keep releasing that new agent every 3 months. Which I know we need like new content in that, but once the new agent comes out, 1 week later there's no more content basically.
Battle line's going to be redrawn, so
they need like game modes like LTMs every month, every week or something.
They're setting their sights all the way over towards C.
I think they'll end up doing that once they release on all the consoles. Because they're finna release on mobile. Eventually they'll run out of shit to do, and people won't want to buy their bundles.
Oh, I'll keep buying the bundles, I don't want to give a shit. Once the game like starts dying off, like when no one touches it that much, that's when I'll stop buying shit.
Scuff.
Bang! Okay, made it out.
Whoa.
That's else.
So does Jorgamo with his head just clean off. Valen again wrapping rounds and away here. Watch for, not quite John. Just slacking in terms of that crosshair placement, and now to game it his timing once more. That's going to be a pull. Forced out of them just from the tap there, bang.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
yeah, precise gunplay, just you two,
Precise gunplay, yeah, speaking of.
Bang?
Now Bang's getting kills, but honestly the time has already ran out.
Unfortunate.
And G2, they play another perfect post.
Yeah, that's still good damn. Oh yeah, you can also use what's it called?
Had the right idea there,
backtrack.
They didn't allow for any safe location for Teho.
Actually, wait, do you have to vertical plug? Yeah, you do, don't you? The vertical plug in, don't you? Yeah, just enable backtrack, and that basically captures anything in the last like whatever time frame you give it, and put it in like a vertical ratio for you. So all you got to do is now just go to like the software and edit it if you want.
Trent in the end gets the credit for the Red Bull.
I've been doing it at my watch parties. In the time when like I want to clip, I just backtrack.
After those 2 kills happened.
Too much stall here. Fast time.
Second pair wide the game now.
Benefited the Neon.
And this is a great way of being able to get past the Teho. The Teho is going to be
just take a shot.
Kind of short salvo for control. And if you disrespect it with the Omen teleport or with the Neon.
Backtrack? You mean it in OBS?
Yeah, in OBS.
What is that?
So
vertical backtrack?
Yeah, so anything you're like when you press the button to farm it, to backtrack it, anything in like for me I have 90 seconds, right? So that's 1 full Valorant match. Or like rounds. So anything in the last like 1 minute and 30 seconds I want to watch or like go back and get, boom. I might actually start using that more often than I actually will in my actual editing software, clip software.
Let me see.
Because it saves you editing a little bit. Saves you going back in your streams to get.
Camera gonna be broken.
I might look and keep my OBS open when I play Valorant. Just use that for my clips. Don't really get my webcam reaction and all that shit. Nice else.
Bullet to the side of the head. I think it could be said of Valen. 30 seconds left. Bang all the way up through into the back now.
I do have stuff on here I can leak, so I need to not do that.
Side control, calling for the flood attempt, and here it is with a bit of the util. G2 though, they were lying in wait and they pounce on the timing. A chance to strike.
We'll lose it under.
The sight is going to be theirs now. Zekken and John QT left into this 2v3. It's the Outlaw, down up with the bodies, G2. Swift dismissal, and what a shot by Leaf.
You have to hit shots like that to shut down Zekken. Trent also with a super important 2K. Both teams had such great awareness of what the other wanted to do. Zelsis got in front of his own setup to be able to pick off Valin, knowing that there's a small gap on that C split execute. But then G2 on the other side of things know that Sentinels want to flood into the back of site, and they just hold, wait for the util, and then pounce, spring the trap. And the whole of back site gets destroyed. At this point, round 16 and round 17 have started to tell a story. And the story is that G2 want to be running C splits, they want to be trying to get onto Zelsis, they think that that's a weakness in the Sentinels' defense. Stage! One call here to try to shore that up, and is it all just part of a larger strategy to weaken a different area of the map? After a tactical timeout like this, often the attacking team will go in a totally different direction or a different tempo, just to try to mess with what the defending team has adjusted.
They're the mind games that come out.
But this is why you tend to take these timeouts right before an eco. So SEN are coming in with bad weaponry. So Kaplan's game plan is not actually for this round, it's for the next one.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a screenshot real quick.
The crowd has turned up here today.
Like,
both Sentinels and
this is the second when he walked out earlier. It looks like a bomb exploded in his face.
I think important to note as well, in the last couple of rounds that G2 have won, Zekken was shut down. He went for the flank.
There was probably a fan.
Last one in to try to win a 1v3, I think it was, and Leaf owned
Probably
it.
because all that smoke in the background, didn't it?
He's been stuck at 20 kills, though that's incredibly impressive. Revealing area. Next rifle round, they need to find a way of putting their player with their hot hand in position.
Not much information here. Flash. Seconds postured off the angle to Salmos, though, remove that first layer and wave of a bit of that tilt. Trip's going to be broken.
There. Pretty unusual spot actually here from Bang, over towards A lobby. So he's tucked in a corner that a lot of people might not be checking. At the same time, though, here comes the drone.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge.
Broken early makes you pretty scared that somebody's in a corner, but you don't know which one.
Fear in the back of your mind. Jorgen, we're going to be using this now. Dimensional drift. Clears it out. Spots the one. But only one here. Zekken, and a lot of pressure. Trent anticipating that one. A re-swing attempt here with a stun. Aftershock. Cleared away out towards garage. This is G2 that have found that opening.
Bang, and Omen ulted to try to get onto the flank. Valin, he's aware of it, holding this.
There's going to be a capping timeout as well, I'm pretty sure.
Players past it. The timing. Form. Valin just catches it. Bang. It's going to be hurting after that one, honestly. No clearance onto the corner, and everybody from Sentinels is just toppling and dropping. Flawless here from G2. 2-round lead.
But this is the round, round 19, where Kaplan took a tactical timeout to try to adjust things for Sentinels.
Timeout, knew it.
I think it's really important that they put Zekken in a position where he can win the round for them. He's been the player. I mean, Bang and Narrate have also been, I think, coming up with some decent moments. Bang in particular.
They're trying to be like us. They not like us. You know what I mean?
Yo, I'm finna get off.
So where is
Really?
Zekken going to be playing?
Yeah.
He's playing a pretty standard spot over towards A lobby.
See ya.
Alright,
Sendo looks like they've adjusted too much.
Second blinds up though. Jorgen's got to be here in this one, surely. Emphasis play style, just missing onto the angle. Zekken is happy to oblige and draw some blood out of it. Still Trent. Let's follow up.
Dude, going 1-for-1 there is perfectly fine for G2. They're not bothered about that at all. You take away the player that's got 21 kills. And G2 have got big ults to be able to work with. It's going to be tough now for Sentinels to even cover the whole of the map.
Giving up all of A, instead looking for that re-exploration in through mid. And okay, let's go even.
Spike drop though in mid window. So G2 can't do some kind of fast reaction. They have to go and recover that.
Inserting a bit of slowed pace here from G2.
They're now going to realize that those players that went down the mid push were previously defending A. So there should be a gap.
Timing again! It's Valin who wins this one out.
Both times. Bang, just not quite checking an angle, and Valin, he keeps the momentum going.
Yeah.
What are you boys doing?
John QT, who's having a bit of a nightmare over here, watching the defense half slip away from him.
Picked to pieces. Death from 1,000 cuts here for John, and this rifle in his hands. They have no money really to rebind to the next.
He hasn't even used any utility this round. I mean, maybe the stun at the very beginning, but otherwise, it was all pretty raw duels. You know, Sen pushing up aggressive towards A lobby, going 1-for-1. Trying to clear out over towards B, going 1-for-1. And you think about all of the success that G2 had pushing out on their defense side. Bang tries to go for it there at Garage, and Valen catches him. But not in a clean way, in a scrappy, weird kind
messy,
of messy way that was very reminiscent of the prior, where he used his Omen teleport. Some slightly unlucky situations, but also, I think, not enough diversity with how Sentinels are playing their defense side. We were crediting how much G2 were rotating things. The Vice was, you know, on C, and then B, and then Garage. They would push A, and push B, and push Garage, all over the place. And that makes it really difficult to get a read on what's
It's so good
happening,
for music,
whereas
isn't it?
Sen playing pretty much the same opening to the round every time. And actually, if I watched that from Valen's POV, he did just straight up catch the timing. It wasn't as messy as it seemed.
G2 fully in control now. I mean, you look at that timeline, stringing together the rounds, as you said. Running away with this open map here in a best of 5.
But this time, the defensive setup does shift. Double trips over towards A recon to make it feel like it's the same. But instead, Zekken looking like he wants to try his hand at taking this timing push out through grass.
Drone's going to be expended on top of it, straight up through B. Fault line on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury, offloaded by Narrate. It feels like a bit of a Garage take. That's where most of them are going.
They had a stun as well, so John QT'd stunned. He was trying to catch those players outside Garage to help the Hunter's Fury, but G2 vanished in a puff of smoke.
Real acknowledgement. And all wasted here when really could have used it for Sentinels.
You're still going into double trips though, so Sen have a great chance at defending.
And the Raiders hard committed here. The stun's going to be missing him. Just gliding straight past with a blind and a flash. Okay, there's a trip to try and play. Oh,
nice.
It's going to be right over towards the
nice.
top and through the wall. Narrate dodging, weaving, ducking away.
Nice. Narrate.
Dominating the spot that he's in. Down in the leg doesn't stop Trent.
Trent, hold on.
Side is going to be opened up.
Bro, Narrate is such a opener right now. He's just opening right up so much.
Survives for now. Plant down.
Please, please.
He knows he has to take those risks and loses the fight out. John QT barely alive for it, and Trent is in a very difficult spot still. Sentinels needed this one near side.
Nice, that's good, boys.
Connection and a good cleanup in the end here by Sen.
We can go.
And it's the one round where they change their defensive setup that makes all the difference. Zekken didn't end up being the difference maker here. It was actually the trips and Narrate's position that he could play off. A more passive approach to A.
Yeah, I'm gonna hear from that chap. Just man forward.
Away from C.
All Sen.
Narrate delivers. A sick
9-11 cast.
in this spot.
Not in a bad way, Chad. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way.
Position to play from as it's over. Especially with that meta smoke that Bang is throwing in on the site for him to play around. Sen need to be varied. They need to show a different look again here.
Marsh. Let's go. One round at a
Wow, look, I'm off.
The gap is 2, and Sen, they try something different again. Zelsis this time with Bang, hard anchoring over towards A, as Zekken pushes C.
They've left the entirety of B open. Defensive setup, no one watching for it. Still, it's a bit of util to set Zekken up, like you said, but the reaction is called for by G2.
Come on, boys.
See signs of it. They're going to be going straight into the setup. Sitting tucked into the corner here.
Yeah, that should be obvious to
They're
say.
probably going to expect these trips to be for heaven.
Bang spamming! He's just caught with
nice
the
house.
head there. Zeltis tucked low into the corner. He's not long for the ward there. Not with a steel guard and overlapping Armageddon. Everything is being used by G2 to secure this round up.
Ooh, alright.
Damage.
Oh, what's in there? Jumping into the Armageddon, bro.
John has ult, but they're going to need healthy players to follow up on it.
Fun to get Crash backing away here, but he has to shot. Caught into the corner. It's a good combination. Stunned up there. Second wave of things, and he spotted it. Target acquired. Valen shuts it down. It's all left up to John now. He was supporting from afar with the Utah, but now left to step up. Earns himself the first one. Damage done to Valen and Jorg. It could be done, but a tap, and it's ice cold by G2. Not a peek, not a glimpse. And now with time played, they're winning out entirely. The 12th round earned up here for
That's
G2.
almost so unfortunate for John when they when Villain got past.
G2 navigate a very difficult round there.
Squid Game.
Squid Game. So important. When you expect the Cypher to be on the site, you're thinking maybe that those trips are for heaven. And yet Zelsis is tucked over towards short. Valen, he gets him. Up to 20 kills. And he's caught Bang's timing
Go on,
so
boys.
often as well. Towards the end here, he's calling a great attack half and he's delivering individually.
Rip and tear.
Just one round of stand between them though, and that is aggression! Second punished.
What a punish. That's the play that Second's been going for the majority of the half. Going back Sentinels to their more
A little bit damage to Juggermo.
And Second, he had such a start to this map. He was on fire. Now has to watch as G2 try to secure the first of these map points.
G2 have a habit of this as well. It's going to be that slow squeeze over the course of the round. Celsius, risky business pushing up like this, but risks are to be taken. Your player down, head of the spear, chopped right off with Zekken falling early here. Let's see if the clearance is there, and he hears it. Steps onto the corner.
Valen just can't be beaten right now.
No, locked in.
They've left this gap over towards B. Leaf exploiting it. John watching for it. Takes his eyes off it for a moment. But he's got the right idea. They are getting squeezed on the A site.
That's what I mean.
If I just open up a limit into B.
The G2, and it has to be heroics in the Raiden John QT. Can they stand up against it? Slide to the angle.
Nice
John.
John.
Rattling shots. Found a raid. Guardians can't get it done.
Winnable still. Bang, please play a gun out. Please play a gun out.
And already Leaf
Right.
has his mark. Map 1. Domination in that second half here by G2.
Leveled up and found a different gear.
Watch out, I'll be at B.
Sentinels,
I will be
they
on B, Jett.
relied, I think, a little on that individual prowess to be able to get them through the first half with the lead 7-5. That kind of cooled off a bit. And the macro from G2 ended up being the difference maker, especially with how well Valen and Trent were playing.
Yeah.
There were so many moments where Sentinels could have just found that glimmer of a hope, a push out on defense, a timing to be taken, and G2 shut it down every time.
That string of rounds towards the end here. This is a G2 that do not want to be denied a chance of making history in Americas domestically, to be one of the first teams to lift a back-to-back trophy, to gather up that first seed heading into Toronto. But it's early days yet in a best of 5, of course. Lots more action left to come here. Plenty of chances for Sentinels to bounce back. That's our first map here. The grand finals wrapped up for now. But as I already said, lots of chances here for Sentinels to see if they can answer back.
This is a little scary. No one's looking at Reginator. Reginator!
Might be too overwhelming for the pool, and a whiff coming as well. So he's ready with the crosshair.
What?
Sleeping on the angle. Hold up.
Taking a fight up close and personal. Flash up and over towards the top. Running them down. In hand.
What's this for? Basically, the AE sign up to now live. What's this? Oh, and they clear console open time as well. Well, I thought Valorant wasn't gonna do console competition though. I'm not tripping chat. I thought Riot probably tweeted about saying it's gonna be no tournaments for console. It's gonna be hard to I don't know. Every map we play is technically Central's pick because they banned, well, they kept them alive, you know? So I don't know how their mid's gonna be, you know? Is that coach tomorrow? I don't think there is because bank holiday, no? Yeah, no college, cool. So Tuesday and Friday only. You see, it's not bad for tablets tonight. good.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through. G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
All right, everyone. So with G2 picking up that win, up 1-0 in this series, we decided we're gonna have a little bit of fun right here, because you know when I come out here, it's usually carnage and chaos. So what we figured is we'll chuck some stuff into the crowd, but the good news is that we actually have a game here, because Riv, well, we got people holding some buckets. Where are they at?
We do. We have Gianna here for Sentinels, and just on the other side, we have Tyler holding for G2.
All right.
So we got the competition set.
And we got London and Edward here who's going to be throwing. So
Off cypher, please. I agree with that guy. That guy I agree with.
No big deal. All right, everyone, count it down for me. 3, 2, 1, throw.
What do we got?
All right. Let's see. We got one. We got one in there for Sentinels.
Ooh.
Oh. We got 2 for Sentinels. Oh, but he's catching him. He's catching him. It seems like teamwork is working out over here, Riv, with G2.
Oh my God, bro! In and out. Is that second up there? Good God, the aim.
Oh, that's a good toss. Good toss. Okay.
I don't have the most of those things in there.
It's an effort. What do we got in here? There's so many.
How we're looking on Sen? How many we got here? We done? Are we done? Oh, how many got, Riv?
4 in there, but G2 did take the first map.
Oh, so 4, and how many was over there?
5.
5.
So
Sentinels wins. Oh, could it be a sign of things to come? We'll find out. But for now, let's send it over to the desk to break down what we saw in match 1, guys. Give it up for our throwers and our catchers. Let's go.
We'll have to see how much of an omen it was, because we started off this series looking like it was going to be domination for Sentinels, but the second half, G2 only dropped 2 rounds to take the first one of this series. Wyatt, when we looked ahead at this one, you said this is a must-win map for SEN, and already they're down 0-1.
I think of the 5 maps in the pool, this is the one where I definitely give them the favorite going in. And I think it was a must-win. We're going to Split next, where G2 had a dominant win over them prior. Things are looking tough to start for SEN.
Yeah, and especially the fact that G2 get their huge win, only dropping 2 rounds on their attacking side, that's usually weak for them.
And this was a game defined by big moments. The first half, it was all about Zekin and Narrate, but Trent, he's one of the contenders for best player in Americas right now. He was huge in that second half.
Trent is playing the best Valorant of his career right now. He has been absolutely on fire, and so consistently too. We're talking multi-frags all over the place, him taking aggressive lines consistently too, because Jogamo had a rough start to this game. It was Trent that was doing all the heavy lifting.
SEN were pulling off some heroics before Trent really heated up, and I think that it's honestly bad for SEN that they were relying on heroics to even stay in this game, because their success had come from a lot of regimented team play. That wasn't the case, and as things were falling apart, Trent was really exploiting those mistakes, finding so many crucial kills.
Yeah, he'd step up in the mid-rounds once some players had been taken off from both sides to find the windows to get back into the round. And again, if it comes to a post-plant, Trent
everyone trust the process.
Out of 10.
So G2, they take the first map of this series. This is a Sentinels who came in with a double ban advantage. And the next map we're heading to is Split. When you look at this series, Wyatt, I think this is going to be the most
Split.
G2 advantage map.
Sen's right.
On Split.
I'm trying to split and Pale definitely same maps. So if we can't win one of those, it's over. Literally. Like if we didn't win split, then we're definitely over on Pale.
We saw them against G2 the day prior.
Ascent and Haven is a bit 50-50. I mean, the last map was Icebox, which I don't mind to watch, but I don't really want to see it, you know?
13-5 performance from G2, and G2's execs were really class. Again, the way this team had sort of pre-planned a lot of their ideas, and you know, they play similar agents on most maps, right? The Breach, the Tejo, the Yoru. Jagamo's entry pathing in particular around the supportive utility of those Breach stuns and missiles coming behind him makes it so hard to play defense against.
My hope for SEN to keep this game close, or maybe even steal away this map pick, is that against MIBR, they were so much more decisive, flooding into the sites and stuffing MIBR at the chokes when they were trying to get out. That being said, that's a team running a Jett versus a team running a Yoru that could get completely past any utility that would be coming in at the choke. I'm hoping that we're going to see a better SEN here today, but this could be G2 just going up with a clean 2-0 to start this series.
SEN start on defense again this map. What are you looking to see change for them to win it this time?
I want to see them getting in front of G2's attacks, right? If G2 set plays the things that really defining their attacking side on this map, you need to benefit the fact that you're playing with the Yoru, right? That has the get out of jail free. That means stepping up into B main. That means stepping up into A main, preempting those fights, and especially in mid rounds. Sentinels can't play passive deep lines on their sites where they lack information. They need to take those calculated risks to figure out where the hit is going to be coming in and lean to that side of the map.
I want to see more from Jojimo as well. Had a pretty rough first map. He's generally excellent on the Yoru here, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. But if they're winning Haven 13-9, Haven, which should have been the best map for SEN in this pool, with
really
get in the game. This is really worrying for SEN. They need to come to life here, but not individually. They had those moments of heroics. Nerate had that sick three-piece. Zekin was white hot for most of that game.
His ace was gnarly.
It's about the team play here. It's about them as a unit.
We talked a lot about the leaders heading into this one, that Valen was really bigging up that he wanted to be a better leader than he was when he lost to Sentinels. It was clear that he showed that in their lower bracket run. And now I think this is where John has to dig deep. SEN has to go back to those hard conversations they had after the Bangkok loss and bounce back in this series.
Yeah, again, this is going to be the hardest map in the pool looking at it for Sentinels. So going into this after losing Haven, you're at a serious risk of falling down 0-2 in this finals already. Remember kickoff, that was a 5-game burner of a match, right? Going the absolute distance with SEN testing, but falling down 0-2 is so tough to come back from, even if you have maps coming up that you've won on before.
This wouldn't be the first time, however, that we see when two teams play a back-to-back series that one of them dominates on the map so they feel comfortable.
Breach, Viper, yeah, let's take... I don't think it's going to be anything new, you know?
G2, they took away their opponent's best map in this series. Now we head to theirs. Their chance to go.
Wait, there's no way this is the trophy you get for stage 1 chat in China. That was a stage 1 China trophy. Like, that is too... That's worse. That's worse than America's. I'm scared to see EMEA, though. EMEA needs more love.
Let's get back into it then here. Map 2 is coming up here for Split, and as the desk has kind of been alluding to here, you know, not a do or die situation, but, excuse me, stuff on my throat, but it is an important one for SEN to try and take away here, considering the last time these two teams matched up, G2 really did just take it by storm.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot about the battle between these two IGLs, Valen versus John Cutie, and all the history that they've had. This last time on Split was a masterclass ante from probably the coaches as well.
They're all trying to sell their bundle. Love it.
But I do really want to focus on what Ender left us with on the analyst desk. When you get rematches right after a game like that, it's the loser that goes away and looks at the VODs a lot more. So Sentinels will be looking at that VOD of how they lost on Split, how they got destroyed on Split, in fact. And I think there's some really obvious changes. I think Sentinels were playing too passively for retake on their defense side. they can swap that
Yeah,
out
nothing
easily.
new.
And the analysts
Honestly, if
talk
any
about that.
teams change their comps just for the last day of their national, then they're kind of stupid at the same time, you know?
Was really just
Like,
get into position
when you
where they
show a new comp
handle
on a
G2's
side map,
anticipation of the post-plant
you not just revealed that strategy for your next thing, right? You could have just jumped, you know, you could have jumped into the next, like for instance, like, Sentinel change, I don't know, Viper for Harbor or something stupid like that, you know? And if it works in Nationals, congrats. It probably won't work in International right now, because everyone knows. The more comps you have, the better, but we don't need to, like, I'm not really expecting anything new. Like, if we get anything new, then congrats, but we don't, then anyways.
Lessons are learned as well, and John QT can get a
You don't want to reveal things before Nationals, before International.
It's something that the desk was also talking about, I think, into the pre-show. Wyatt mentioning it, the history between John QT and Valen.
That was a bad transition. I don't know what that tail thing was.
Versus the guard, but
can we run defense first?
more facing off against each other with it all to play for. And Walker, yes, good reaction, some bit of damage done here.
Nice.
Oh, sidestep, not
Much get out at least.
so
Live those to Trent.
Yeah, that's a tight one. G2, part of their game plan this time might be to try to apply pressure to Zelsis. We've seen quite a few teams run that kind of strategy against Sentinels on Split.
Walking all the way up though, that's okay, acknowledgement of a bit of lead still. Second!
Oh my, wait, it's shooting again. Wait, it's actually huge. No way you're gonna have ace, right? No way there's never ace. No way.
Can he get the 4? TP's back
Come on.
to safety, rejoining. Rest of the pack.
And when you have a player that's on form like this, white hot to begin the map, why wouldn't you want to fight? He looks super confident, utilizing Zelsis as bait, and put Valen and Jonah P in an almost impossible spot.
Yeah. Walking but spotted. Just to the side here.
Ace. Narrate! Narrate!
Steal is ace. Zekken could have had a second ace of the series already, and Narrate just swings in and cleans it up. Fair enough. Okay. Don't give him a chance at 1v5 in you.
And the firepower, it's never been in doubt, I think, with this.
We're literally on second one right now.
Kind of mentioning.
Like, second gets 2 kills,
Gets them up
then he would hit his ult. But no, he has to get 3 kills now.
Well, of course, they lost both pistols on
Or die.
It was 13-9.
Come on, boys, come on. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, I did like that.
Mad about losing the ace. He's locked in. They might have thought that G2 were going to force this. G2, though, with no plant, no kills, they don't really have the money to go for it. So SEN, they full buy up as much as they can, just in case, but it should make this round extremely one-sided.
Salvos. Stunned us
Nice.
At least the TP back out, but Narrator's just going to be trying to hold down that line, but cleans up in the end. We'll see if that gun is retrievable. Might have just dropped down.
Where are the other players playing in sight with Narrate?
Yeah. A bit fearfully, I think, as well, with that aftershock's going to be pushing
Alright,
back away.
the Bulldog is on top of rafters. It hasn't dropped yet.
Spam, but right click,
But Stinger.
classic, and that's going to be gun reclaimed. Another layer to it, though. G2 looking to step forward once more, trying to fight for absolutely every single inch they can get.
Bulldog, no Bulldog. Outlaws, Judge, and a Stinger. This is not.
Retake is just occurring, and the guns are not exactly the weapons of choice. Still, John adjusts just in time. Over towards the top, though. That is the Sheriff singing out, and a head ripped off.
We lost this round, and this round is not even lost.
They came in full, as much as you could possibly buy for Sentinels. Nothing for G2.
We did not need to.
Talk about just flipping expectations on his head. I think, you know, Sen not going for like the 3 rifle buy, 2 pistols on the side of it, fully investing, anticipating that G2 would go for the force.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you expect that? They've been doing it all stage long, all year long.
Well, it turns out they don't even need the force, apparently. Now, I think a lot of people are going to look at this round and point at Narrate as being the player that made the mistake by playing on site when the rest of his team fell off. But I'd like them to do the opposite. I'd like Bang to be actually getting through that smoke and fighting with Narrate. I'd like some of the players in Heaven, like Zelsis, to be swinging out rafters and fighting with Narrate. You can't play retake all the time against G2. They've already proven that in the last time you played against them. So, get out there and scrap with Narrate, who clearly wanted to fight.
That early momentum, though, it's going to be gone, taken away. Wind out of the sails here for Sentinels.
Yeah, this is a devastating beginning. And once more, you know, the hard work of Zekken, he's going to be looking at it like, what more do I have to do, guys?
Yeah.
he's got an outlaw in this round, up against full armor from everybody on G2. So the outlaw force, it won't get you much done. Or at least it shouldn't, but that's what we said about G2 in the previous round, so who knows?
Save from Prior. We'll see though, might be offered a few targets. Still, the trouble is, like
Bit
you mentioned, that's
Trent.
full armor, so 10 HP survived.
But I bet they're not get hit, so it's gonna have to be
massive difference with the Salvo still in line. He's gonna be using them preemptively. He's trying to slow down Sentinels here. They want to try and flood in themselves. Difficulties. Not really too many safe places to stand against it, but already vacuuming up in terms of that space, and the time is ticking already with his spike. Good luck getting chances into this. At this point, G2 just looking to try and at least get out with the rifles and the guns into their hands. Neither chance of one of them, but we'll see if the rest of them survive. And indeed they do, and Celsius even just barely getting onto that one, so he does go down with the rest of his team.
Well, I've heard G2 tweet about the second round. Like saying, oh, we don't need stingers, it was win or something.
But G2 can afford to do that because they're wealthy. Zelsis, a bit of a...
On the channel, I mean...
Consolation prize.
5 people viewer was toxic. So, until that happens...
I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, it didn't seem particularly relevant on Haven, but when they
were
watching the second half slip away from them. And they got to make sure that this half doesn't slip away from them as well, because they started it brilliantly.
Bro, no one's actually asking you to stay here, so if you're not happy with the content, then just go, bro.
A white hot beginning, and then G2 take it away. Second with an ultimate. There's a set play that a lot of teams go for, where they Euro ult out A at the start of the round with a Paranoia. That's why you see Jorgamo here playing with Leaf, but that didn't happen. Bang really holding his ground as well, not giving up that space. That's bold, brave from him. And gives them decent info that G2 weren't really trying to take B main there.
Yeah, I think the rate was there with a good response in terms of having util to refight. Feeling like he had safety. Oh, just about missed the timing on that one. Second, he's going for seconds.
Of course he is.
Holding down towards Vents here. Drop down, that's heard.
Nice jump.
Kneecaps is all it takes here. Chopped straight down. John QT's there. Salvos. Jonah isolated ever so slightly.
The salvos were kind of a bit late.
As well.
If they do end A, second's been
nice second. Good angle.
He catches Jonah P. That spike dropped, and he still has a flash to play around.
Tiniest of angles to really work with.
30
being played around.
We're we can't be throwing his way. We need them to keep like
in a position here with a drone out wide. You've got to know exactly where they might be laying here with the stun. It's good. Right to the
guys.
Side, Trent.
Okay.
Getting away with bloody murder. Still off to the corner. That's John. Yeah, and that prior
I can't be throwing things that way like that, bro.
Still it's a 2v3 situation. G2 at least get themselves into the post plan, but more needs to be done by Leaf.
Please, someone look at ramps. Please, someone look at ramps. No, wait.
Fast play by Sentinels. They're not messing around. Trying to play this one a bit more loose.
I love that smoke on sight from Fallon.
No one watching for main. Snake bites walking through Fallon. This is so damn
oh my god.
It isn't even necessary. Leaf.
We're actually trolling. We are definitely getting VO'd.
It doesn't matter that you put this G2 team in a disadvantage.
There's no chance.
They weasel their way out.
And you just heard that Zelsis had hit 1,500 kills. Valen did it in that round, whilst also doing everything required to be able to pull off a clutch. Had support from Leaf as well, but I love the way that he played around this.
Nice, Jake! Nice call, Jonah. Let's go. Got you.
Jonah there with some kind of call. Might have been the pivot to go over towards A. Could have been something around how they wanted to play the clutch. But either way, giving credit to Jonah for that. Bang has been throwing this early smoke over towards B main. And it does feel like a major strategy of Sentinels is this control over towards the side of the map. Force a bit of utility out of G2 early. SEN have a trap play in mid. They're hoping to find a timing. Maybe off the back of Trent's drone, possibly even the salvos that often come through to vent, and then stun, and then spring.
Cheeky idea, but Jorgen's going to be the one taking that contact. He does have a get out of jail card, flash, peek, and a swing. The guns are just a bit too weak, really, for too much damage to be done there by Sentinels, but a neat idea. Doesn't really come to fruition too much.
And even that gate crash that you were mentioning, Jorgamo doesn't even bother with it because they have 3 players there looking to try to punish the trap. John, though, with a nice read.
They got a good read. They got a good read.
Where?
Great gamble. Wild curtain drops, though. Unexpected with the timing. Zekken caught. Counts down by the ankles in that spot. Still a white swing and a face out here with a fault line to try and supplement John. Up onto the corner. Just offloading all sorts of missiles, trying to slow down this approach by G2. There's 25 seconds left. There is still danger. Rolling Thunder has to be committed. G2 trying to navigate this spot nicely. Hearing that drop down though, the spam is just to try and deny. Zelsis. It's two nice ones. Need a bit more time of the essence still. You're going to try and weave your way into the site.
How long was left on time? How long was left?
Ditch attempt.
15 seconds. Bro could play for time.
Two nice ones. Need a bit more time of the essence still. You're going to try and weave
10 seconds. He could. Yeah, he actually could play time chat. Well, actually.
Bullets in the stinger. I think John would have had that. Jonah was the spike deliverer. He almost got caught in the choke. So the eco around the G2 navigate really well and get the shots coming out from Zelsis.
No, the shots from Zelsis was actually huge.
10 seconds on the clock, swings out. Make sure that Jonah can plant. A timeout here for Sentinels. It's now been 4 rounds in a row. And G2, they are still looking as dominant as the last time they played Split against SEN, but in different ways. SEN are actually trying to fight them. They're not just playing off-site retakes and allowing G2 all the control in the world. They're trying to fight them with trap plays through mid. They're trying to have Zek and contest Leaf on the lurks in A main.
And the B main control 2 with a one-way, forcing them to use util.
But at the crucial moments, it slips away from them. And G2 are still being able to get into the sites. It's a better attempt, I think, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the score. And it's difficult playing against opponents. This is their 4th time meeting G2 just this year. And Sentinels, the only time that they've beaten G2 in VCT was in that upper bracket semi-final that we just watched recently.
As we were talking about prior, Valid earned himself up as well to a nice milestone.
In a huge round for him, too.
But guns in the hands of these Sentinels players. This is the time to strike while the iron's hot. And you can stem the bleeding even better. Different util being used here by SEN to try and control B main, but flash through and G2 unscathed.
But at least you get the good notification that they're taking B main control. That flash tells you that the attackers are there, rather than just allowing G2 to contact take that.
Trying through mid.
I'm gonna be a bad thing about this.
Jiggling. It's going to be big exec lined up.
And Bang was phenomenal last time these two teams played.
They can just take damage. Wait.
Already been good
How did they take? Oh, it's because of the bubble.
No signs of life until now. Bang is going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Still with that paranoia.
Nice. Wait, what's GT doing? Jumping out full blinded? Like, what?
Making sure to follow up, but G2 not done yet, not done. But Country Mars still has a team flag.
Nice narrate. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's go.
Right back.
Now that's what you want to see from Sentinels. Bang and Narrate fighting one after another in the choke point, stuffing G2 before they can even.
Yo, what's up, Mason? How you doing, bro?
That's how SEN got the win on Ascent previously. And this is a really nice strategic adjustment. Obviously, a fumble.
Wait, how did Finley get blinded by that? That's not. He was behind it, though. It's like half behind, though.
That is what you want to
How's he pull?
That's what they didn't quite execute properly in round 2.
Good to hear, Mason. Appreciate you coming by, bro.
That's what they needed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
2,700 the bank, sometimes a half.
Leaf has no. Leaf has no armor. Oh boy. But he literally won't have anything now.
Shows you that
almost.
Maybe a little scrambled after that.
It could be a costly mistake, especially.
To be fair, I do forget to buy armor or util sometimes. So I can't blame. I can't blame for that.
Bullets. Grazing.
The chip damage though, actually kind of important because he still survives now 2 Vandal bullets.
Adds up, doesn't it? Adds up entirely.
Good damage on Leaf.
Wow, he's taking a whole load of damage in the process. Second repositions. Gate crash. Second exit plan up towards the side. Anticipated with the angle, but instant with the trade.
Really good support from G2.
It's fine.
The fact that they're making it feel like it's
a
1v1 fight and then Valent swings around the corner.
That's huge. We've got narrates, and they got Trent.
Makes it much more
Teo
I would say for the
and
defenders to hold
Breach.
on to this A ramp area.
Salvas forward here.
Nice, John.
Great proactive reclear from John. He realized
No evidence. Oh, we can actually retake so well right now.
Turn next as well. Tempo's going to be turned right up with a snake bite, hopefully.
Good delay.
Holding them back for now. It's essential that they hold on to control of B Heaven because anchoring players onto B. This is going to be a tight squeeze indeed.
Nice.
Down at that salvos. Good by Sentinels again, calling for it. Supplementary
Really
util.
They still had the Tejo ult in the back pocket to use as well.
They see the momentum change. 10 seconds left, there's nothing they can do.
John made the
The momentum change, let's go. Let's fucking go.
IGL getting the information over towards A ramp that was in fact a fake.
The momentum.
And as the time ticks down, SEN win another. They played some good rounds out the back of this tack timeout that Kaplan called. The time was low, only 35 seconds on the clock. G2 spending so much of it just trying to set Leaf up to take a fight against Zekken.
Yeah. Umming and ahhing around the map there. Sentinel's going to be glad for it though, now just one round behind.
And this time, Valen doesn't even have the money to go for full armor. So you can argue about whether it even made the difference for Leaf in the brawl over towards A main in the prior round, but I think SEN are going to be feeling pretty happy about the fact that they've got this gap down to 1, and they still have Breach Tejo ult to be able to work with.
Huge ultimates. Going to be comfortable playing a retake potentially with it. Let's see what the game plan looks like.
Well, the game plan here for G2 seems to be put all the pressure into Zekken.
Trying to clear him out to the angle!
Zekken!
Easy as said than
I didn't watch that, most of it. I saw like the last game of Ring Down. Wait.
Not the weapon, potentially, for the job, but still he gets it done with a stick.
Imagine another ace, chat. Imagine the second ace.
Ease it into it. In through mid.
Nice bang. You're aware lost the lane, no? I think he TP'd or fake.
No openings.
I mean, you can see why G2's game plan would be, let's try to target the weak area where Zekken's holding alone. And yet,
Nice, boys. Let's fucking go. 4-4. Huge momentum change.
He's absolutely done it.
Keep up, boys.
Body shots onto the player in the back, into a flick headshot on the player at the front, and then resets his aim.
Yeah, like, the second...
How nice that is onto
The second trend down is when I noticed it. It's actually pretty huge.
All signs of control so far into this map. Last few rounds all going away.
Yeah, that's lining up. Like, I get trying to do a bit of high-low or something like that, but that is not...
The last 2 rounds, they've tried to do just the same thing twice.
They had to bring 3, and it still didn't work.
That's what I'm saying, man. Next time,
Timeout.
the whole stack. Zekken might get an ace. He's been incredible. He's at the top of the scoreboard again, 9 and 6. Arguably a slightly less hot start than Haven, but who's measuring?
Yeah, undeniable, I think, in terms of it.
He's been amazing at the start of both of these.
Exactly.
But it wasn't enough for Sentinels on Haven. Once the gears really started turning for G2, they found more and more ways of being able to get around him and abuse the gaps. But this
Wait, so in the game, they actually don't use the timeout feature. That's a timeout feature chat you can use. But in the game, they don't actually, they just pause it and just go from there. That's crazy.
Into Zekken. And you could argue, all right, well, let's do something fast. Let's stun, let's salvo, let's take a ramp quickly. Well, one of the reasons why teams don't tend to do that is, what if the Breach and Tejo are there, and then they just ult you and you die, and you just lose the round within the first 5 seconds? So fast A ramp takes are notoriously difficult against Breach Tejo comps. They're gonna go for it though.
We have 4 ults, chat. We have 4 ults. It's literally 4 as well as 4 ults. It just depends on who can use them and get them down. G2 to the eco.
Round here for G2. Throwing anything at the wall here. Valen TP forwards. Line. Jump spot looking for the info. Zekken isolated into the corner. Salvos. He's going to make his position now all the more important. TP doesn't really know where Valen is playing forward. Still, he's going to get out of there. Side opened up, but as we've already mentioned, the use, or at least the ults, they should be good, but a hit in your face. Might be second guessing things here. Sentinels, they do have the tools to deal with it.
I think narrate and join ult. Easy.
Creating close sight lines to make the stingers work.
Well, Dimensional Drift even used on his own here, trying to spot out most of these players. 2 up through heaven, 1 just making his way over towards ramp. So Cornelin letting his team know it's all being cleared out nice and pretty now towards the back. It's Zekken's turn.
That's us.
Ping's going to be highlighting all sorts here, but now it is used. Armageddon on either side here, alternating. This is going to be a bit chaotic onto the side for about a moment. Can you pass your way through? Salvos denying the defuse entirely, but swinging out for
a
boys.
Come on, John.
Into the 1v1 ultimately. Time ticking, time ticking. G2.
How many ults do you use that one? John's ult.
And that is what happens when you.
Wait, what was John's ult? Was John's ult just sabotaging the team?
This time,
wait.
G2, they barrel through.
I don't know what John's ult was.
With a huge amount more utility to push Zekken away.
Like where it got used. Trent got used as well.
It doesn't matter how good your retakes are. You're going into a pit. You're going into ultimates. And if Trent's the last one alive, you're going into salvos as well. It is so difficult to win clutches against Trent. And now G2 swap things up. They've been going towards A ramp for the last 3 rounds in a row. Now, the focus elsewhere. Back towards Celsius. And the resources have been pulled away from him.
Cutting through.
Same aftershock one way over towards B main, so G2 don't get that for free. But Leaf, you're imagining, is going to be playing this one passive. But just as I say that he's calling for reinforcements from the rest of the team. Valin is so determined to make A ramp a weakness.
Yeah.
But if you're not taking it quick with the breach utility, are we not just going to see the same thing where Zekken sprays down 2?
They're contacting for it. Oh,
Okay.
Do you really want to take that fight again? Zekken is even thinking about potentially taking up the space again. Still holding down his ground with a gate crash behind. Leaf was
Nice.
set up. And as soon as he is, Zekken strikes.
And now all of that information is going to get fed over to John Cutie. They know that they're not ending A. It was Leaf alone. No trade came through. SEN can get ready for a B pop, a B split.
Now it's just sitting in this one. I watched another thingy.
They're calling a little bit easier here. Drone, gotta be careful. Broken. Jorg's not taking any chances.
Don't know one's in garage.
Sam was over towards the top here with the paranoia. Lay it down. Alongside it's going to be offloaded. Viper's Pit.
That's a huge ult.
Hiding now, blanketing the site ever so slightly here for Sentinels, but time is of the essence of G2. They need that move on. 20 seconds left, a bit of stray spam and
Just be careful above you, bro.
and gunning. And some prayers for them. Jumping down and away, round to the side.
Nice.
Now
Nice.
It's handed. A multitude of kills, all to his liking, and poor Jonah P. Not much to do in this spot.
Good boys, 5-5.
They challenged the pit and they lost.
This map is attack and defense side, chap.
Come down to timings.
I bet this map is the most balanced map. Because it literally all becomes down to your team, right? Like, because these comps are basically mirrored. Wait, are they mirrored? Actually, I think they are. Yeah, they are mirror comps. So if your attack is good, it means every team's attack will be good. Logically. But obviously everyone's different strats, everyone's different playstyle, so it all plays different. But this map is actually so like attack and defense sided.
Where they've been able to stop him was when they went fast with utility towards him.
I'm getting a lot of word kills.
I'm finding it surprising as well at this point, G2 not leaning towards trying to take mid-control, which seems weaker. Still trying to brute force their way past Zekken.
But Zekken's the same thing over and over again. He's just holding that angle and just getting away with it. Oh!
No scope, okay. Look at the draw there.
No scope, bro. My outlaw does not do that.
The fight's going to be coming hot fast.
Nice.
Here, but already lead's going to be raining down and bodies toppling and falling in through the choke points. No real chance in hell now for G2.
And this wasn't even a stinger buy for G2. It was so much of an eco, but they only had the sheriffs to work with, so not even fast through the choke point. Much less sting, and Sentinels should be good here to get up to 6.
Disciplined, Zekken's holding it. John onto the corner.
Good go, boys.
Narrate has kept hold of this breach ultimate. We're about to go into the final round of the half. G2 have been the ones, I think, running their heads into a bit of a brick wall. And Zekken's been so good. Apart from that one round, he's just had firm control over towards A ramp.
One enemy remaining. Long.
Valin, at least for the moment, pulls his troops away from that A ramp battle. They're not going to go fast in that direction, but he's been doing mid-round setups of Leaf very consistently.
They're going to take mid-control, looks like.
Leaf changes where the orb is, so that's a nice adjustment. Makes it much more difficult for Zekken to play around while the rest of his team is in mid and B.
Creeping up now onto the angles, Elsis. Here's a test for you. Sidestepping most of it, he's got the smokes to try and play around. Stray bullets not catching onto him. Slow going for now for G2, but they are getting back control towards B main.
And 2 players from Sentinels have kind of been stuck defending A ramp because of this new orb placement. Now that there's a bit of a gap in mid as well, Zekken has to pull back, has to watch vents. Because Zelsis has let that slip, but SEN are doing a good job re-clearing.
Holding up that space here, but they have given up heavy control. This does put the Sentinels players in a bit of a spot.
Well,
squeeze.
They've got the breach ult though to relieve this pressure. Narrate's got to be good with it.
He's behind most of his team though, he can't really use it to try and reactively help them out. Jogamo straight in, first into the breach, round to the side, there it is, the team's still in action!
I think.
And John QD not long for the world, Narrate! He's tucked now towards the side, a double face and discipline at
Yeah,
G2.
that one don't do anything.
It's all it takes to dismantle it. Zekken and Bang now left, see what they can do. Quick play, flash through. against this many players.
6-6.
Impossible.
It's
6
a bit
to
close
6. G2 really finding it tough, I think, to get through. A semblance of those rounds here, saved by the fact that they were able to get those openings.
Sen could have definitely set up a better triple setup on that B side to work around the breach ultimate. You saw Zelsis, and John basically died before Narek could get any value out of that.
That's a team stun.
Yeah, and
Yeah, we'll
forced
see
the
what's
breach on
all
his
right.
own teammate because the setup wasn't really there. But okay,
Nice
an even
touch.
half. Battled back and forwards.
I want
Remember,
Tauri, so I
this
know
is
what
the
to do when
half
I
where
edit
Sen
later.
got dominated before. So getting 6 rounds is actually great for them. It's so winnable to put us back at 1-1 in the series.
Even for now, we're going to find out on the other side of this just how split goes.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what comes back. Oh, I don't mean jump.
Get a £40 cassette.
I have to, was it also? What's the game that like starts dying off, like when no one touches it that much? Oh. Precise gun play. I think she just had a game with Magic G2. I'm gonna hear from that chat. Where's the right now? He just opened right up so much. Please, boys. Nice. Nice. Narrate. Not in a bad way, Chad. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. Oh. Ace. No way. I remember some of these moments. I need to watch all of it. And then what's this one? Nice. Wait, what's GT? What's GT doing? Alright, chat, it's only been almost 2 hours in the game or stream, which is 1.5 maps, and we've already got 3, 4, 5 clips already. Edit.
Finding their footing though.
We could put them out right now.
And honestly, Valen almost outcalling himself to a degree. They were absolutely tunnel visioned on trying to remove Zekin towards the tail end of that half. And so far, the Sentinels, if they can keep this up, staying 1 step ahead of G2, that's well they'll find their first map win in this best of 5.
On the pistol, looks like Sentinels want to take some A ramp control really quickly. Can be dangerous doing this into Breach Tejo, because that stun salvos at the start of the round is always a possibility.
There's a stun, there's a TP, it's countered up, yeah, you see it re-cleared, and Zekin has no get out here. Barely able to survive, not taking too much damage.
None, in fact.
And so here it is, double face stuck.
That's
good discipline. Combining forwards now and paving a way to success, open access to the A site. Everything's going to be open though, so no safe plan in that direction, but plan for main at least.
Okay, so let's take a little bit of damage.
Get to see if Sentinels can be perfect in these post-plant spots.
This is reactive, feeling the
nice,
heat there
good
from
getaway.
Now he's going to be rejoined by the rest of his team, and you're right.
John is playing so safe for the salvos, which are back in 10
nice second.
Trying to drag this one out.
Wait, John's actually in a good position.
Forwards. A lot of util being expended out towards it, and John not even creeping around for the backstab. He wants to play just for the salvo timing. Realizing that's the big advantage on top of the players that they've already taken out. Stun.
Nice, John.
John with a swing. Finally the time to
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Fuck the pistol. Let's go.
Pistol round. Earned up for Sentinels.
That's the kind of round that Valen was envisioning for quite a few of the ecos that he ran on the attack side, but it's John that pulls it out on the pistol. Going for fast A ramp pressure, then back into sight. And Sentinels, a team that are known for their retakes on this map, played the post plant beautifully here.
Wow, they don't expect the tail to sit there.
He's commenting on it. The passive position. G2 were caught unaware here, and this is an aggro play by G2. Trying to get control towards B main, and he sort of follow up. Well, it was there, but mowed down at a moment's notice.
Leaf on a very fast timing behind them. it's unlikely that that's going to be too much of a danger. And
John's already watching.
Super aware. If we're talking about the Battle of the Minds and who's one step ahead of the other, I mean, John just read that one. That's a fast play down mid in the first 30 seconds, first 20 seconds of the round. And he's on top of it. The more that he can anticipate what's going on, the better Sentinels are going to look.
Alright, we'll round that all. Well, thank fuck we don't lose pistol. Bonus or eco, whatever. Oh, Sarah, of course.
But being able to get a rifle on board here, they'll have a good bonus round buy. 3 Stingers, 2 Phantoms. If you've got a fast round to pull out of the strat book now, could be a great time to start rocking G2.
I'll say if G2 do the next 2 rounds, I'll say it could be a timeout from G2. In 2 rounds.
G2 go for the same B main control. So Sentinels were running a
I don't think they'll come out in this round when it ends.
There's the one way.
If they lose.
Oh, not even. Just a smoke in the choke point. And no aftershock used. So Sen just take B main instantly. Bang even teleporting into a spot where the aftershock would have missed. So that's nice. Bang's already 1 step ahead.
Ready to follow up on a moment's notice here with a drone broken. Sees the orb. Got to break that one, yeah. And suddenly, a lot of the bite taken out here.
Personally, I leave the Euro TPs. Like, it's a risk, but at the end of the day, most times you're going to have to kill the Euro when he TPs.
Instead, familiar scenes, but the sides swapped. The Viper on the attack, the Yoru on the defense.
All up in your face, okay. Just
What's going on?
Absolutely nothing at all there with the smokes. Langton most of mid here, but bit of spam. That's just up from B Heaven as Jonah P, I should say, looking for picks. Finds it, giving a big
Trying to wear, trying to wear.
40 seconds left though for Sentinels.
Jorg forced off the line here a little bit.
Time might start to be a problem. Trent has had to give up most of control.
Oh, John's a good spot.
Sen have got a lot of room around the map.
Please pick any more, John. Stay there, John, please, please.
They might have time for a pivot.
Nice.
That fight goes the way of John, which it does. He's already over. Zalasto steps over it, and Valin just drops him.
I got too greedy on that one.
Paranoia weaves in, Leaf with the peak. To head toppled and rolls.
Yeah, no, there's not gonna be a timeout. It's gonna be the tight this one.
With no real time to work with. 12 seconds. Creeping, crawling, walking around, but Zelsis needs to be covered into this spot in the salvos while no access whatsoever to a safe plant. Picked up by Zekin, but at this point, Fool's Errand.
A little bit damage to Valer, Trent,
by G2.
Not too damage. Some might have to force shield, some might not.
Handled there from G2, considering how much space they gave Sentinels through mid. It looked like Sen, even though they were down 4v5, could have created a lot of danger. But Valin cleans things up in his anchor spot on A. Now we get rifles on board, both teams. And Sen leaning over towards B main at the start of this round again. It looks like this time Jonah is going to go for some kind of stun or aftershock to try to control that space. It's the aftershock, bangs past it.
Yeah, tip it again. Does Valin expect it? Surely. Hearing some sound cues. Elsis. Bullet to the head, with the wall blocking most of the damage. Lucky to be alive.
And a reclear pushes Bang away in the B main. So this is now a huge fight in mid.
They're getting active, aren't they? G2.
8 players.
Looking for a brawl. Looking to define how this round goes here and now. Who can react faster? That's going to be the question. Utils forwards, flick to the side. Sentinels have got the fire in line. Not stopped. Slowed down though, minute on the mark. Got to take that spike all the way back. And okay, evacuation call for. Well, you're going to be running into Jorgamo. He hears it. Splashing around towards sewers. Drone. Couldn't break it. Had to commit. Had to get all the way the hell back out of there.
Zelsis.
TP's forwards as well. Up onto the site.
I think Zelsis took 140 there.
Seconds anticipated with the pathing. Forwards down into hell.
Oh, man.
Zelsis is the last one standing. They know exactly where he is.
Bro, how is everyone dead? What just happened? How is Zelsis, the 2 HP player, jumping across from A main to ramp, alive, then walks out onto site, alive? How is everyone dead? I saw how Zekin dies, but John, narrate. Hello? Okay, maybe not because Narrate already died.
That they won that scrap in mid.
Like, the second dies, everyone else dies. What?
End to this round.
What?
Instead, the score tied up 8-8. 100%.
Nice, boys! So predictable, bro.
Well, there you go. We've talked about it as a battle of the minds. It's all about getting ahead of your opponent, figuring out what they're going to do.
G2 going to be giving you... Okay, well, pressure mounting here by Zekin. Dimensional drift, spots out of one. Essential that Jorgamo was able to get rid of that drone, but he's still going to be stunned up into the corner. He's sticking around. Finally TPing back.
What the hell is Valen doing?
Okay, TP forwards, or at least a fast flank is called for. Not sure how Valen got there into the end, but it's a plan nevertheless. Sentinels get themselves into a tight, tucked spot. Into the post. Where's the next level of things here? It's an aftershock into the corner once more, but evacuation again. Pulling back and away, G2.
Wait, what are we actually doing?
Bleed Sentinels out.
Guys.
Time being bought, util held, and guns not at the ready here. Valen! Right from behind!
Oh my god, we're actually trolling. SEN is actually asking for 3-0.
Now for G2.
Valen getting similar
Give me
impact to the
captain
end of
timeout here.
Haven on an individual level. He omen ults into spawn so far away from that B hit. I mean, he needed the rest of his team to control the map and make sure that they didn't lose the round before his flank could come through. And they gave him that time. They played with that patience, and he delivered for them with a 3K.
Nice, Jake! That down, boy.
Top of the scoreboard for Valen, talking his talk. And a tactical timeout. It's normally Zelsis that we see standing up, throwing shade over to his opponents, playing the psychological game. I'm sure this series will start heating up even further once we get to, you know, map 3, maybe even map 4 and 5 territory.
Yeah.
At the moment, still in the early stages of this BO5. But you can see, with rounds like that, the grit.
And Sentinel's not looking for a repeat of what happened on Haven. They were in control for most of that map. For our opener in this best of 5, and they lost grip overall towards the tail end. A string of rounds being put together by G2. Currently have 3. Looking for even more. That's what the timeout's for on Sentinels, to put a stop to it.
I talked about this earlier at the very beginning of Split, but G2 are so good at anticipating Sentinel's post-plant aggression. When SEN get into a site, they will try to disrupt the retake by, you know, a variety of different tools, but a little push towards spawn with the breach utility, or a paranoia heaven and somebody gets inside the smoke and goes up ropes. You know, there's always something that they want to be doing to throw off that perfect retake their opponents are trying. But G2 are incredible at anticipating it. It ruined Sentinels last time they played on this map. And in that round, round 17, it kind of happened again. Leaf, you heard him say, way too predictable about the previous round.
A lot of respect shown here by Sentinels. Jorgamodo, operator in his hand, and he's posted up. It's a game of reactions. Game of timing! Just a shoulder or an elbow, barely peeking out. That's all he needed.
And
Throw
the drone,
immediately there.
Yeah, to try to reset him back up on the angle. Jorgamo was forced to fall back off. He didn't want to get traded, and the drone helps set him back up again. Pings as well.
Walking up for now, John's going to have that drone. Got to respect it. Again, Jorg does not want to be caught out into the open. It's a TP fast. That's Bang taking a bit of ramp control. Presence noted here by G2. They are reinforcing most of the map over towards the A side. Smoke drops. They're calling for the swing as that smoke does blossom and bloom. Jorgamo's already found the one Armageddon. Trying to push them past. But locked down into the spot. Jorgamo not to be denied. A chance of a bit of argy-bargy. He's already picked up 3 into the round now, and John QT is left to pick up those pieces. Upgrade found, but in a 1v3, what can you do? 20 seconds left, and this is the back end of the timeout. Sentinels just getting anticipated.
Wow, and he's going to make the difficult decision to save in this spot.
I've got a tweet. I've got a banger tweet chat if SEN does get VO'd or it's like legit.
Similar impact to Zekken. Incredible 3K with the operator in his hands though, rather than a Vandal. But a very different way of getting that value. Instead of getting a crazy spray down alone, Jorgamo gets the first kill, backs up, gets supported by a teammate. Then he's posted up, has to teleport away, gets supported by teammates again for a triple swing. He swung into the site with his op at the same time as 2 players swung from screens. All of the players are focused on those screens players. And then he's able to take the peak again. So much teammate support and distraction there being given so that Jorg could get his ones.
There's frustration showing on the faces of these Sentinels players. You can't blame them because you can feel it. Losing grip of the map.
And so similar to Haven. Second half running away from them. They can't find the adaptation that they need. And you can't be going down 0-2 in a BO5 where you had double map ban.
No.
It is so tough to run that reverse sweep. And the psychological stuff going on in your head as well. Thinking, how is it going wrong? We had our map pick.
Exactly. I was just talking to Valen yesterday, in fact, about it. And Valen was saying, we're not too worried about going up against a double map ban advantage, because if we take that first map, exactly what you were pointing out, Josh, is playing in the back of the heads of these players. You're thinking, where did it go wrong?
Drone going out.
And that's a spot that G2 have been in a few times as well. G2, this is their 4th time attending an America's final. Back to back to back to back.
Jog spotted, he hears it though. Jumping up towards ramp, it's going to be stun at least to relieve some of that pressure.
Cover going out.
And G2 only won 1 of those, by the way. The most recent. Lost to 100 Thieves, lost to Leviathan last year, making sure that they don't lose again.
Trying to defend this one, they don't know where the TP is, but finally, okay, set your sights onto it, Valen. He knows where this one's coming. Anchor Smoke's going to be laid down on top of it, double TP into the back. That's Paranoia.
Nice, good
Should be
trades.
onto a multitude of them. Just a clone, but not going to be faked out for too much longer. 25 seconds left. Sen.
The boys need to commit here. No kills anywhere.
Bring the moment for just a bit.
But there's so many defenders here.
Here it is, Util in their hands. Smoke's dropped
Yeah,
down,
GG's.
and Valen lights them all up. Open access to the bodies here, and a fight going all the way of G2.
Sen just got penned in a corner, herded into the back of the B site, and everybody on G2 waiting for them to make that move. They're 2 steps ahead. 5 rounds in a row. And Valen individually is having a great game. He found so much impact.
We're bouncing on each other. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Of course, I mean, they're playing off each other.
They're playing off each other so well. One person pings and the other person pongs.
Exactly. That's what they meant. That's what they meant. Don't get any funny ideas.
No, Mr. John Hyatt. Teleport up for some early vent control from Sentinels here. Looking to try to take some skirmishes rather than just end in a massive execute, because G2 have always had the read. And they haven't really been doing much of a pinch onto A-ramp. This could be nice pressure onto Trent.
Oh, Trent's got bugged out.
But Second and Bang back away. And they'll have to back away.
Do you have anything to get out of here? Yeah, the gate crushes there. Second barely out of dodge. He's just waiting for the last possible moment. Dramatic effect and all, but Sen need a bit more than that now with the drone to lead. The charge! Seconds there alongside it. Taking damage into the process. What's the next level to it? Timing taken, slipping past it, in through the smoke, and
we're getting good trades now.
Drop down is punished.
Good trade.
Sentinels though, time to shine for them. Rolling Thunder cleaving its way through the site. Now they've got the B site open access, but Trent has already weaved his way in through the back and snaps up. Reaction, and there's the follow-up. Valen's right there. Paranoia sweeps through. Narrate happy to try and step up towards it, and Valen almost there with that reaction.
Okay, there's no way we lead this one, chat. There's no way. I don't know when Johnson got this bad. I haven't seen it. There we go.
Much better round from Sentinels. They were able to generate picks before they hit the site by fighting for B heaven control. Instead of doing a bit of a non-committal take of map control and then ending with a site pop, they find a way, and they find the players that are trying to deny them that control. Leaf decided to hold his ground, and that's how Zekken got the opener. And then the trade out from Bang, that 1-2 combo that we've been seeing from Zekken and Bang, coming together nicely. Jorg is going to pick up another op. So pretty similar scenes again. And Sentinels want to start towards A-ramp, want to start putting the pressure onto him early.
Might be meeting a lot of them again, the drone. Causes issues this time. Oh my, leg shot! He's not going to be denied that kill. Shorty does the dirty work at the tail end of it, even gets out of it.
That's incredible bravery from Jorgamo sticking around as well. Rather than wondering about getting caught, suppressed, traded.
Just takes the risk, stands his ground.
And rewarded for it. Zelsis, though, has actually got himself into a decent position here. Now, of course, Jorgamo's on the other side of this. I would expect Sen to want to go back to Zelsis because he's got the Viper's Pit. If you can get onto a site, that's one of the best ultimates to turn a 4v5 in your favor. But it's another first pick that goes against Sentinels.
Well, the best pull it best ult we can actually make this so favorable for this fight.
Yeah, for the info. It must have done because Jonah P is starting to react already over there. But this is kind of nice. It's opened up the A site. It's allowed them to come back to Zelsis. And the pit could yet be Sen's favor.
30 seconds though.
30 seconds left.
This is angle anticipated either from Jonah P. You're hearing it now to rumble up through vents. Surely heard and spotted. Stun slows him down. Salvos trying to be used here. Sen are being slowed to a crawl. Got to get a move on, but you're really just being bogged down by the multitudes of util the G2 have in their back pocket. There's another one for you. Stun forwards and whipping, hopping all around. You're going to be meeting your match into the blender.
Man 13.
The stuns
There's
were
no way
way
Sen
too
wins
much for
this.
Sen to get through there. They had an idea, but they couldn't manage to execute it. They had the vision, but couldn't realize. Rolled out. Leg shot straight on and finish off with the shorty is how it opens up. We didn't talk about it too much, but on the previous map, first kills, 15 of them to G2, only 7 for Sentinels. So G2 are finding so many of these opening kills that make it really tough for Sen. And again, the score 12-9. G2 with 3 opportunities to finish, just like on Haven. It's been exact mirror of the first map.
Careful here.
Second wants to increase that tempo though here with a dimensional drift. Pings it out where the players could be. Jogamo forced back out of the fight. Happy to play the retake though. There's G2, especially with that rolling thunder forwards in their back pocket. Pit though might cause difficulties. Slow down for now here, but the salvos, paranoia. It's going to be pulled out. Sentinels trying to set themselves up nicely into this one. Random spam! That's the one player that could not go down with it. The pit dropped down. And Sentinels left lacking. Left gasping for air here. G2
yeah, geez.
Just dominant!
We thought G2 were in survival.
Smile, I ain't gonna flip out, bro. I ain't even gonna answer that. You're literally doing the oldest trick ever. And in fact, all I have to do is read the very last word and I already know what you're saying.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Back
Zero grab.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder. I am here with Josh Artzia ahead of map 2. A much different series to start. 2-0 for G2 right now. But you guys seem like you're in a realm that's just been so many games, so much playing, and possibly even things you haven't seen before. Are there any unknowns that you're working through today, seamlessly, that is?
No, I feel like we've been through it all at this point. But right now, like, yeah, we're up 2-0. We will, like, make sure, I have to make sure the guys just don't let off the gas here. They could easily reverse sweep us. They can easily just tie the map, and then it gets to their territory. They bring back the momentum. So we'll treat it like another best of one, you know, and just ignore what just happened and just focus on the next.
All right, perfect. Best of luck in the match. Thank you.
Up 2-0 G2 Esports in our grand finals here for the Stage 1 playoffs. And the question is, can they close it up with a 3-0, or will Sentinels make that reverse sweep happen? And team, this is definitely territory that I did not expect. I thought we'd be seeing maybe a 1-1, you know, maybe a little bit more of a clash here. But G2, I mean, look at this, 13-9, 13-9. It's looking clean.
It all goes back to winning that first map, taking Sentinels best early in this pool. Now they get a huge advantage of playing from 2-0 up. They go into a map that they are strong at and kind of have a chance to avoid going to the 2 maps that they lost to Sentinels to suffer their only series loss in Americas.
And they're bailed out. Another game win that comes off the back of, again, multiple eco rounds. They're able to take down Sentinels during, and also just really strong post-plant play on the first half. I was really impressed with what we saw from them here in round 4. Even in a 2-on-3, the way Valen and Leaf approach these fights is so nice, working off one another.
And throughout this map, Sentinels did not win a single retake. G2 won every post plant that they were put in. And this team, if it's a Stingers, if it's a gun, they always have really great ideas of how to play off each other.
And I love, like, Valen walking through the enemy Viper Molly to get in.
This one is on an eco. They get into the site thanks to, I think, having the best util discipline of any team in Americas. They're very often putting Jaw in positions where they're letting him kind of contact up, TP out, while not using anything. They save all their ults here and get a 5v5 post plan on an eco round that they then win out because of those ultimates that they did not waste on a site hit.
Yeah, that just Sen also have ults to play with. You understand them giving up the site, but it hurts when G2 are allowed to get such a forward position. And then again, you have Trent in a clutch situation. He's going to do it every time.
And you look at this, and G2 is winning 13-9 in back-to-back maps, despite Zekken putting up an incredible series performance. These stats are from the entire series thus far. 160 ADR on Zekken is outstanding, and that's in the face of a Jaw who's He hasn't been playing very well this series. He's not been popping off.
It's been underwhelming from Jaw, but honestly, what we saw in the second half, once he got the operator in his hands, it just made the map so hard for Sentinels to play because he kept playing really forward over in that A lobby space. Sentinels tried to walk into him a few times because he's having a tough day and he's shutting them down. Then they start playing away from him. G2 start sacking the B side of the map. It was tough.
And this is how it went last time. Jaw started slow in the last finals here in Americas, and then those last couple maps, he went crazy to close out that series.
Yeah, that being said, though, of course, massive shout out to Jogamo for how he's playing, but I do got to commend Zekken. There were rounds where they were just clearly, like, just being fed to him. And
Zekken is tryharding. He is dragging up Sentinel's round score up to 9 these maps.
He is destroying, but it is a testament to
I
how
think
good
he should have won
the team is that they're able to shut him down not once, but twice in this BO5. The question is, what answers do Sentinels have next? Good news is,
we should win the Joe. Pearl is a true map for us, but I think we are.
I do have Kaplan here just ahead of map 3. Looking at how things have been going, it's been a nail biter, but it has to be perfect from here on out. What's been preventing Sentinels from keeping that lead that they're getting and also just closing out the game in the end?
I think we're doing a really bad job executing the plans we had going in the first place. We need to just be more disciplined on that. When we do get them right, we don't close out the advantages right. So there's really not a lot of room for error when we play such a good team like G2. And then people get frustrated, me included. You know, I think we need to loosen up, but we need to dial in. We really need to be better. It's a letdown to not play our best game for everyone out there. Luckily, we have double bans. It makes it so that a 3-2 comeback feels very real. We've done it without the double bans before, but we're going to do it right now with a little bit of map advantage, hopefully.
Can't wait to see some awesome games. Good luck out there. Thank you.
And that was exactly what Coach Josh RT over on the G2 side said, Ender.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, this is a team that could easily come back and make a reverse sweep happen. And Kaplan, of course, feels that way as well.
I mean, he made it a little bit brighter towards the end, but this guy sounded really frustrated with how Sentinels were playing in that game, not following through on plans, throwing advantages. And to me, what that reeks of is Sentinels needing to have that hard talk, right? We talked about them coming back from Bangkok, Zekken sitting down with the team, rallying the troops. Like, they need someone to set them straight here going to these final 3 maps because it's not going to be easy.
You heard it as well from Kaplan. They're the only team, Sentinels, to have won from the lowers with that double ban advantage going against them. G2 now a chance to do that themselves. If they can win this 3rd map, they could 3-0 Sentinels, put a statement on this team heading into Toronto and win their 2nd trophy, be the first squad to go back-to-back.
And look, guys, G2 is just 1 map away from locking up the grand finals. Sentinels need a Herculean effort to get back into this one, but if there's one team that can pull it off, it could be the Sentinels. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we come back, we're jumping over to Pearl, and we'll see how this all shakes out. See you on the other side.
Yeah.
All the emphasis is going to be placed onto Sentinel's shoulders here in this best of 5. They're down 2 maps. It's up to them to see if they can really drag themselves up here. Some inner reserves, I think. They've been capable, and they know that they can do it. Been in spots like this before, going back in scenarios, but against G2 right now, it's serious business. Josh RT really affirming, I think, that they just need to lock this one up. Don't let your foot off the gas, because Sentinels are a team that are capable of dragging this one all the way back.
Well, here's that composition that Sentinels pioneered and almost every other team has taken up as the meta comp on Pearl, including G2, who moved away from running the chamber and have now started copying Sentinels in the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 times that we've seen them run it on Pearl. I don't think they run it quite as well as SEN do, but that might not make the difference here, because trying to reverse sweep is a large mental barrier, I think, and no team has ever lifted that trophy twice. We've had a different winner every time in Americas.
Yeah.
And G2 might be ready to do it back to back.
Sentinels were denied their chance of lifting a domestic trophy this year by G2 themselves. It's a feud that runs back deep between these two teams.
And if you think about that one, the finals of kickoff, we expected G2 to run away with it. We thought it was going to be a 2-0, maybe a 3-0 like this series could end up being. But actually, SEN dug deep and they pushed it all the way to 5, unexpectedly, and really made people take notice. This time, G2 look a step above right now, and SEN need those hidden reserves to come to the forefront.
You're in the presence here, Jorgamo. He's sticking around for quite some time. Very final moment before he eventually evacuates. Clearance in through mid and a timing, potentially there.
Oh my god, no.
Brutal. Slips out of Naraid's grasp.
They might think, though, that that was the backstab, and it's actually going to be a full B split. And that's not the case. Sentinels are running a B fake and slowly taking A main control all throughout this time. Now, Trent is
They need to convince Trent, because Trent says that they're going to know.
But because they heard so much noise towards B earlier on, he hasn't done it yet. Only just now does he drone.
Broken potentially only by Zekken, which could make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he's not calling. Well, Jogamo starts rotating over, but yeah, they're not going to realize. They're not going to realize that this is a full A pop.
Celsius wrapping around here, critical with the kill, and Jonah P.
Rash 20 out, Rash 20 pistols now.
Ends him, arc control, giving up Zekken, looking to see if he can reclaim
What's up, Mason?
that territory. It's going to make all the difference to Sentinels here. Pistol round to get the plant down, and damage has been done prior, so easy cleanup, but I didn't expect this one. Wrapping around again, second go of things, Leaf. Salvos potentially to push them back at Zekken. Handed, potential chances, bang. Potentially stealing away, but Leaf has slipped it. All the way
Do we have
through
tail
into
rockets with
John's the playmaker,
9 seconds?
all the way behind, 8 seconds on the salvos.
That's going to make a huge difference. He's missed it into the timing. Bang, though. Might be able to deny, at least with that damage done. Surely, Valen onto the defuse. Time has been missed. Salvos lay it down, Valen. Hop feet. He's got a lot to ask now in this spot. Smoke.
Nice! Let's go bang, let's go.
Takes him out.
I need to be careful with tier 2 maps. Or actually, now, because it's literally midnight right now.
And Bang rights the wrongs of so
Is
many of his
my window
teammates.
open?
Sen had 3 separate opportunities to catch one of the G2 players. First of all, Narrate coming through mid. I think he should have been able to catch one and instead got clocked in the head.
Very good.
We saw another tussle over towards Art that didn't go their way. I think that was Celsius. But Bang throughout it all, in A main, locking it down. A 4K.
You did a really good job that round of shooting them. You should do that more.
That is incredible advice. That's why they have Zekken on the team.
That's why I'm not stuck. Okay, Zekken, he's in. So fight to be taken here, but stunned up. Oh my, Jonah P's working with
Boys,
anything, just that free weaponry at
take
hand.
Zekken's advice, please. Take Zekken's advice.
All broken.
But Sen deal with the chaos quite nicely. Yeah, they've taken a bunch of damage, and John QD and Narrate's health, it might come back to bite them later on. Especially because Leaf has that Marshall playing from Flowers. But they avoided getting overwhelmed by the eco at the start of the round here. It would be devastating for them to lose this.
And there's a lot of damage done to these Sentinels players. I still think they're not out of the woods just yet. Celsius, you have to claim this kill. He does eventually get onto it.
It's not the range that the Stinger wants to be played from.
Not at all. Gets the info though, and he's going to be pressured regardless. Picked up onto a different angle.
Nice! That's snap, that's snap, that's snap.
Head's going to be found. Jorgamo does answer back.
In the meantime, Bang has taken all of this room towards B. He's realized there's nobody anchoring the site at all. Leaf has got to be playing on the opposite side of the map. Jorg might be able to find another timing.
Series of unknowns though.
Bang's aware.
As you already said, call for the rotation.
Nice.
That time, and already expecting that Jorgamo's going to be waiting, walking straight back in. Leaves it up to Leaf. Marshall in hand. 2 players will go down to a single shot. Said I've got to play this with a bit of discipline.
Spike not playing in a good spot either, so they need to
the
chill.
most healthy player, holding it first most. Off onto the corner, to the angle.
Nice, let's go boys. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Does land it.
And Bang, back-to-back rounds where he's been massively important for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Kind of recovering these rounds, actually, for them. A little bit rocky, but Sen get up to 2. And Bang's done such a great job. He has it going to the final round of this is the map. Out of any of the pool where the Cosmic Divide feels best, I think.
I'd look as onto her.
Definitely run some strategies.
Sean, once again, great job of shooting them.
Again, noted.
But also a really good job of finding a timing through on B and finding an entire empty part of the map. So this time I don't think Zekken's analysis is spot on. I don't know.
But still, Sentinels now should be set up for pretty decent bonus round. Jonah P. God. Bumbling into the walls a little bit there, but still gets away. Nice and healthy. Senna not shy whatsoever here. Willing to try and step up, Zekken. Side steps.
It's good. Make a Jonah P lose always G2.
Refight call for here. G2 trying to make sure that
nice, nice.
Space, but a rifle in hand. Bonus. There's a lot of danger to watch.
Oh my god. Wait, Celsius. Celsius. He's shooting.
How the hell is this guy still breathing?
29 HP with the regen shields. This round was supposed to be going over towards B. You could see because of where John was taking the spike. And instead, the ART players find so much success, but with Narrate falling,
yeah, surely Lee's caught here indeed. Yeah,
John took the ace. If Celsius gets his 4K, John took the ace.
In the right place at the right time with the weapon at hand. There's a chance with Celsius low enough as he is.
Spike planted.
To the post plant though, plenty of ults if Sen choose to expend. Angle watch for.
Yeah, John took the ace. That's crazy.
Absolutely massive.
Why can't Celsius shoot like this when Tens was on the team, bro? Maybe they could have won at Champions.
I wonder what Zekken's analysis of the situation's going to be. Because again, Celsius just kind of did a great job of shooting them.
We're about to find out, I think.
The reclear called. And Sen completely punishes it. I think that's a spot where G2, you know, by swinging, by taking the tempo, often are going to be favored. But Celsius hits some beauties, and he and Bang up at the top of the scoreboard with 6 apiece. And the possibility of a brawl here again. G2 doing the same kind of stuff on the eco round, looking to try to up the tempo in A main. A flash through the smoke with the horn.
Lay it down with the horns on top of it. This
nice, nice.
Has legs, but okay, it's navigated. Tumultuous at times, but Sentinels already.
Another spot where Sen hold on. Feels like G2 are constantly pushing, pressuring them, trying to force the fights on the defense, and Sen's job is just to stop them from accomplishing their goals.
Not to be faked out. Jonah P. Tucked to the side here. Chance! And a weapon handed over, but already getting a bit of a move on.
That actually could be really important, though, because when this Vice Wall gets triggered over towards B, there's going to be an opportunity to pick up some guns in A main. Now, is Leaf going to go for that? Probably not, because he'd have to take such a circuitous route. But he can be pretty deadly with the Stinger. And Jonah now has that Phantom.
Why didn't Leaf jumping like his bad
So once more, Sentinels just have to stabilize and shut down a threat.
And Leaf only has the Stinger, though. It's a long-range fight, tripled up by Sen. As you said, they only have to stabilize. Are they going to expect Jonah P right behind him? That's a question here. Move to the side.
Nice, boys. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Good. Salvage again.
G2 is not showing up now.
On top of most of this round.
They're doing a great job. 4-0 lead. And here's that flash haunt kind of play that didn't end up actually going much of the distance. John did a great job there of anticipating it, adapting under the chaos. And now they've built up so many ultimates that even if Jorgamo picks up an operator, even if Jorg goes for the op on the defense, they have Yoruult, Cosmic Divide for a B exec that would just ruin it. Instead, though, John is calling for maybe a bit of a control play over towards A.
Bring them down.
But you've got to imagine this is the round to use these ults for Sen, because you're going to break the economy of G2.
Oh, yeah.
Who's next?
To see this one splitting into over towards A. Cosmic Divide. As you already mentioned, Josh, now's the time to let those ults shine here for Sentinels. Full clearance, though. G2 giving up control, but backside is laid bare. Second. Happy to play around this spot here. Needs a bit of an evacuation policy though with the TP, and he could just be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Steel Garden, it's even better. It's all being slowed down. Sentinels, full access. Still haven't been able to get the plant on. Okay, and that might be a bit of a problem.
I mean, this might be a bit of a problem. Jorgamo coming from the flank.
Yeah.
The Vice Wall was put in place to stop a flank from mid.
Nightfall, util used. Armageddon! Can you run? Can you escape? Right into the maw. It's open access here with the rifles in hand.
Nice.
Still deafened to nothing but Sen. Happy to just all the way stand up tall and proud here. Yeah. Jorgamo's flank, not a problem anymore.
And he's got to just save the operator. He didn't give away where he was coming from. Sen might have some kind of an idea because they haven't seen him the entire time. But what an ult that was from John Cutie.
Yeah, as they kept hunting him down.
G2 were going to be able to avoid it and frag out. But Sen just had so much control there. The ultimates.
Jogamo kind of messed up a little bit. Like, he did. Like, it did take too long to flank, but just then, Sentinel didn't know he had it up. But now, like, it was more than it wasn't at the same time. Now they know there's an open play, that means they got to be careful what they do, which now means a lot more baiting and utilities are just getting done by the Sen.
And that's been missing from Sentinels, I think, these last two maps. Just trying to think one level ahead for what G2 are planning, but that extra Armageddon, like you said, place it down when a Nightfall comes out.
Time out.
It was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good. And the Yoru ult, the Astra ult are such excellent combos at being able to get into sites and not have to worry about stuff like operators, people playing in anchor positions. Now though, the ult bank is expended from Sen. It was absolutely worth it to be able to knock G2's economy. But now that when we go into the next rifle round, in round 7, Josh RT's taking a timeout to get things stabilized. And the ults are going to flip in the other direction. Now G2 are the ones in a better position. But Sen at that point are likely to be 6-0 up. And this is the exact kind of start you need if you want to pull off a reverse sweep and steal the trophy away.
I don't know how Sentinels is shooting back now in this map.
Couldn't ask for better.
No, strong beginning here for Sentinels.
It really took 2 maps for only BO5 reverse sweep this year.
Best of 5 reverse sweep leads the American history. Leviathan beating Cloud9. 2023 LCQ, I mean, that's just chiseled into the ancient annals of time, almost, at this point, weirdly enough.
Yeah, and was it relevant? No, because of the crew run.
Oh, yeah.
If Sentinels actually makes this a reverse sweep, like, if they actually makes a 3-2,
Doesn't matter.
I'm speechless.
But yeah, the point being reverse sweeps extremely difficult.
Very, very rare. Sen with a good start though towards one. Jogamo, oh, okay! Done some damage and gets out. Barely alive though. Scraped. Dropped down to barely anything in terms of health here, but an opening pick might be exactly what G2 needed.
And G2 are so good on these light buy rounds. When they played against Evil Geniuses, they were winning so many rounds like this with lower weaponry on Pearl. But most of the time they had Stingers to work with, and 3 players here with just Sheriffs.
The drone's not going to be dealt with there, so... Okay, Jorgamo's position is noted. He has to TP back it away, so open to the A site. Dimensional drift forwards, pinging out into the smoke. He's expecting a little bit of spam here, but there's some util as well to accompany it. To seize and a haunt up towards the top, delaying it. Being a possibility alongside that Armageddon. You're rolling out the red carpet at this point, and it's up to Sentinels if they can hold this one down. They're calling a reaction. They want to clear these mid players out and away, but they missed the taunt.
Nice, good trade, Bang.
It's only to 1. Traded out by Bang.
30 seconds left.
To the corner again. He needs
Is
to
it
Jonah. Jonah P.
If Bang dies, it's a nightmare.
It's not shy.
There.
Just missed the timing onto it. Sentinels are going to be aware of this.
Good help from Narrate. That's exactly
Quick, do you know what a joke is that said high thing? Because every stream for the last like week and a half, I've been getting everyone coming and saying it's said high. Is that not a joke? So I'm missing out on this.
No, they've run out of artillery at this point. They did have salvos to try to work with, but I think Trent wants to save them.
Smoke propped. Haunt dealt with, broken here. G2 scurrying around towards the back of the site. Bang.
That's Bang.
Play a bit of spam. What a flick. Jogamo, operator in hand. He's adding.
No, if he played chat up there.
Forwards, they want to know and spot where these players potentially could be. And he's seen when a raid is at least a seize. Up and over.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Let's go. We're quite shooting back. It took 2 maps to shoot back. Holy shit.
Taking away all of the sound and then throw that haunt up there, making sure that it can't really be broken. And they take the off out of
Reverse sweep is looking possible. If they give up this performance, Reverse sweep is safe possible right now.
I don't think Sen would have wanted to navigate around it without a Euro ult or an Astra ult.
Yeah.
Having said that though, Bang is having such a game.
Shot.
He's 1 away from Astra ult again. So all of
The
what I was
pre-fire?
talking about the ult situation now favouring
Yeah,
G2,
Bro's not happy.
even though they're down 0-6.
Good whistling skills, my brothers. Good
Give
whistling.
me a map? No.
Is he trying to trial to replace Kaplan?
Oh god.
He's trying to become the superstar player and the coach.
It's killing me.
Give me a minute.
He's
That's
going to be
what
giving him back rubs and bananas next.
Guns in the hands of G2 though. Was a half buy on the last. Spiny operator.
fight in A main potentially here as well.
Yeah, really clashing. An attempt towards it though, but Jonah P is already cleaned up. Out towards Art still. It's an important fight to take. That is monstrous from Bang. He's having a match here.
Back this man.
He's controlled all of that aggression. They even got the pick over towards Art, and SEN looking like they're going to sail away with a 7th.
There's no stopping them at this point. Wonderful beginning. Leaf though, Zelsis off, but okay, Zekken's there, isn't he? Can't let that go unchecked. Valin, okay, it's nice with the angle. He was pushed up, so slightly, but in that 1v2, Bang! Again. Perfect with the timing and the shots as well. That fight into A main, we already mentioned it, but that was the important piece. Sidestepping, dodging bullets.
This one's going to be for the history books if they pull off the reverse sweep with a 13-0 on Pearl. Yeah. I mean, at the moment, it looks incredible from SEN. This should
I can't tell the actual game because they were in the options are different.
More ults?
I'm stunning on him. I'm like,
I need to see the actual main map to actually.
He is. The movement's good. The aim's better. He's 12-4. Meanwhile, Zelsis was still getting some really big rounds earlier on. 10-4. G2 fighting mid on the eco. Super classic plan, and they've caught Bang in the corner. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, Zelsis in the corner.
Still, and dealing with the rate off to the side.
Yeah,
Some
Ryan.
aggro play by G2 on their own half buy, potentially something to turn the tide of the way that this map has been going.
John might be stuck, or he might find the timing on the timing here.
There you go.
Balance right
That's
there
best you're getting.
behind. Thorns are detted. Supplementary. A bit more bits and pieces are led here. Balin. Oh my, it was a silent hop up, so he wasn't quite ready with a gun up, but eventually gets it. Now just John QT, 1v4. Trent, unfortunate with the timing there. He was watching that for the longest moment, but just turned his back towards it. John QT has got a lot more to do, though, in this spot. The spike has been definitely dropped and isolated, but so are these fights. John is picking them apart here. 1v4.
He's actually still got drone to work with as well. It's tough to want to drone in any of these spots, because you don't know that your back is even going to be safe. But if he gets a bit of info, if he spots a peek, and Valin keeps walking forwards here.
Yeah. Making sure that they double up here, but the timing is missed. Re-exploration by Valin. John had chances.
That's the best you can get from me, Matt. Whether or not you actually see something,
G2
it's
play a
beyond
little
me.
bit more discipline. They tighten up. They finally get a round on the board here for Pearl. It's a map that not just eluded them, it's been haunting them, I think, as well, throughout our entire history so far this year.
It's definitely the most dramatic map for G2, isn't it? You think about big moments for G2.
Yep.
In 2025, a lot of them have happened.
It's fine, I took them 7 rounds.
But a lot of them have been
I took 7 rounds just to get 1 round. That's crazy.
crazy overtimes. Thinking about T1, thinking about
Still winnable.
Thieves.
Like, we're very winnable.
It's just kind of them getting stomped.
If we can get it to at least 9 rounds, which then.
Fought heavy through mid. Another scrap over towards A main.
A lot of bodies.
And
Next map is a SEN.
He didn't play with the op on this side of the map previously.
That's gonna scare me because last time we played a SEN, it was 10-2 and it went 10. It went to 11.
Shot. Snaps it. Bullet to the chest. Zekken is gone. Scurrying now from Sentinels to try and reclaim some of that space, but already the call is made to try and refight towards Art and Zelsis.
I feel like G2's finally working out. I think they finally realised they need to get aggressive.
Double stars laid
They've
down.
been playing way too passive, G2 has. But now they're getting aggressive, they're actually winning.
Slowed down by all that util. Sees in through the back. It's avoided. Bang's going to be slowed down himself.
He had no smokes on cooldown, so he had to recall. That means Art is so open.
Instant. It's there. Jonah P with a trade. This time the discipline is reigning supreme here from G2. They make sure to leave no gaps.
Okay, cap him at time out a minute. Oh no, like, this is a good half. 7 is actually a good amount of rounds you need. So I feel like he could save these timeouts for next half.
Giacomo's op-in has been really good today.
Because attack is normally a shithole. But the fact that attack is doing well, they might need it on defense a little bit.
Been able to string it into rounds until just then. If they close out the rest of the rounds in this half, though,
Captain just looks a little bit pissed though. He looks a little bit pissed, but he's not that
the
pissed.
damage of the 7-0 is almost completely repaired.
G2 getting active once more, all the way through. Doesn't care about the team damage from their own salvos. The horn a little bit delayed in the making, but Jorg's here. Flown into the face. Will Bang be baited? Not quite. He's white. Swinging!
That's Bang.
Oh my god!
I mean, Bang got 2 kills back then.
That's collateral damage. Difference maker for it. Leaf now Wants to try and get ahead of this timing, but this is all fake pressure. Just a clone that was laid down prior. These players at G2 are going to be trying to re-clear some of this space, but...
Wait, surely they get redone, right? 2 people are on A. Logically, if you get 2 on A, you hit A, you know? So...
Even though they're in the 3v5,
G2, are you not going to read it?
Force ultimates out. If you can. I mean, winning the round would be
I
amazing.
mean, it's starting to now because they're going to be the main space, but...
At least make it dangerous, make it costly.
The ultimate util spells it all out here towards Lee.
Nice second.
Oh, the bullets!
How is that possible?
He rattles them into the chest of Zekken and still he wins the fight.
That's such a good kill for Zekken to get.
Backside controls now theirs in a 2v5. Highly unlikely here for G2 still make a good go of things here. But
nice house. There we go, we're shooting back again.
Sentinels up to 8.
GT has to find a perfect balance of aggression. They get too aggressive, they're going to get a situation like that. But if they play passive, they lose. If they get like aggression where it's not too aggressive but not too like passive, they're fine. Like right then, they kind of like overstayed their stay, you know? They picked up way too much for a second.
But they're trying to really push through and apply a lot of pressure onto the player that's holding that extremity. But Bang is just, he's got their number.
He can't be denied. He's rooted to the spot and still winning these fights.
Let's get one more under it, boys. Let's get one more. Getting 2 more as possible, but let's get one more.
It worked for them last time, but they've got to try and make another go of it. This time, though, bit of trouble because Zekken, conventional drift forward, spotted out the players. Gives his team the information to work with.
You are divided.
Even clear out most of the way.
Really good ult combo again. The Yoru ult into the Astra ult, and you just get the whole side for free. Zelsis still has his to work with if things get difficult, but Bang fell.
Yeah, finally, yep. Top.
How did Bang drop?
Here, Jorgamo with his own ult as well. He's trying to flip this one all
What
the way around.
lose? What do you mean?
Isolated in towards the back, and Jorgamo has cleaned him up, but the Steel Garden was
As
still
in this map, or do you mean as in the entire thing?
Cut away here from Sen, but
Weird
finally
map.
fading, returning to their senses, and Narrate, gone walkabouts, rewarded. Once up and over towards the top. Difficulties now for G2. They still want to try and make a go of this one, but the reveal is Big Trend! Snaps to the side, a quick 180, dodging, juking, Armageddon though. Lays it down by some time, sidestepped, he's low enough himself. Salvos, Jonah B!
Nice.
He's denied for it, but he's earned himself at least half his team for it. Potentially a chance for Trent time of the essence ticking down! And
Well, nothing special really. I mean, they qualified to Toronto, so they're going to Toronto. All it is, it just means Sentinels get a second seed in Toronto, that's it.
One more round left in this half.
It's so difficult to beat Trent in these clutch situations, but John
does really.
it.
Like, if Sen loses, it's whatever.
Masterfully plays with the sight lines.
Like, honestly, Sen could have stopped trying 3 days ago.
Look at him jiggling only on
Whenever they made G2 go to lowers, that's when Sen could have stopped. No, it was in my. Wait, yeah. When G2 got dropped into lowers by Sen, that's when Sen could have stopped trying.
0-2 in this series seems to have evaporated off their shoulders. They're playing loose. And they're doing a good job at controlling G2, who are once again trying to force the fight.
Yeah, forwards up here, trying to take this one with the bodies, and they do have the guns at hand here, obtaining a couple of upgrades, but that's a big presence to showcase.
Billion,
No fast
Trent
reaction from Sentinels.
Well, fairly quick reaction though.
Not from John, not from Sosa, not from Derek.
All the way deep. He's past this drone re-clear.
It doesn't click on. There's an awareness here from G2 that they have lost control of this one. You can see it in the way that Jorg is holding towards sewers.
But the Sen players are super confident. You know, Zelsis is walking all the way up, triggering the wall, not worried about being punished. It feels like Sen have the liberty to walk around and take individual fights because they've been winning so many of them.
Juggerman, waiting.
The ults, though, are in G2's favor. The players as well, the numbers.
It's actually a good spot to hold, actually, because other people do actually walk through that, just no one actually really, like, expects it that much sometimes. Nice else.
It's just moments like
Lynn's
that.
half HP.
Should have had him dead to rights.
There's no stopping.
Oh wait, Trent could actually ult main. If they all go to main, I thought they need to get out, like, they need to play somewhere where no one's going to fit them to be in.
Damaged in the process towards this
They can't play site, they can't go main, because that's where 2 places are, where it's likely to be a Trent ult.
Tucked onto the side because of that cosmic divide. It's just been laid down now, but Trent does have the right tool for the job again. Pushing them forwards, out into the open. Salvos.
What?
Braying! Zelsis has
Bro.
got away with murder!
What the?
He did it earlier in the half as well.
Nah.
And he's rocketed up to the top of the scoreboard to join Bang.
How?
The 2 of them have been untouchable here on Pearl. You might have thought earlier today.
This was looking like a G2 round.
It it was on the maps that they ended up losing, weirdly enough. Here, a 10-2 half powered by Zelzis and Bang, shutting down aggression from G2.
Yeah, even he's confused.
SEN right now look like the kings of Pearl. G2, a mere copy.
Everyone's loving it up.
Absolutely no denying the player form right now from Sentinels. They've earned themselves
10-2.
here.
Oh, we can't lose this one. Come on, boys. 2
somewhere.
rounds at OT.
Great way to begin.
You want to check that trophy? That was last year's trophy. That's the one that Lev got, I think it was.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hang on, let me look at this. Look at the VLR. Who won last year's
Can you hear me now?
Madrid? And then I look at Americas. Stage 2. Stage 1. Kickoff. Oh, who won kickoff? SEN. There wasn't a trophy for kickoff. I don't think. Wait, G2 wasn't in kickoff? Wait, who? Oh wait, that's because they didn't. Yeah, no man. What stage 1? Last year stage 1 was 100 Thieves. They didn't. They got a good trophy. Stage 2, yeah, Lev. The trophy what Lev got last year is the same as we're getting this year. There's no difference. Yo, what's up, bro? Thank you for the prime sub. Much appreciated. Cool, Dad. What ad? What was the ad? I don't really pay attention.
Secured their tickets to Toronto, but you can too as well. And tickets are on sale. Make sure you scan that QR code that's on your screen to secure your spot at the second biggest global event of the year. And we're making sure that we're buffering out the playing ground ever so slightly. No
yeah, the trophy we got this year is the same as last year's. Kind of shit.
Doing his job with the Zamboni.
Great job.
I mean, it's better than EMEA's from last year. EMEA's trophy last year was actually just.
It sickens me. It does.
EMEA trophy beats
Get off the stage.
Like anything beats this trophy.
Yeah,
it's going to be a joy to watch these teams playing a Masters Toronto. And this is another opportunity for them to
anything beats this.
And grab a trophy before they get there. But also, in context of that tournament,
so I guess it's better than that one, I guess.
Whoever wins this gets to skip the Swiss stage. And you were mentioning earlier, Brent, we're expecting a pretty big meta shift heading into Masters
that's crazy.
Whoever skips
hey,
the
someone has to get the money somehow, you know.
What all the other teams come up with and adjust without having the pressure of maybe being eliminated from the tournament early.
That's an extra element. It's a huge
There's no way we lose a 10-2, right?
Especially a team like G2, heavily reliant on the Tejo plays. We know he's going to be nerfed. Meta will be shifting.
What'd you up to, Conix? You have plans today?
And I'm sure it's going to affect all the teams. But here and now, this is the composition that teams have settled on for Pearl. And SEN, they are the masters of it. A 10-2 dismantling in the first half. And G2 playing a very slow beginning here. Looking to see where Sentinels are playing. Zekan set up to try to punish any kind of bait play on the Vice wall.
I mean, you're not a fast time chatter. And then the KRZ. That's what I remember your like. Which were socials was. I think you had what KRZ when you was in adapt or something like that.
Salvo's onto the corner.
I remember seeing your KRZ like around social somewhere.
Just a tad.
I'll be honest, the HM did cover me off. I was trying to think how to pronounce it, and I realised it was you after.
Turn of the heat there towards outside lane. Spike's going to be dropped down but recovered. 25 seconds left. Your options to pivot are limited if you are G2.
But there's nobody actually defending A.
Or
wait, what was that? Oh, that's good TP from Zek actually. Not the game talking about.
Hear it and yeah, okay.
Where's TP that last second?
This plant is going to go down without a hitch. G2 with an opportunity of winning a 4v5.
Oh, I love how Sen's just literally all sitting in that spawn waiting.
A heist before our eyes, to be honest.
Don't know how they got away with that. Valin, he's looking to try to make the play. And John thinking about it, watching for it. The two
John knows.
Trying to find the timing. It's all about the mind games here, and what a flash as well. Leap forwards with the fight. Crossfire setup's going to be set up with him and Trent as well. Just a slight
John still knows.
Backing away. Trying to hope that these players open themselves up into the more, into the classics in hand. Reloads but saved. Trying off to the side and Leaf has not been denied. Nothing can take this guy down now.
3 bullets.
1v2, John. 3 bullets left to do it all. Raps his way. How the hell does that happen?
Unlucky.
Leaf! It's ridiculous!
Let's see him. I was watching G2 plus SEN. See who's getting the fast seed for next international.
SEN just didn't think they would go.
A little bit mad for Sentinels is trolling, but
instead, 4v5
it's all good.
Down and Leaf picks up 4 kills.
Saving the big guns for when I go to international.
And even finding that timing through water.
Can't really change it. Yeah, I don't know either.
With a pistol.
Like, I'm pretty sure. I think it's like when you have to trick shot C, you change it, no?
The gap is still 7.
I think when I first reached out to you to join like as a trick shotter, I think you had KLZ. So it's probably around that area, no? So that was late 2020. Actually, no, when was that? Yeah, we didn't reach out about the trick shot thing. So 24 is when I stepped down from management. So yeah, it's 23 in it.
Filled up the feed in their name.
I think whenever you left the trick shot com is when you kind of like change it.
Spotted out.
I think. I don't know.
Swarmed into the spot, and this is it. G2 just really rushing into
It's
things.
actually still I don't know how the fuck we're winning this round, but
they were in, and Sentinels are going to be calling for this, and it's going to be a 3-2-1 swing together.
nice. It's good, John.
That makes 11.
Well, if there was any hope of a G2 comeback from a 10-2 half,
I feel you as well.
should have put the
On my old PC, I had what was it? I remember what it's called. I had a trick shot simulator to go back in trick shot. Like I wasn't ready to try and play Fortnite that much. Like there's no trick shot seasons or anything. And then it got to the point where I felt like way too sad on that game, so I hopped off it and went to Valorant. I do miss trick shotting, I'll be honest. Like there's so much fun times trick shotting. It does get boring now and then to trick shot, especially when it's like the same thing over again. Like, you know, you spawn in, kill what, 99 bots or, you know, how many bots, and then trick shot, LTMs, you gotta hope someone's actually nice to let you live and all that stuff.
Is going to be talking to them here about how they can pick themselves up and maybe try to make something.
Like, there's some good trick shots right now in Fortnite, but it's not.
But it looks
it's not that great, I'll be honest.
Miles away. Of course, Josh is going to be telling them 1 round at a time is all it takes, but for Sentinels, is exactly
like, what
they needed. Weirdly enough, as well, with the way that the map veto landed and laid out, you end up with the 2 maps.
Yeah, like, problem like killing all the bots and like having to deal with the average experience trying to trick shot. Like, just hitting the shots, building it.
And of course, sometimes,
you know, the in-between moments, it's all fun. I've had more fun actually, like, killing the bots. Like, whenever I trick shotted, it's normally with like 2 or 3 people, so it's always like fun to like the conversation we normally have between the like battle bus to the end.
We're set up still for an extremely competitive series.
And then like there's a few times where me and my friends will try like sabotage each other's trick shot. I think all my friends were going for like a spire trick shot, I think it was. And then like I shot him off the edge with a UFO cannon. And then he actually hits the shot by accident. Like just like all dumb stuff really. It's all fun.
They're trying to catch a player that might be playing over towards mid. You know, somebody.
It's a shame for Fortnite would never get back to that day though.
But instead, it's a vice wall here, and they've managed to find the other side of it. So full mid control for G2.
Not like sabotaging, but like just like trolling a little bit. I think we had like a big zone. I think we had. Hold on, let me see if I can try to find it. It was during chapter 2. It's like it's one of the seasons we had the UFOs, but also had spire towers. I don't think it was LTM either.
G2 onto the side here with a bit of a plan of their own, as long as there's no funny business.
I have it on this account, right?
Down, straight bullets slowing down Valin, but he's still alive, and now.
Alright, cool. Now we're gonna look for a UFO.
And we're gonna see it. Salvo's up in 15.
Yeah,
or trick shot or anything in that tile.
You have people at close range with stingers.
Not that one.
It's a hard retake for SEN to win.
Luckily my old YouTube still has all like... Oh, okay, well, it's kind of a loss.
Just shuts the door in the face of Sentinels. No chance for them to even get going.
Yeah, I want to watch this brand out real quick. Oh wait, no, Band's just saving. Yeah, let me...
But G2, if you give them a sight, their
post-game
play is almost impossible to deconstruct. And I think that's
I
why
can't remember what he's going
match
for.
up so well against
Involved the Spire and those like wooden balls, and then yeah. It's just like not like actual like sabotaging, but like just like trolling, having fun. Oh, here's a small zone. No man.
And this is the post plant.
I don't know what he's going for, but he accidentally hit.
Stingers inside smoke.
It's just stuff like that really we try and do.
But SEN still have a 7-round lead. And a 7-round lead is going to be really, really difficult.
When the joke actually goes wrong, it's just that kind of shit we do really, innit?
It can happen anywhere. G2 are well aware of that, but the amount of Thrifties have been winning on Pearl recently. Jorgamo full sprints forwards, trying to catch a time and pass the salvos.
Jog.
Grab that A main control.
No, I don't know.
Good early kill onto the drone as well, so he's not worried about being suppressed. Still has a gate crash.
No TP out.
But he's taken 100 damage. He's down to only 50.
Yeah.
I don't think Jogamo's going to use his TP to get out of that area.
Staring off at each other, a wall in the way.
Have they tracked the money well?
They are expecting him to.
Has opted into the operator. Potentially, but could be missed here.
Ooh, they mashed up.
He's trying to get posted up onto the A line. A lot of util expended. TP back.
Bit of Shimon. It's a bit random right now. Like Twitch is still alright, but obviously not much difference really. Like there are a few times where I do feel like my streams do get prioritized a little bit, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, a second. I'm still pretty sure like Twitch doesn't really like help too much with like getting you showing up a bit more. YouTube vertical helps a lot.
Quick tap.
Like the vertical on YouTube is like TikTok's one really.
Somehow Leaf gets that one second.
I've played more growth streaming vertical on YouTube than I have on any like platform horizontally. Like when the vertical stream first came out, in 2 days I was already up 300 subs just from streaming.
Fire over the shoulder. Just takes out Bang, and he's caught a timing of his
It's the kind of people you want
own
though.
around.
I mean, whatever your community is mostly on, if you still know, then go for that. But like if you want like growth, then do YouTube. You can do more streams if you want.
Forwards, he's going to be done. And here's those salvos, like you were saying, delayed.
For me, whenever I go live on YouTube, I always set up a Twitch stream. When I go on TikTok, I normally do Twitch. If I'm playing like Valorant, then I normally do TikTok and YouTube, and sometimes Twitch. I do forget sometimes I have like 2 chats open. So I try to like avoid doing 3 streams, because I'm definitely going to ignore 1 chat. I think last time I streamed on Twitch, TikTok and YouTube same time, I ignored the YouTube chat fully. I think my Twitch was like active. Like the messages were coming in a bit like fast on YouTube, TikTok and Twitch, but I was like ignoring YouTube. I thought the YouTube chat was the TikTok one, I'll be honest.
So SEN, they get dropped down onto a low eco. They lose all of their rifles, including the operator that they were going to work with. And I think they've also got.
I don't know how people like. I'll show you this real quick. Let me.
It's one thing to say they're massively in the lead. It's absolutely true. They had a phenomenal first half. But you still need to be fighting people as they enter the choke points, as they enter the sites. I think it's pretty similar analysis to what we were talking about on Split. You can't just play off. You can't allow yourself to be pushed away too much because the G2 post plants are so good.
Kaplan feeling the need to take the time out here because again, the advice that's obviously Josh RT was trying to offer up to his team before they got into Pearl. Can't let your foot off the gas. Same can be said here for Sentinels. Doesn't matter how close you are to that finish line to closing out Pearl, getting it into the next map, which is Ascent. G2 are also aware they can run it back 1 round at a time. That's all it takes.
Just do this.
Cannot give these teams ins.
How long we've got? 20 seconds. That's enough time. Like, if I show you this real quick, like whenever I'm like playing all that shit, this is what I see, right? I've got this monitor, and then that. So it's kind of hard for me to like see the 3 chats at the same time. But Twitch one there, YouTube there. If I have TikTok or like another one, it normally goes like around here somewhere. So like that monitor kind of blocks, which is kind of like,
the more they can farm, the better they'll be. And it did look like John was maybe making a little play for it there. Got pushed back.
Util by both.
Honestly, I say waiting on Twitch, honestly. Like,
to the beginning,
I'm pretty sure most of the community is Twitch now.
Barrier started for both of them, no space.
Oh, and there's the full quick code thing. Go about that, I'll be honest.
Mid. SEN, they're troubled up looking, hoping that somebody will walk into them through mid, but G2 are going in a different spot.
Like, probably...
It's a really common eco play to try to take the fight.
Like, if you get back into streaming,
so I think SEN are just doing a variation.
definitely do like a Twitch one. Tweet about it a little bit, maybe, and then just go from there, really, innit?
The mid round gives Leaf a lot of information that
Non-existent. I mean, I'm sure you probably got some people, right, who would like immediately like, jump back in, right?
Now, after the Vice Flash, this is where John calls for them to
Like, I know a few people, I'll definitely jump into their stream if they come back. Like, immediately. Like, the second I see a noti, I'm straight in.
Where G2 making moves over towards the B site. Players are a while away. Nothing used by SEN either to push this one back.
I feel like in Shotcom, you're probably like
window where nobody was going to be watching for him, but he's
probably one of the most watched ones, or like one people kind of like know.
hoping for kills so that we can get closer to ults.
Like obviously, it's not like Marchie. Like if Marchie comes back right now, everyone's gonna watch. But you know, oh wait, there's no way we're losing this one. There's no way it's gonna be 11-6.
No one can really step over that line.
We're an eco. We're an eco.
Gonna have it in his mind. He doesn't really want to go down to them either. He'd hope to let's go down to the spike, but he's revealed.
I feel like you definitely have a few people in your community who would like definitely jump straight back in if you did start streaming again.
They are.
Like everyone's definitely got a community somewhere. It's just like I know aware of it kind of thing, you know.
But if you're never forcing them out of G2, that round's actually going to be dead even. Yeah. It's just going to be chaos. Ults on either side.
Feno! I love it.
Is this round 18 the spot where SEN tried to invest Euro ult? Or do they want to save it for something where they've got a bit more backup?
What's the odds we have? 2 seconds.
Spots. These are the tough decisions for John.
Juggermo, Juniper, Leaf.
Because G2, they have everything to win this round. I mean, Jorg can crack open a site for them, and they've got good ults for post-plant or to stop retakes from coming through.
Even Leaf.
They've got to have more focus toward mid and A.
The outlaw the most when they're tracking the money.
Like basically look down.
Players are Sentinels on half armor, so could do some damage with that one on top of it here. Dimensional Drift clears the way, spots out 3. Do you call it cancel? Do you want to hard commit into this? Back through into it. Bang. He's not shy, he's not scared, but now we'll have to back away. He was a thorns by his side. Stand up, spam into the corner. There's no real chance for him there. Too much util. Kitchen sink being thrown at him in the process. Jorgamo's earned his team a bit of a foothold as well. Calling for the pause as well and causing a re-clearance called for here by SEN. Wide face, John. Just step up to it.
Where's this util getting used?
Laid into the back along with the pull. No players going to be calling praise to this one. It's up to John to stand down against most of this team. G2 starting to get their footing again. To this side, slowly but surely the discipline is there. Make sure that they can. And
okay, still crushable.
Whips it back around. Zelsis doesn't expect that. G2, they are clawing this one back. Their start, at least there has to be a bit of
I can't be able to take it down at the moment. I'm looking at getting more 9 leaves soon anyway to like add more tech design. Just get rid of it.
That they did force so many ults out here. And John
like, I haven't taken it down yet, only because of like can't be bothered. Cause, like obviously 9 leaves can damage the wall. I learned from Jambi.
They made it costly. They're gonna decide themselves to force up.
I think he had like TikTok logo in the background. I think he did, and he moved his like sample around, and there's like a giant wall in his background, like a giant hole in it.
Where they stop the G2 comeback.
So I'm just looking at getting more 9 leaves to hide it.
You lose this, your money's gonna be butchered here, and even though it is only 2 rounds.
Because I know if I damage my wall, and that's one for like the what do you call it?
No more second chances if Sentinels end up losing this map. It goes out of their grip.
Braining. But I think filling holes in the wall. I know if I ask my mum for that, she could be concerned on why I need it. And when she sees, then yeah, I look ready for that.
Deeper wall though being placed by Zelsis. It's not going to make the same mistake as last time where they took the time in past.
That's why at the moment I got like a Valorant gun in the background, just like kind of behind it.
Sentinels are putting a pre
or like in front of it to hide it.
That B-long control. Second at the forefront of it. Drone gets broken. Very much far forward here with a steel guard and Zelsis.
I take this off as well.
A bit of a move on. He's still going to be caught though, so he's not going to have a gun to try and help Zekken out into this spot. Zekken very much alone. Util.
There, because it kind of looked weird.
Forced out of him just to try and get the hell out of there. Plays making a bit of a wrap around and a move around. Sentinels haven't given up a lot of map control though.
Put on the edge, because it looks a bit weird like that.
G2 might find themselves in a bit of a trap.
30 seconds
War chords, it's fakes on fakes, obfuscating where the intention is. G2.
When I had an early leaves, I wasn't really too sure what design I want to go for.
Space is still being held down.
So I just put it in for knockout.
It's not expected. What a play! That's so
Bro,
sick.
that...
Past the cosmic
Wait,
divide.
that ult was actually so...
Completely hides the
Wait,
intent.
that ult is so random. That ult is so weird.
They might have just delivered
I would
a
not...
death blow here to Sentinels.
Like, that's almost like not even a... Oh, that's like...
It has to be the full investment.
I don't even know.
What's the case
That's
with
so
the
weird.
economy? Nightfall up and over. A lot of queues cut away, but the util's going to be broken down anyway.
I don't think we're getting this round either.
The top Sentinels are going to be doubled
I
up
think it'll be
by
8-11.
here a thing. You have to rely on it. Raw reaction times.
Yeah, it could be
The
8-11.
crossfire setup is there.
There's no way this
G2,
goes to OT. Or like,
nothing
just loses
slip.
Shadell.
They hear it scurrying away. The rifles to remain. At this point, it's becoming a reality. G2, they're feeling empowered.
That was such
Yeah, I actually can't believe what happened either. Like,
from G2. The
like when it happened, there's like so many questions in my head. Like, was you know how like Mitch was like so positive, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like the first thing that came to my head was like, was all of that actually true, or was that more like a character behind the scene, you know? Like, was he always one, or was it like did something happen in NorCal that kind of led him down that path, you know?
Josh is writing that one down. Wait, we've got to run that one again.
So wait a minute. Yeah, okay, they think it's A. It's
Like
a fake.
so many random like things happen. It's like what the fuck.
Good. I mean, yeah.
When I woke up, I can't remember who I saw left the team. And then the tweet started getting like a bit more like,
Sentinels on our screen here.
what do you call it, common, like seeing a lot of like people leaving NorCal and that.
This is a worrying sign.
And then I saw teams talking about like, oh hey, for anyone who left NorCal, we've got opportunities for you. I'm like, okay. And then that's when I opened up like more into it. That's when I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck?
They used the Euro ult and the Fade ult to try to retake, but they're still gonna get up to about 3 in this round.
Like I feel bad for any other people in the like the team or wasn't team that hasn't got like any new opportunities or offers yet. Because like there's quite a few of them who actually do deserve like chance. But like many of them are getting blamed because of the obviously the match thing in it. So
finally, Sentinels will have some level of an ult.
like, if I'm not mistaken as well, I think a few people at the NorCal house was like, I wouldn't say that was hold like hostage to an extent. But apparently there was people like outside of NorCal house with guns and everything, like kind of like sitting there waiting for Mitch to come out of the house or something like that.
Jonah P, risky here. You're up against the weaker buy. He is so far forwards, but immediately backing away.
Yeah, it's kind of went privated.
Could be dangerous if Sen were ready to really jump on the opportunity, but seeing it salvaged into the back is a fast play. All in.
Like I've been looking at it a little bit. I think in the first week and a half, I was looking at Twitter daily to kind of see if there's any news or anything. I can't expect him to come out and be like a pudgy tweet or something. Nothing happens. But then if the account goes privated, I get unfollowed and then he follows me like a day later.
G2 will be up to 9 as a result of it.
And I said previously, round 19 had
Yeah,
to be
apparently
stop the G2 comeback.
There was, I don't know like exact reason. Like I kind of get like if you like live in a house with someone, you should kind of know them a little bit more better. But like standing outside the house with guns and everything, and like waiting for Mitch to come out of the house is kind of stupid. Like you know Mitch is arrested, you know he's not at a house. So clearly you're not at a house or something. You're just like out there for something stupid, you know.
They have almost everything.
I can't remember who it was though.
The problem is
he was at the house.
So well. Yeah.
Like, I don't even know who was even like in the house in general. Like when it first happened, like before that shit.
Tempo increase.
And Narrate,
I think there's actually people in the house, man.
Stressed as we saw him earlier on in the year. He wears his heart on his sleeve, but you can tell that the pressure's getting to him a bit.
Apparently,
down 0-2 in the series.
A few people left before Mitch got arrested, and then the ones who hadn't left yet are still in the house, and they're the ones who got like basically held hostage.
For good reasons, but as you said, it's starting to crack.
You know, I don't know anyone in the house. The only one I know was like the old house. We had like what bowling in it. I think he was in the house, wasn't he?
Maintained for now by Zekin. G2 showing presence.
Like when there was the G-Fuel house and then the NorCal house, that's the one that I know. But like the most recent one, I have no idea what that one was.
I quite like because Jogamo's been going for Hall's teleports, which means that the rest of the team isn't really going to have that Yoru flash to go through the smoke. Do they mix things up? Bang takes the timing inside.
All grouped up, Bang. You've been a playmaker, and you are once
Bang.
more. Two immediately ripped away.
2 HP.
Dodging and weaving his bullets,
Oh my God.
whistling past his grave.
Bro's actually in the Matrix.
Limping out of the fight for now.
We can actually get OT here.
But he's bought time and a lifeline.
As long as we
The
don't
Sentinels
end it
themselves.
on a
It's what they needed.
loss, I ain't happy. I ain't like bothered by this.
30 seconds left.
Straight spam again.
The damage to villain.
Any player at G2 could fall at a moment's notice, but now here it is. Second wave of the Utah once more off to the corner. That's a stun. Bang! Still, where's the
I think
response?
when I
Still
left
Gardner's there.
the
No weapons
knockout
at all.
community, which was like
Another walk through, surely
2023,
in hand, Trent does
I
the
think,
best
like
he
early in
possibly
January.
can. But finally,
That's
the
when I
tipping
kind of like
point.
started fading out a little bit more.
And it wasn't the ults that made the difference in the end. Celsius throws his in, but it's all
I think it was
Bang.
like just before like the Apex Legends thing happened, like that tournament I went into in London.
Bang figures out a little
Around that
gap
time when I kind of like
Small
left the
window of
community and I have no idea what's going on.
where Jorgamo was prepping that
Like I said, I
flash
still had like Jimmy and a few
pop out
others
the
in the
smoke.
community that I was talking to on a daily
crashes them.
basis. And when they try to talk to me about like a few members or like what's going on in the com, I'm like, bro, I have no idea what you're on about. Like, I don't know any people you're mentioning. I don't know, you know, like the content or anything. I have no idea what's going on.
Sentinels. It's almost everything thrown at them. On either side here for G2.
Like, I think it got to a point where I probably knew more people outside of the team than I actually knew in the team. Because normally I would know like everyone who's in the team, like when they join, leave, you know, what position they are, if like they're content creator, if they're, you know, management, if they're, you know, some sort of new team. Wait a second.
It's about how they absorb this now. It's a gambit to be played, but
Okay.
around swings on its
Okay,
head.
got to the point where they, like, I knew no one. The people I knew, probably like 6, maybe 7 people actually. Like if you don't count like Mitch, Levi,
Spam into the corner. Spot over and over. Bang.
Bowling,
Trying to spam
and
it down,
then
leaves it
I've
just down
known
to
like 6
Celsius.
other people
It's too much drop
outside
again.
management basically.
G2 not done yet.
Deciding to turn up the tempo massively there, putting crazy early round pressure on with the Tejo ultimate.
I mean, I would hope you know your teammates, bro.
Sentinels tried to throw the kitchen sink at G2. Here's those 2 kills though.
That 2 kills
I
actually
really like
huge.
what they're going for. A prowler,
It's got a T at least.
draw all of the eyes forwards, and then a Yoru flash
Come back for a
afterwards.
month and leave again.
The combo
I'll
is
come back to
good,
the community
but
for like
Jorgamo spams 2 of the Sentinel players down
probably like
against
10
the
minutes to try and understand everything. Well, not 10 minutes, but like half an hour to an hour. And then I'm
This
gone
is all
again.
going to come down to the final round, Bren, as to whether or not we go to OT.
Unless SEN can pull out some sort of miracle, we've seen it before. Extra information, narrate.
Good
Raiden
damage.
Switch, hoping that they wouldn't expect him to just be creeping up there, but no damage. No kill, I should say. Damage definitely done to Leaf.
Sen so fast to try to respond to this, thinking that it was going to be one of the B execs that G2 have been running.
Pop
A
and pass.
re-clear too. They have too many bodies on this side of the map. They needed the info. They need to spread the defense out again.
That reminds me.
Causing all sorts of mayhem.
Are you catching with Levi?
Making all sorts of noise as well. He's
Well, I've
been
been talking to him for the last
boxing,
like,
but happy to fast
I don't know.
rotate to try and
I
follow
haven't
where
been
the
talking to him
action
now.
could go.
I've been playing Valorant with him like on a daily basis almost.
The spike
For the last
still
like 3
over
weeks, I
in that
think, I've been
direction.
playing with him.
But G2 looks
See.
like they've got the read from Leaf.
I think I quit him on Valorant like some point in the last like couple of weeks. I'm like, yo, bro, we gotta play some point again. And then the day after, we start playing again. He's my new duo for like 3 weeks now.
From QT Dodo does have the salvos. When he sees this one coming, he's going to be able to at least respond to delay this plan from going down. Chooses to use
Thorns
them
as
early.
well.
Yeah, Thorns. This slowed, time bought.
But this is going to be a plan. This
Next
is going
up
to
is
be
SEN, that's what scares me.
post-plant setups.
John?
Side, John! This could be
No
it.
way.
Talk about a turning point. All it takes is one more round, and John QT delivered them a worldie of a round so far. Enough to
Okay,
potentially
yeah,
take
this
them
round has to be a
to the
13-10.
finish line.
Has
Oh,
to be.
it's expended at this point. Jonah!
Jonah?
Rips away 2.
Red
But
Jog,
needs more where that came
behind.
from. Off to the side of Jar with a movement.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Sentinels!
Let's go up at least.
They've done it! Still alive!
I don't know what it is with Levi, but when I like play with him, he brings out my inner demons.
Our 2 heroes
Like,
stepped
I
up
get
for
like
Sentinels.
nasty on Valorant
Bang on a rifle round, and
when I
John
play with him.
QT
I play with
with a
when I'm on my own or like with
2K
others.
sprayed with a stinger in secret.
I don't want to play it.
Kind of player I don't think I've seen to win 13-10
You know, he's been busy. He's in apprenticeship right now. With I think he's doing carpentry. He said I think he's doing.
Pretty reminiscent,
So he probably did like have the time to do it. I feel like he might have started his own team. But like, there's a lot of things he has to take account in it when it comes to making his own team.
That's the map we're heading into next.
SEN have got the better of G2 on those next 2 maps coming up.
Like, I was kind of expecting someone as well in the in knockout comp or like in the members in general to make a new team. I think someone did. I think. I can't remember who it was.
To make sure that they shore up the map, fix up the weaknesses. Still, it's a best of 5. Tenacious. Both of these teams are not willing to give up whatsoever.
Josh RT did
When it
not
comes to
get
SEN,
his
when
wish
it's
with an easy closeout here on Pearl. And things are only going to get more difficult, I think. The tension is going to build so massively as we head towards these final 2 maps.
It's unreal scenes all around here. The trophy on the line, the potential for a G2 back-to-back. Sentinels just trying to stay alive and get a reverse sweep, potentially making history of their own. It's all yet to be seen, of course. We'll be taking a quick break on the other side of things. Map number 4, you don't want to go anywhere.
You did a really good job that round of shooting them. You should, Sean, once again, great job of shooting them.
I would be on Twitter. Yeah, what's this one?
Come on, Cap! Come on, Hubert! It down a 4K.
You did a really good job that round of shooting them. You should do that more.
Wait, what the fuck?
That is that's why I'm hard stuck.
Wait, what?
Okay, Zach.
I mean, honestly, as I get into it, like the maps, like, what's the map's invitation right now? I keep forgetting what map's invitation because most times I get the same ones again and again. Like maps aren't too hard. Like, since you play CS as well, like the callouts what me and Levi normally do, or like anyone in Val does, it's typically the same as what you call it? Same as CS. So you won't like have issues with callouts. The maps aren't SEN, in fact, wait, if I try invitation. That's outdated. Sunset. Yeah, honestly, looking at maps right now, like on Valorant, the maps aren't that complicated. The ones what are invitation. I mean, they do look a little bit complicated, but it's not like that hard. Like, it's very quick to understand the map, honestly. Like, if you probably spend, like, if you just Swift play and go like to one site only, Swift is like normally like what? I think it's fast 5, I think it is. So normally you get like 9 rounds max. Like, if you spend half that game going to one area, then you go to the other half on the other area, you're just chilling basically. You're learning everything in like seconds. The thing as well is around the maps a lot.
Everyone, welcome back. I had a
Who's
chance
getting
to
interviewed?
listen into both teams' communications during that last map that
Oh, no
Sentinels
one.
ended up taking. And I want to give you a little check-in.
A
Starting
lot
with
of
Sentinels,
the
if you had not told me that
like
Sentinels on
maps
stage
will
were
have
going
like
to the finals, I would
areas where you
have
kind of line your
absolutely
cross
no
out,
idea.
get
I
ready
swear
for
it
like a
sounded
headshot.
solo queue out there, especially in the first half. They
There's so many good spots like to quickly land the map.
whistling in comms while
All you gotta
Johnson
know
won
is just
on
like weird
broad.
angles.
It didn't matter.
In
They
fact,
were
you don't need
cruising.
none of
Bad
map.
news for Sen fans
This
is
game
that
at the
when
moment,
he
it's just
got
down
his
to util
phone in his
usage.
hands in the timeout,
Just
and
dump the
he looks
util,
really
dump the util,
frustrated.
that's it.
No, he's actually very calm. He's not mad, he's not frustrated, he's not upset. He's
Like there's no strategy at all. It's just like, oh hey guys, just dump util here, dump util here, you know?
that he wants his
And you just run it
players
in.
to execute on. So good news on that front. Looking at the other side,
Like I didn't know the last time there's actually a gunplay meta. Probably been like 3 years now, 2 years maybe.
to the eco of Sentinels was frustrating.
The game is fun to an
Hard
extent, but
conversation saying that they needed to, you know, refine themselves as a team, get
I feel like
back
at the
to their
moment,
identity and know who they are. And you better believe
it could be a little bit hard to get into Valorant because there's too much like util in the game now. Like there's 25 agents I think there is, or 26.
Couldn't agree more, Andrew. Look at that nice pillow there.
What agent
No idea who that is. But yeah,
number?
honestly, Like, really,
It's
the
way
series that you could have asked for.
28. Wait, it's not 28 agents, are there?
Sentinels
1, 2, 3,
taking
4,
out
5,
G2
6,
on
7,
Pearl.
8,
Guys, I mean, this is exactly the series we
13,
wanted, right? We wanted to see this one go at least
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. There's 27 agents. There's one was currently missing. But like, it's very quick to adapt to the game, to be honest. 5 agents? Oh yeah, you do actually, yeah, because you get Brimstone, which is 1 smoke.
I mean, Zekken said it best. They're doing a great job shooting.
Who else do you get? You get Jett, which is the duelist.
You shot him again.
Well, it's been so long since I've been in an account with like no agents. I can't remember who's in it. Sage, which is Sentinel. Sova, Initiator. Wait, who's the last one? Wait, Sova, Sage, Jett. Is it Phoenix? It's Phoenix, right? Yeah.
To close out that half in super dominant fashion.
To me, it looked like
That robot? KO? No, KO ain't free. You have to pay for him. Well, not pay for him, but you have to unlock him. Wait. 5 default Valorant agents. Jett, Sage, Sova, yeah, Brimstone, Phoenix, yeah.
And then winning them out every time.
Just one more
Orange hair guy?
Individual side of the game, 3 players from
Is anyone with orange hair?
Zekken, one of them, had 20 plus.
Yeah, it's Jett, Sova,
to come to life in this series.
Wait.
They didn't even lead in the first
Let me do this real quick.
but they were able to close out 10 out of 10 post plants, regardless.
I think it might be an orange hat, honestly.
Put it in a 5-on-4. It didn't matter. They couldn't convert.
Let me do this. See if these people who recognize. These are the default 5.
They're still clearly hot and ready to go for the rest of the series.
AODs recognize?
The thing that was most important was that they needed to kind of loosen up. That's what it sounded like based on what Ender was saying. Sentinels needed to loosen up. That could maybe be the recipe for success for G2 potentially.
Phoenix? That's a brown blackish hair.
The majority of that game, and like you said, maybe these next 2 maps coming up, they all.
Honestly, also Robot Guy is not gonna be a good comp anymore. Like, if you're new to the game and you said Robot Guy, everyone knows what you're about. But you got this guy, and you now got this one. They're both basically robots. Well, one's actually robot, and one has like a robot mask. Is he ever robots? No, no, wait. Yeah, I mean, the map ain't that complicated. Like, what's the next one? Next one's Ascent. Like, this map is probably the best one to learn Valorant on. It's probably the closest you can get to CS. Actually, this one might be best actually.
There's one specific stat that I want to pull from that game, which was when SEN were dominating that first half on defense.
Yeah, either this one or this map. One of those 2 maps are like the best one for
more importantly than that,
like new CS players to Valorant.
On first kills to first deaths on attack. 7 first deaths.
I think this one might be better actually, because this one's more a bit more like there's more angles to like look at kind of things. Like it's just like things like this. Like just weird things like that, it just changes things. Like you got a staircase here, you got a staircase there, staircase, 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 staircase. Boxes to jump on. Boxes. You got like an elevated area.
This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one, Wyatt, right? I mean, look, I think G2 now, they're going to be licking their wounds after this one.
Staircase, staircase, staircase.
They were getting, you know, raffle stomped a couple of those rounds in the first half of that, right? So
box jump on. I guess my point has more like things to actually like test your person placement.
When Josh RT was talking in the coach interview, and he said,
staircase.
We cannot let our foot off the pedal, and seems like
yeah, that's probably best actually. Because there's so many elevated spots in this map, and so many corners to clear. It's probably the best one for you to learn on. Hang on, let me go to this clip. I don't know what this one is in. Not that one. But look, a little bit there, elevated. Where's the one I'm looking for? Not that one, I don't know what that is.
Even though he loves playing the Waylay.
I think I posted on Twitter earlier.
But just for the sake of his own fun, even.
It'd be like this one. No. Nope. Nope. Here. This one here.
this is a very similar position to where G2
think.
were in the finals of Bangkok, up 2-1 in the series, going into
not really.
a final 2 maps against an opponent that looked
I know.
rough to start the series, but
I know it was on that
heated
map.
up towards the end. This time, they've got to prove they're not going to let this BO
Nah,
fall.
that's about probably like the
They absolutely want to close it out
best.
here. 3-1
think.
on Ascent, a map that has been so strong for them all year.
And I think it just starts with the pistols. They got to get those pistols out.
Like, it's kind of like indications around the map. Like, if I can find one actually.
If G2 wants to close this one out,
See, it's like a
to get those, because those
like there.
are going to be something that could bite them.
I don't know how well you can see it on stream, but like where my mouse is, so that's basically headshot level right there. Like you got a blue like wall thingy, or that staircase.
Were attempting a comeback. It was ultimately
There's always something on this map was actually like perfect for it.
At that point. So
In fact, that map is actually my best map ever. I don't think Valtracker says it though. I think Valtracker says my best map is.
When you're on that defensive side, that you can just
Right now, there's 2 maps where Levi knows that are my best ones. Like, we'll dodge the map if we have to, but he knows if we play that map, it's guaranteed like, I think like 90% win rate.
I'm sorry, down 2-1 in the series when they were back
Let's see.
in the finals
Valtracker.
of Ascension, when Fallon and the boys defeated him.
Like, once you learn like the headshot level in one map, you kind of like default it into all other maps. You either find your own like headshot area, or you find the ones that are in game. Best map. There's no way. There's no way that's my best map. Huh. According to Valtracker, my best one is Split, which is understandable. Then it's Sunset, Abyss, which is a new map. Oh, actually, wait, Abyss might actually be a better one actually if we learn a little bit. Icebox, Haven. Wait, what wins? Ain't no way Sunset that slow. So Haven's best, followed by Icebox. Interesting, interesting. Do I have any others? Was like headshot level?
Here for not quite a decider, but it could be a decider for one of these teams as well.
That's lucky clip.
That it's not the case, that they can do it
Oh yeah, like
G2.
in this game as well, you don't need to shoot. Like I'm literally stuck in 1v1. Like I shot my final 2 bullets, and now I'm just like sitting here for like 30 seconds doing nothing. Like I'm just sitting here bullying this other guy, you know.
Really to stay alive in tournaments and a chance to grab that trophy in front of you. Not just a chance. I mean, you will be lifting it.
Zipline in the middle.
Gifted as well with some of these maps just starting on the perfect sides for the
There's
narrative.
2 maps. Actually, no, maybe 3 maps actually. It might not be helpful to show. Are you on about? Like this map has a zipline here and here. Do you mean like an actual like horizontal, or do you mean vertical zipline? Yeah, I'm talking about. Because you've got that map or that map. You have this one with a zipline here, there, and there. We're in game, no we're not. You got this one that has zipline, and his zipline's there.
Definitely a case of like, I think what G2 were just kind of not quite rushing into things, but SEN definitely had a heavy read.
Long horizontal zipline from spawn.
To place most of the players to try and push back, usually flood defending, fighting them
I think.
often and early.
The only long horizontal map,
Sometimes the same game plan
like the map has like a long horizontal zipline is.
Not quite in terms of compositions, but
Oh, you know about this one? Fracture. This one's a complicated map to understand. Because like you gotta put like this map has like a unique feature where you can attack from here and you can attack from here. And then you can go that way. Or you can come this way, get in. This map is complicated. It's just like the attack spawns. You can come from 2 areas. That map, if you used to ever get that, when you first come from CS, you're screwed. Like, you have no idea how to play this map at all. In fact, this map, this one, is the worst one I wanted. I always dodged this map every time I got it. Like, I used to love it, but because of meta now. The map right now is Ascent. This is like the most defaulted one. This one you could probably like learn a lot from. There's not a lot of elevation in this game, but it's good for like like new people to kind of.
Knife was getting antied quite hard by MIBR. Aspas was taking liberties, pushing into mid. It looks like Zekken wants to have a
Oh,
chance to
Zekken's
go.
fucked here.
It's a flash.
Wait.
Push past, but immediately dashes back, but he is hard committed.
Okay, got one at least.
Almost doesn't matter, but still traded out in the end. That's Valin. Pushed up deep now, and just like that, first domino falls, the rest of them topple.
Yeah, they haven't really changed. Like this map has only had one change in 5 years. I'll show you a change like if I can find a clip. One second, hold on. I might have it somewhere. Oh, one thing. Let me see if I can find a SEN clip real quick. I don't have it though, because I don't really play in that area. Like most maps don't actually change at all. They probably get removed for like a little bit, but after that, it's like nothing changed.
Talk about momentum. This pistol round on the attack side is hyper important on SEN.
Wait, how do you...
On the attack side of SEN, you might only win 3-4 rounds on the attack side total. So being able to pick up a pistol and
Like in 5 years, this map has only changed a little bit. If I can find a picture.
changes the numbers so much.
Major difference indeed. Zelsis
Is it this one?
looking around here, but almost expected here by Leaf.
Well played.
That's agents don't care about.
You think about the run that Sentinels went on at the very beginning of
That's
World.
icebox changes. That's a long time ago. That's a long time. That's like, yeah, that's years.
And forcing G2 down onto ecos constantly. Really good denial.
Like the most common change at the moment is they either like make a hallway a little bit bigger, or they change like the wallbang. That's it.
We only need 2 on the attack side. This map is by far and away our most, one-sided
This is outdated.
pool currently. It's crazy defense-sided usually. Some teams running the double sentinel.
Yeah.
But even when they're not in a match like this, last time we just saw teams rack up defense round after defense round over and over again.
The way it's been shaken out. Sentinels on these eco rounds have been setting up trap
Oh, there you go. Like in the background there, that wall, it's been changed.
Yeah, bit of a gamble this one.
Like a lot of maps don't really get changed that often. If something's too OP on a map, they will basically fix that. Like where Central is playing right now, where my mouse is, that wall used to be wall bangable. It used to get abused too much. Like literally every gun could like shoot through that wall basically almost. So they fixed that. John? Oh, unlucky. Like, if the map's like too heavily defended, they'll fix that. If it's too attack-sided, they'll change it. Basically, like, if the map is too strong on one side of the map, they fix it basically.
Honestly, they just, I would say, want to die to the spike. Because you do not want
Yeah, when you...
This is the worst map in the entire game if the attacker starts some kind of ult snowball.
Yeah, you can't stealth, which is unfortunate. For me, it started off playing in NA servers, and all I want to do is buy a battle pass, which is like $10, which is like, what, £9, £8 for us. Done that, one-time purchase, that turned into $800 more spent on US servers. Oh. And then it went to, what was it? EU, spent 200. A bit more on NA, and then for EU to take up, I'm now literally like tied on money spend. And the game's too addictive on the skins.
3 kills, let's go, Nate. Imagine.
Zekken living in a world where that
There's always one skin I'm guaranteed buying, and that's the pistol skins. Or the esports ones at least.
So they don't have to worry about that too much right now. But this is the round, I think.
Yeah, I want to check Levi's game off, dog. I know he's playing a game earlier before I start streaming. I wonder if he win it or lose it.
They're probably going to bring out a set strat, a set tactic to try to set Jorgamo up for success. And they've threatened a little bit of A main control. They smoke A main in order to threaten that they could be through wine and getting ready to pop.
For me, right, the skins, like, I'm weird, right? Like, the skin could look absolutely amazing, right? It could look like a very expensive CS skin, right? But if the gun does not sound powerful, I can't use it. Like, the Vandal right now you see on screen, that one I had to buy because that was my new aimbot weapon. Like, every time I use that Vandal, my aim is insane. So I had to buy that one.
Here by G2, they're just trying to potentially pull players.
If it was like, if it sounds like too liquidy or like too weak, it's guaranteed loss. I would drop that weapon for anything, right? I would even drop it just to carry a pistol instead. But like, if my new skin comes out, if a new skin sounds more powerful than the one I'm currently using, my current weapon is weak, basically. It's very weird for me.
Stand tall against most of this one. Only the one per second before he does go down, and a pause is called for. G2 don't have a lot of time to work with. They're hoping that Sentinels will overplay themselves, potentially.
So this is a good spot. Nice. That's good, boys.
Nicely done overall.
2 weapons down, that's fine. Yeah, Vandal, like... Vandal, if you're from CS, it's definitely good to use Vandal fast. Because you're kind of used to, like, the tapping heads. So most times you should be, like, good to hit. But, like, when you come from, like, outside backgrounds, like, I don't know, Fortnite, Minecraft, Rocket League, Apex, that kind of stuff, the best thing to do is, like, Phantoms. Until you learn, like the gun pattern, like how it shoots, how it sprays, the running gun, all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah.
Another defaulty beginning to this.
I'll be honest, I do not know what an M4A1-X is. I'll be honest, I don't know what that one is. I've never played CS. I feel like the closest thing, like to the AK on CS, is either the Guardian or the Vandal. Because they're both one-tap heads. Yeah, ability. It's gonna be harder for you to get used to the abilities because there's now 27 agents in the game. So, and every agent gets 4 abilities. So you got to do what, like 90 something characters or like 97 abilities, something like that.
But this actually gives Valen a good time to end A. Because SEN are going to start to lean the defense off the site as Bang clears A main.
27 times that 4. You have to get used to 108 abilities. 4 of them you get used to by yourself by playing the side character. Not every character, no. Only the initiators has flashes. Apart from one, actually, it's a bit weird on who has abilities and like certain ones. Like normally your initiators would have the flashes, or like it's like initiators, right? You got 2 initiator. You got recon and you have the like flash initiator. Recon ones normally have things what help you gather info on where people are at. Your flash ones, simple enough, it's flashing it. So your sentinels are normally the ones who hold sight. On your duelist, you have a aggressive duelist and you have a passive duelist. So like, it's only the initiator and duelist what has like 2 different variants. So at meta, like at the moment, your meta is normally a fast duelist, which is normally the aggressive one, which is like a Jett, Neon, Waylay, Yuru. And then your initiators you normally have are 1 recon and 1 flash. Sometimes 2 flashes. Or 2 recons, it depends on the map scenario. And then you normally have a sentinel who has the most map like control. So like Cypher and Vice and Deadlock, they can walk anywhere around the map and have their abilities still up. Whilst KJ and Chamber, you have to be within area of your abilities to like make them work, kind of thing. It's a bit complicated, but it works out at the end of the day. To be fair, most of the abilities and characters in games, you really don't really see actually. Let me go to developer real quick. And let me count how many like agents you'll actually see in game. Like, it's not, it's very like rare you see like same ones or like different ones, just say.
Celsius with a gorgeous flash. Salvos coming in from Narrate as well. Jorgamo used his dashes just to kind of avoid the salvos. He double dashed inside B main. Yeah.
What's up, Festive? And hell no, bruh. When Sentinel plays, I stay up.
Thankfully, it didn't
That one's common. That one's not too common.
SEN were fighting so hard. I think it was a
Not
good
too
strategy.
common. See, I didn't win that one last scene. That one's a bit common. Very common.
I thought at the top this was weighted out by Narrate, so it's not spotted, still has util.
I'm doing good, bro. How are you doing, Festive?
If needed.
It's a round where you can go for a pretty big ult play for G2. The convergent paths can be deadly.
I think every duelist you typically do see a lot.
Back to mid, back to safety.
That's important. Zelsis has been really good at defending.
Sky, you don't really see often. Saber you see a lot. Teo you don't see a lot. Viper you don't really see. Bash you see. Waylay you don't really see. You really do. Let me watch this round out. I'll show you what characters often get used.
Flash rebounds here. SEN are going to be aware that this is fake pressure.
Green and black girl.
Still in control of it. Jump spot gets a good acknowledgement.
Oh, Viper. The one with like the toxic gas.
You're not looking for. Still, we're going to see it now. Dividing straight up
That one.
here with a salvos towards the back once more.
I used to play my toxic girl and yeah, I'm a Viper.
Into the arms of Leaf.
Yeah, Viper's not a bad agent anymore. She's... Oh, that's huge. No, we got. Wait. No way.
Finally removed. Thorn in their side. Bang and John QT, they're here. Trying to take that fight as the plan was going down, but
Yeah, look, these are the main characters you're going to encounter when you come to Valorant. But every season, like, the characters change kind of thing. It's like, at the moment, this one is most likely going to be gone soon. Like, he's getting a huge nerf, which kind of defeats his purpose to an extent. So he's likely going to be gone soon. ISO, he's barely used, but he's still seen a little bit, but it's not that much. So, like, realistically, that's all you have to get used to. It's just like, Brim's going to be a start agent, so everyone's going to be using when he first starts out. The next character normally from that is either Clove or Omen. Those two normally get used after Brim. Astra is only for those who actually, like, spend hours in the game to learn. And everyone else is kind of like, just the default ones everyone goes to. It's like, most of the util you see, uh-oh. My Google is not liking this. Oh, there we go.
it's going to be inserted as well into that forward position. Pass most of it here, the flash and the peak. That's a great refight. Sentinels.
Got the hat, Cypher.
This spot, but with nothing much in their backs, they're trying to carve out a path out towards Tree. They've got the spike in their laps, though. Definite options here, and Sentinels could capitalize. Flipping the map entirely.
Nice.
What a shot by Bang. Still, he wants to step up.
Bang, don't overheat, don't overheat.
You can see it in the way that he's playing. Bullets are going to be ringing out.
Okay, nice.
They overwhelm.
A massive round for
You know, like every 60 days normally it is, the meta changes. Sometimes you get like updates during the season, what does make the meta change. At the moment, they're trying to make it less ability based, more like gunplay. Because at the moment, it's down to like whoever's better util usage. You get the occasional gunfights, but most util at the moment in the game is kind of forcing you to like play off util, not like guns, you know?
It's pretty fast, it's pretty chaotic. But
It depends on how like the game feels, depends on what everyone does. Wait, whose timeout is this? That's you choose, right? Should be. Yeah. Wait, Sentinel has both timeouts? I thought we used one.
Another game plan from G2, another better buy from G2.
Do I have a...
KO ultimate for Jonah P. Josh RT is going to take attack timeout. The first
I don't know if I do. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Actually, hold on, I'm going to do that actually. If I go here.
Playing pretty far away from the thorns, throw those over to a different player.
Like this happened earlier in the stream. Was it Azo? Let me fast forward a bit to like here. Like this is literally all the game is now. You tap spike, you're getting sucked off it by Astra. You tap spike again, you now have rockets in your face. You now get stunned. And then the time you're ready to defuse spike with no more util is over. Like you can't defuse it because time's over, you know.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the time you're not even in a good spot.
That's how the game works now. You can't like that's why Teo, the one with the orange jacket, and the glasses. That's why he's getting like nerfed. It's because he gets 2 rockets, what last about 6 seconds, I think it is. And then he gets them every 40 seconds. You can have it 3 times a game. It's such a huge game changer.
Expecting it, as you said, pre-anticipated and watching all the angles as well as that response from Sentinels dragged them out.
This is just unbelievably good from Giacomo to be able to pick up that second kill as well. A 5v3.
Like, last time we played Valorant, like, too much stuff has changed. Like, with agent-wise. Like, Viper, she's good, but she ain't that good anymore. Like, she's only good for, like, these smallish maps, or, like, the maps we need, like, map control the most. So, Icebox, you need her on. Lotus, you can work with. And Split sometimes. Like, yeah, just too much stuff has changed that you last played, I'll be honest. Phoenix is slightly better. Oh, that's unlucky second. Cypher, he's gotten a bit more weak, but he's still like good Sentinel still, but a bit more like harder to play.
The money's still going to be okay for Sentinels, but it gives G2
Cool, that's fine.
economic cushion because last couple of rounds they've had like 1 or 2 players with a stinger, and they've been band-aid kind of scrapping together bits and bobs. Yeah.
Difficult decision to make for Zelsis. He has the money to buy for next, but you don't want to feed up the ult to G2 as well.
No, you absolutely don't. Giacomo could get another conversion path online. Second already. And Jonah, the threat of the null command was actually more important here than even using it.
Yeah.
Zelsis recognizes that there's a null command on the other side, so he changes up his vice setup.
Yeah, I feel in that one.
That leaves a gap in mid that they have to fill with bodies.
Got my intro to the game to do. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about the intro. That's new now. Like, it kind of teaches you the basic with the game. It teaches you how to play Phoenix now, if I'm not mistaken.
Flash, I think, is what he was trying to avoid. Was it really? I'm not too sure. I don't know what happened to it. Something exploded on our screens. Missed it. Either way, this is 4-4 now, and G2, their attack side is looking mighty better.
Yeah, a much slower approach, less execute heavy, but really working well.
I think when you play the game as well, there was a voice line what was like amazing, what everyone loved, but it got removed. What is this? What is that?
It would have been the previous round. So he's calling the bluff of G2.
So like,
through mid again. Make sure you clear all the
I think I know what that is. I don't want to know.
Second, it's been playing up close sometimes in through mid. That's back with a conversion pass. No risk to be taken this time though. Just trigger the wall and get back again. But Sen look like they're gearing up potentially to refind this one once more. Salvo's here. Onto the one side and the other. He's going to be used in response there with a saturate. You can see it pushes back. Zekken, barely alive, just has to updraft and scuttle himself away, but he's dropped down to low HP.
Jorg looking for a timing.
And here's a fight to be had. Narrate. Realizing it, there was a gap there. It's making sure to control that space up through it.
And Zekken backed off to lane instead of B main. Remember last time he got caught in B main on the B split. Now,
but the main thing I'd say be careful with Valorant is buying skins. When you buy your first skin, it's so difficult to buy more skins. And when you take buying skins, you're more to play the game, and the more sanity you're going to lose. Wait, Dragoma died? That's actually huge. Even bigger.
Instant with the trade again, G2 reigns supreme across the site, but
do you have any counter ults, Johns?
Time is of the essence. They need to get this plan down and needs to be held. In a 3v3, definite chances, and Sen looking to take it now. Can increase the tempo with that null command up forwards as well. Jump spot gets the acknowledgement. All these players out, but Bang is just holding his ground. Util into his hands, snappy from Celsius. Blind is even better up towards lane. And
nice boys, let's go. Good retake.
Very drilled by Sentinels.
Now that is a lovely retake from Sen. We saw there was only one successful retake attempt on Pearl.
I'll there's also a couple channels I can send you connect if you want. Actually, I'll wait for him to come back because I don't know if he can hear me or not. There's like 2 channels I'll send him because he can learn a lot from them. Or some of them, I should say.
Opportunity onto the site, combos it with that KO flash, and blinds up Jonah P at the same time as all of Sen move forward as a pack.
Yeah, I'll be back in 2 seconds, chat. I'll be ready.
Actually playing the the spacing game, how far away you are from your teammate really, really well.
Yeah.
They're moving together as one unit, as a hive mind. And that's a big adjustment from how G2 were previously playing, but SEN sticking to what they're great at. Leaf is coming into this one with only a Sheriff.
Delay with the paranoia. Wall in your face and a flash in the face a second. Jogamo's all the way in. Oh, he's ripped his way back. Okay, refract.
Yeah, realizing that the Vice Wall was here in B main. I don't think he actually realized that he was about to die from logs. Gets a little lucky. But now that they've triggered out that wall, they know that there's nothing in mid. So you're expecting there to be bodies in mid, right? Because the wall isn't there.
Absolutely. They're gearing up to try and get control of B main again. It's a flash and a peek.
I would imagine that G2 are going to try to... Oh, hello.
They heard it.
Yeah. So Trent wants to re-clear this area. Push back. Zekken.
Yeah, realizing they can't really threaten the rest of the map if they've lost B main control the entire time.
But is this going to end up being a pop onto A with the convergent paths? Because Jorgamo, he doesn't have refract, but he still can close the gap and do a lot of damage.
Passive positions held here. Bang, he's just jump spotting underneath.
And Narrate is going to be under crazy pressure because when this comes in through A main, if he turns his back for a moment, there's a backstab on Catwalk.
Already laying down the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Wine going to be cleared. Narrate. He's standing against it. The heat's going to be turned up now. Straight away.
Okay.
Virgin Path's going to be slowing it down to a crawl double dash up and over towards the side. Safety there. Bang. Paranoia. Brought enough
Good
time
TP.
forward and even dodged that one to saturate to the side.
Yes, bang. Oh. Bang.
That's unbelievable.
That's actually fucking huge. That's actually fucking huge.
Just like that, scattered to the wind. Jonah P and Lee
3 vs 2. Boys, don't fumble this.
Smokes in your face as well. And
Please. 3 vs 1.
Umbrella's not going to be saving you much from that one. Leaf. Very
You know how it's clear?
indeed. ISO's one. Position noted though. Expecting a second updraft over towards
Second.
How the hell do you control that? You cannot.
No way.
So
No
well
way.
played in the moment.
What movement from Zekken? But
I need to kill how I'm getting, so I'm getting a little bit loud, I'll be honest.
Bang gave them the advantage.
Yeah.
That was masterfully played by Bang. The Paranoia, I think, caught onto 3 people. Throws down a smoke to play around. And gets the kill onto Jorgu. I mean, probably shouldn't be jumping in that spot, but to be honest, he's trying to jump to play in his teammate, who just gets spray transferred. He is going wild. A nice round from SEN, because there were 2 players under immense pressure.
Oh my god, this is good. We made G2 use both their timeouts. Wait, is it both or just one? Wait, didn't we use 2 timeouts?
And they also Bang on site.
Yeah.
He's been so good, Bang.
He's been unreal.
I think best smokes player that we have in Americas, I would say.
So far with the way that he's playing.
Wait, isn't this a second timeout, no?
As well.
Yeah, and think about the difference between these 2 smokes players, right? Valen has been
Yeah, it is.
so
There you
much.
go.
He's been so
Now I've got
vulnerable
things updated
in
quickly.
terms of discussing after Bangkok, the journey mentally that he's been on, trying to figure out what he could do individually to improve, and then realizing actually it's not about him as an individual, it's about him as a leader, as an IGL, to help the rest of his team improve. Now Bang doesn't have any of that. Bang doesn't have to worry about leading the team and being the caller. He can just focus on playing the best individually he possibly can. And he's playing incredibly.
You can feel the, I think there's pressure for G2 here. This is, I believe, both timeouts expended at this point.
But again, if you zoom out, this is still a good attack half.
Right, exactly. The point being that so much emphasis placed on the attack side, G2 feel like they don't need help with their defense. If they can get an extra round here or there, it's going to make all the difference for them. Already a better look compared to when they last clashed on this map. Second forwards again. Was doing this earlier in the half. Might be waiting for a bit of util as well for the setup, but John QT is on towards Cat.
Nice.
Jorgen must be dealt with. Dash back again. Flash forward straight from Cat just in case there is that follow-up and that pressure, but Zekken is not out of the woods just yet. Thrown out towards into the bottom. Do they expect Zekken to be dashed into this angle? Looks like it. Hard clearance by Jonah P.
Good trade, good trade.
Oh, good trade though. Through the smoke from Narrate. Just working off minimap to be able to get that.
Couple of bullets. Does the job effectively enough. Zelsis now at his turn to try and
Nice,
right
nice.
to it. And again that spam. Smoke's going to be fading in
That's
the
looking good, boys.
Great round.
Brilliance from Sentinels. They're using the wall as bait in mid. The wall isn't even there, by the way, but because it has been in so many of the previous rounds, G2 are conditioned to walk down mid and try to get rid of that Vice wall. as part of their default. And first they meet Zekken inside the smoke, then Narrate is there spamming to, and Zelsis also playing from market.
My Silicon
What
ran
update?
it behind. I mean, someone else is.
So now massive ultimates for both teams to close out in round 12.
Again from Zekken. Deep position, same smoke down. Okay, stray shot. Right to the noggin.
They're aware of the danger.
Smash over the top of the no command. Okay, you're going to be taking contact first here with a drone.
Oh,
This time,
second.
there is no escape. Suppressed step, there is no dash out to safety. Zekken finally taken out. TP into the back. The reinforcements arriving over towards B or
If they can't good them.
to cancel into the ult.
Try not same thing again, they are.
For a bit of a loop here. G2 calling for a bit of a cooldown and now speeding up over towards A with the Armageddon.
Nice, that's a good slowdown.
Safety net granted here for Sentinels.
But these B players can't really rotate over towards A.
Still Garden. Stretching over towards the side here, but this is all just fake pressure once more to saturate. Oh my, light speed. And he's out of there. Bit of a squeeze being placed now up towards tree and just a shorty into your hands, but bang, you got your weapon back.
Nice.
Is impeccable. In and out round to the side.
Good shit, bang.
With the movement, but bang cannot be denied.
Actually, Siege right now. Super winnable.
Son, it's already that 2v2 in this game. The timing's right from behind is taken.
Let's give it a rough one. Zelsis can clutch these. He's good at the clutching. He's just.
To see what he can do in this spot. Still Garden. Even better. Leaf going to be backing away now. Doubled up. Discipline to be played for these G2 players. Wrapping around all the way as well. Not.
He's just baiting.
Anticipating. Yeah, it is just bait. Trying to pull this one out all the way. Now they know he's not on it. Very difficult task.
Unlucky.
So 7-5. It's where we stand here on a SEN.
That sounds good, half.
Much listen, they are 2 rounds down, but the attack side is where they were really struggling.
And I think overall, they've got to be really happy with this. A much slower approach to Ascent. After having lost in dominating fashion to Sentinels just recently, they've made the right adjustments on their attack half.
Let me look at something. Last time SEN and G2 played.
To be honest, if they play their defense well,
what half was better for Sentinels?
We're gonna send it down to the
SEN's defense was better. SEN's attack was crap.
Yes, I am down here for a little bit of halftime fun with these two to figure out what they're feeling about the game.
EU, Cloud9, and me.
Looking, how you feeling? Are you happy with the results so far? Obviously, we know the results. You're not feeling too good. You just said it to me, but how about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather won, but the game's looking good so far. Hoping for a close game between the two, but I don't want to root for either team for the sake of Bang's family and for the sake of Trent's family.
Okay.
I've been pretty unlucky recently, so I'm gonna keep out of it.
All right, who's impressing you so far, though? If you could be like, all right, yeah, they're frying.
Zekken's playing kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, Zekken's playing kind of crazy. We'll see if he can keep it going. Now, Emmy, I gotta ask you. Week 5 was a game against G2, the Icebox match. We're going to Icebox here if Sentinels win. What did you kind of identify about them, and what maybe will we see the Sentinels have to do to take that match?
I mean, I think I said it, we were scared of them, but I think here, G2 just need to ante them well. If G2 ante their comp well, I think they'll take it.
All right, and what did you mean before by saying G2 wins the map before they basically get into servers? How do you combat that, or how do you just go against that power?
Teams just usually go in very scared. I don't think SEN have done that today. I think SEN have handled it really well.
You done the intro thing, Codex?
Teams just go in, they're scared against G2, they give them the respect, they don't fight.
One thing I definitely recommend as well
Alright, awesome.
is going to the practice range and you can practice like, well not like practice, but like you can get used to U2 a little bit. Can't understand who does who, you know?
Definitely not being fearful of G2.
If you find a character you like, let me know.
Earlier on in the tournament.
And I can send you a couple of videos to show like how it's like the characters get used the most, you know, the main purpose. Like in low elo, like from Iron to Plat 2, I would say, you can kind of run it down with like any character doing your own shit. And then once you get like in Diamond and above, that's kind of when you need to start like learning like how it should be done, or like, you know, what you should kind of do kind of thing. One thing I'll definitely tell you now, try learn one Initiator, one Sentinel, one Controller, and one Duelist. Because the ones you're likely going to play have a better chance of getting picked by others right now than anyone else. It's always like good to have like a backup character. Or like if you're more like a passive, then definitely keep like the passive like characters to learn. Like the more characters you learn is good, but like when you're in a moment trying to think out Like,
Makes it really
oh my god.
tough to send 4 players
Oh,
through a
the
main.
drone.
Might have spotted on the minimap, I'm not too sure. At least the suppression came through, so
Yeah, they know exactly where he is.
yeah, they caught him.
Ooh, that's bad for
There
narrate.
it is, recleared core 4, flash over towards the top of that.
Good trade, though.
The rate does fantastically to even get one in that
Yeah,
spot.
try out one of
But again,
each.
take a look
But
at
like, if you can, try keep it like the same aggression. Like, for instance, Phoenix. He's not. He's an aggressive duelist, but he's not like the main aggressive one. So like, try and find like a character on each role was like the same like aggressiveness, you know. Like for Sentinel, it would be Chamber. For Initiator, you would have
Well, you just know that B is undefended. If Leaf is pushed all the way out through B, then it's
probably
empty.
Breach
These rotators
or
for the
Teo.
defense are going to be trying to race you, and it's a fake. Sen ascending the footsteps in
I'll
this
probably say
direction
Breach,
while
I'd
the
probably
spike
say.
goes back into
And then
A.
for Controller, you'd have Omen.
All on Valen indeed, and he's just caught that
Like,
timing against
each
his second
character
round, clearing onto the one
has like
side
its main purpose, and then it's like,
reinforcements are going to be
what do you call
arriving
it, like
desperate
how
on that
aggressive can you actually get with them.
time is of the essence again. 12 seconds. It's counting down into the round and a double face. Trent
Like every character has like its own playstyle kind of thing.
this here with only seconds remaining.
Yeah,
No
that's
more
weird.
chances now.
It's long good to loss.
Dry and shy, and all they have to do is live. Kills a
Or if you want to be like more like a duelist main, then just try like learn as many duelists as you can. Because Phoenix, he's not heavily picked on certain maps, but on some maps he is like needed kind of thing. Like for instance, this map is perfect for him. Sunset is good for him as well.
But in the end, it didn't matter.
What else? Haven's decent for him.
He stayed on A just in case.
I think half the maps in rotation right now is actually for Phoenix. So, and I feel like in low elo or like on new accounts, you have a higher chance of actually getting your agent picked from like others.
Creeping all the way up here from Sen.
But again, you have an advantage though. You haven't really got many agents in it, so
Giving up control, at least
like it'd be easier for you to get Phoenix than others.
Fast forward. Market control in the name of the game here for
Honestly,
Sen, at least
before you pick someone,
G2 players out, potentially get a pick off of it. Jordan
definitely go in the range. Try out every character. Like just throw their abilities, kind of learn how it's done, and then get your character. For me, when I first started out in Valorant, I immediately got Omen, but I couldn't play Omen well. It's only because I rated abilities, but you can TP and that. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take him. But when I realised how hard he actually is to an extent, and like how his util kit is based, it's not really like, you know, like you can read the abilities and be like, you know what, I'm picking this guy. But most times the abilities aren't it.
Sen have got a massive uphill battle here.
Like, it just comes down to your preference on like how you want to play. One of my friends, right? He got every duelist, every initiator, and he's not really bothered about the sentinels or controllers because it's out of his playstyle.
Zel's 4Ks from Pearl, the reads from John.
Like he's more like a support. So like the characters was like gives people support is the ones he'll play the most, which is basically initiator. And then if you can't do initiator, he'll take a duelist.
Right down mid, very early, and he's going to be met. There's plenty of bodies ready to receive.
It's a little bit hard to find, but you can definitely find your playstyle. Depending on your playstyle as well, it can also auto it a little bit.
As well, because Jorgamo does actually hit him for 140. Zekken survives. He's used his dash though, so he's not really going to be useful at breaking through these choke points. And going through the Bucky here can be utterly brutal.
We've seen some filthy things with this.
Narrate doesn't have
The one thing I hate is when you're in range, it won't tell you like who's the passive one, who's aggressive, you know, like duelist, initiator, central controller. You kind of tell by the util kit a little bit.
Valen's fighting back, smoke v smoke.
As it dissipates as well as timing.
So like, if you're like a Sentinel for instance, it's kind of hard to go aggressive with them. Oh, that's good time from Bang.
And Bang just slips his way all the way in. Turn of the head. Valen expecting it in
Oh my god,
direction here.
that's actually a huge bait. That is such a good bait.
And it looks like they've managed to thread the needle and find that gap. Trent with it all to do. He has won some bonkers 1v3s.
Closing the door and then spamming, or not spamming, TP in is such a good
But
bait.
here he has no information about where the Sentinels players are. And
If I was Trent, I would save.
Should checkmate him in this spot towards mid. And then you'd have to deal with Zelsis in B main and John on the site. Doesn't really seem doable. Especially not with a Bucky. I don't think that's the gun that you really want.
Looking for that one.
There we go.
But it's going to be heard. Sound cue.
Doing clinics later on today, like around lunchtime, I'll be on. If you want to do some like, what you call it, like 1v1, swift plays, quick plays, you know, anything, right? Let me know. So I'm down to like help you get into the game.
Expected by Trent apparently.
Can't teach you what, you know.
And it doesn't look like John's going to have an opportunity to farm up this ultimate. Do they play a slow round? Go for ult orbs?
I think the hardest thing in the game though is literally like the util. Like trying to learn 100% util is hard, and then like trying to react off the info and like the util you get is insane. Like the flashes, sometimes you don't see the flash, sometimes you do.
The mid pressure.
And then you got some characters what confuse you.
And then still manages to find a mid lurk for a second after being hit for 140.
Yeah, it's like Smudge to me like DM on Discord, and then like I'll probably be on. I'll probably be on by like, yeah, I think about 1 PM, 2 PM I'll be on. I normally sleep in quite a lot.
It forces a couple of eyes of the G2 players at least to be watching that direction. The drone dodged in timing. Leaf is going to be making sure to shore that one up. Back through market. Reclaims for the salvage as well. It's a dangerous position to be in. Narrate, he's looking to at least make it a bit harder. Just the one before the damage is sent flying forwards and through.
Ooh, that's a nice shot from Leaf.
Snappy. Just taps away, rips the head clean off, and even giving up that
it's
space.
Gonna be a huge,
drop down, but they're willing to relocate anyway.
Any ults?
Leaf is so aggressive,
Two from
so
John.
confident. He's the vice player. If he goes down in that spot,
None from EJF to G2. That's fine.
He's just, he believes in his own aim and his own read on the game so much. A has been weak for G2. It's only had these two players defending it the entire time, and the net is starting to tighten. But Valin, Jonah, they still have a lot of util to hold this off, and
G2.
Bang goes down.
Yeah, he does indeed. G2 are getting so damn active as well, though, with that deep push out through B main. Missed the timing for the backstab onto the cat players, but G2 are happy to play a bit further back. 2v4. Played a numbers advantage. Have faith in the retake at this point.
I'm a little bit surprised they even want the door closed, because they've got to find a pick here before the retake comes through.
Door's going to be broken at a moment's notice. Down to red. Alarm bells ringing.
Second careful if you flank, bro.
Main, but he's going to be pushed out into the open. His drone, he's got to expect it.
Oh, he's
Position
watched.
to start
Wait.
is a good connection. Trent, though, still doesn't open himself up. He wants to play this one with the salvage, and he lets his team do
Good
the
pick.
damage. Still second. One to the grave. With him.
Indeed.
With Leaf. This guy's all over the place. So damn active across the map. And still hitting shots
Let
like
me
that.
send you. Wait, have you had on
He was
Discord?
the key player in G2's
If I do.
victory over MIBR. He dominated, and he looks like he's doing it again here on Ascent. The scoreline's close, but our expectations are weighted by what teams have done before on this map.
Nope.
How difficult it is to get the job done on the attack.
They're gonna call a timeout.
I mean, he's wrong with that read, but he's been right with everything else. Sen not going for the tack timeout just yet, but they're knocked down onto an eco. It would be a really normal time for Kaplan to...
Don't think we've got any Discord in common, I don't think.
Are they unaware? I mean, yeah, slightly. They've been allowing some really heavy walkouts. G2 have been pushing out and re-clearing the map, pretty similar to when we started on Haven. If you think back all the way to map 1, G2 were just pushing out constantly through A-Lobby.
Wait, I don't know if you had on Discord or message.
Garage.
Crazy.
And Leafs finding those same opportunities here on defense.
Just clearing up some of the confusion on the map. Through Leafs lurks, and also the drone up through mid, hoping that it might pull some players here. For Sen, they didn't really have much to work with. They got the knives earlier. We saw that. Zekken turns himself up to this Blade Storm now, and it could get explosive up towards the A side. Might put a lot of pressure onto Valin. Does have some support as well, though, from the two tree players, and here it comes. Flying forwards here with a paranoia. Just about dodged and avoided here, but Zekken's in, and the
No, I don't. I thought I did. I thought I did message before, did I? Wait. I never messaged you on Discord before.
One step ahead.
I thought I have when it came to like team stuff, no? Like, I know I messaged you on Twitter a lot, and then I thought we moved over to Discord, no?
Forced to scurry away, isn't he? 30 seconds left. Love that 0
Okay,
Jonah P.
we did.
Usually the KOs are going to be throwing that kind of early on in the round.
Wait, that's so strange though. I couldn't find you unless I dropped your name.
Two plays in A main, no chance.
Yeah, I got it now.
The final one, but
Okay, let me go to
0 point.
I'm gonna send you a couple links, which will kind of help like
any opportunity for a clutch for Sentinels.
with, like understanding like the game with the characters. Hey, what's the game score? Who won that one? Actually, a G2 win. Yep.
As well at this point. This is a very difficult ask for Sentinels. They're only down by 1 round, but
First one I'm gonna send you.
the ultimates are being
This person's a little bit repetitive on what he says in most of the videos. But most of the videos are like different, like based on different characters, different like maps. Do you play this? Because that's better.
Leaf's gonna keep all of his util online. And not moving the wall either, keeping the wall in mid. So you still have really good information unless it gets baited. They're pinging it. Zeken's running forwards to try to bait it.
Here, I'm gonna send you this link. There's like 300. Actually, first, tell me what character you like the most at the moment. I'll send you that because giving you like 330 videos to go down is not it. Especially since most of these videos are gonna be like outdated, like info. Like some could be like a map from like 5 years ago.
2 quick ones earned as well up through heaven. You got to try and deny this.
Nice, good kicks.
They do just that.
Nice early use of the ultimate. Completely caught those
Like,
players.
it's a good rough idea on someone you're gonna play. Hold on, let me see the plans. Has he ever done a video for Phoenix?
9 to 9. Sentinels. That
I
could have been a
don't know
very
if he
dangerous
has.
round indeed. And with it, earning themselves up to a couple of big ultimates themselves.
Is this guy actually Phoenix?
Huge 1% to get on the board. You actually saw Jorgamo swap
Okay, this one
with
works.
Shorty, because I think in his head he's probably anticipating the Vice ultimate as well. And he's thinking, all right, I probably need to be swapping.
Jumped on Jonah, I kissed him on the lips.
I don't think this map is outdated.
Is it against the rules?
Like, it's definitely old VOD, but the map does look normal like how it currently is.
Yeah, they were at some point.
So it's kind of like Phoenix. The map that this video is in, but I sent you a link to. That map's not invitation at the moment. You can only get that one if you play like Swift Play or Spike Rush. Or Deathmatch. What's this one? This one was 2 years ago.
He's been magnificent today, hasn't he, Bang? Just catching the perfect timings with the
This one Lotus. I don't think there's any changes. Oh, there is. Okay, this one's outdated as well. Let me not see that one.
Oh, the Tejo ult. Hold on, Armageddon's going to force these players forwards as well.
That's 3 years ago. That's super outdated.
My goodness,
Yeah, it's not much from Phoenix. Not like a lot of people do Phoenix and get coached on it. Like Phoenix is kind of like straight up, simple, straight forward point.
Again, but look at this, the positioning of Leaf. He's already here. I think you can hear it. Rumble of somebody's footsteps, convergent pass just to slow them all the way down. There is that uncertainty. Sentinel's trying to slow this one down and hope that Zelsis will be up a couple of picks here, but with the util out in the open, doesn't expect that.
Wait, I don't get what. Wait, what's him doing, bro?
Turnaround in this round. After Bang pulls out a phenomenal 2K.
Is there any other characters you'd like to play or like consider apart from Phoenix? Also, let me send you this one.
Pathing, it's going to get predictable. I'm going to get the plan here, just taps, hoping that it just pull one of these.
Got to try and find it.
And Leaf is just smart. Too smart for these games as well. Doesn't really open himself up for it. Spamming, spraying away, but time is already going to be played. As long as Trent stays alive, it's going to be another one added to the tally.
They're so good at identifying what they need to do in these clutch situations.
Yeah.
Trent, never a risk there of putting his body on the line so that Narrate could win the 1v3. Take a look at the replay here, though. It's a perfect off angle to stop a play like this, a 5v3. And then Lee with his classic push out, and Trent with an immaculate 2K. I don't know how they get the perfect read that they're all in A main at that exact timing, but the combination of the ult and the stun, that's why he's a Tejo master.
It's a brutal one for Sentinels here. Immediate reaction with the timeout. You can see it on Sentinels players' faces. They are feeling.
I'm trying to find the exact video what would actually help the most.
Even though they're 1 round down.
Actually, this one could help. This one will help more towards like the map understanding, but also a little bit of util usage. Like if you go to Sentinels YouTube, obviously they show like VODs of their gameplay and that, but it also like break down on how to do things like. You'd be like, oh, how Sentinels could, took control of this of the map, what have they done? Obviously, not all of it's going to work, but when they go in depth on how they managed to do something, they do like kind of break down the utility usage and like how it like impacts the game a little bit.
They possibly can. It's a game of endurance playing the attack side of Ascent. You're just trying to create as many opportunities as you can and see if some of them work.
Not just Ascent as well, it's best to find in general. These have been slow.
Central's YouTube is definitely a good one to look at. Because the person who breaks down the bots is actually pretty helpful.
Taking chunks out of each other, but G2 holding the advantage.
This person's quitted Valorant, but he still has like all of his coaching VODs up. That's the one I sent you like a minute ago with Phoenix. But like, if you go to channel and search up like any character you want, then you can like find it easier. Just remember, like, more like backdated the video is, the more likely that video is kind of outdated. Like for instance, if it's Viper, if it's like a VOD from like 2 years ago, then her util changed. Like, the Viper wore an orb, they dropped down quicker. She has now got one molly.
Don't see too much. I would expect ults to be expended massively in this round because it's
Like, all the maps are gonna be different, and the util of like characters are gonna be different as well. So everything's gonna be a little bit outdated. I'm trying to think if there's any more like better coaches to kind of. But it always comes down to your preference and your like playstyle. Like, if you're more support, then I can help you more with like the characters to use. But until you find out your like preference, it's kind of hard.
The rate, you have the salvos to instantly break this one. You can pop out onto these players, but a Steel Garden is again going to be lying in wait here from Lee. He's going to be slowing down these players out towards the back of the side and dashing over.
Wait, where's Narrow running on his own? Can trade second.
Does put him in his place. All the way forward now with only 15 seconds left. This is G2.
This could be a 9-11. There's no way Central to clutch this one. Kill backside, plant, and then kill people with pushing them from stairs. Ain't happening.
11 rounds now for G2.
Only 2 more rounds needed before G2 hoist the trophy back-to-back winners in Americas after making 4 consecutive finals. We've never had even a winner in Americas. And SEN have got a
Valkyrie 5.
They have to.
Slide Rancher. Watch Dogs. Okay, he's doing everything.
And hoping you can win 3 attack rounds on Ascent in a row. Even though the buy is going to be bad.
Yeah, this is definitely a G2 map.
And a dream for SEN.
Definitely a free one.
Somebody has to make the play.
I don't think SEN will clutch this one at all.
Otherwise, they with double map ban are going to fall short.
If SEN loses this round, then it's over.
And again, as you said, Josh, this is ass off once more.
They need this round, otherwise they lose.
Oh no, no dash available. No dash available.
That's huge, that's huge.
At least with the kills. Second, forced into a difficult spot. He wants to fight his way back out of it, but
oh no.
Right from behind.
No smoke over towards Market. I think Second assumed that that was being covered. Then again, it was all chaos.
Bang up towards Cart. Just with the movement as well, the refract in the back pocket. Giacomo. Tail end of the duration of that one still. He's alive.
I don't know how to get all this one. He's always not going to be that helpful.
Narrate has been holding his ult for such a long time. Can he find some value out of it? They've got to turn a player disadvantage.
They need to try and get Narrate these ult, but...
It's going to mean G2 up to 12 here. Up to series point in our grand finals. Push forward.
Oh no. Yeah, GG's.
And this is it, Narrate.
This is so 13-9.
G2! One step away.
3 chances, 3 tournament points. They already won in kickoff. It was a 5-map blender between these 2 teams. And Sentinels beat them for the first time in VCT recently in the upper bracket semi-finals here.
That one helps out a bit more.
But now G2 can feel it. They want to establish a year of dominance here. Just a week ago, they were thinking whether or not they'd even qualify for Toronto. And now they've got 3 opportunities to lift the Americas trophy again and come in, skipping the Swiss stage in a phenomenal spot for Toronto.
Carving themselves into the history books of America's.
Honestly, if you're more like aggressive, but also lock in and self-play agent, Raider's a good one as well.
This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being isolated still. They deal with Leaf. Armageddon in through the back. Finds a bit of time and a bit of space as well, but they have to deal with Trent, and it's a stun against the back wall. He's penned himself in, skipping and hopping all the way through.
That's second.
Isolates it, finds that fight in DG2.
A little bit of damage to fill in.
Just relentless. Making a move on now, still with that player.
Nice.
Cleans it up onto the side. It's all down to him into this spot.
Reyna.
Earn themselves that breathing room.
She's got a massive buff now. She's similar to Phoenix, but a little bit more like, I don't know, she's better for like individual play. Team play, she's not the greatest. It does like depend on your team comp, but if you're a player that actually deserves to get out low elo and you're stuck, Reyna is a good one for individual play. Like, people used to have quite high, especially in low elo, but since you don't have that many characters, like, let me show you what mine looks like at the moment. This game's definitely over, so I ain't too bothered about missing out this round when it does play. Lupus on second one now.
Was a little scrappy, but it got the job done, and that is what matters. They've run out of ultimates though. Narrate was holding ult in his back pocket for so long.
Like for me and Levi, we don't really see like Reyna that often, because I mostly play ranked. So does Levi, I think. Who's on it right now? Ponyo? Who the fuck's that? Wait, is it NA or is it EU? That's NA. I can still work it out. Let me load up a quick custom real quick. Like the odds of someone taking your Reyna at the moment is gonna be lowered because you haven't got like 20 pages of characters to go down, you know? Like if I go into a custom, that ain't gonna matter actually. Start, oh, wrong thing. Start. Like right now, for most players, this is what they're gonna see. Like to get Reyna, they need to like jump down here, right? Like look at all that characters they have to go through. For you have what? 5 characters up here, plus Reyna. So if anything, what? Brim, Jett, Phoenix, Sova, Sage, Reyna. So you're gonna see Reyna right here, with where Cypher is. But if I want to take Reyna from you, I need to go down 1, 2, 3, 4 characters basically, and then 1 to the right. So chances of you getting the Reyna at the moment is higher. Let me look in this real quick.
From me, nothing.
That's assuming, right, you got a new account, right? So at the moment, you got better chances. Assuming everyone's like same like if everyone's like high level like me in your games, is fair enough. But like this is gonna be
I must survive to protect
nice.
my family. I can't lose them. I can't feel that pain again.
There's no way we win this round, boys. Oh my god. GG's. I'll get a picture in a minute. The picture I want to get for a tweet. Clove's pretty good. I used to play her when she first came into the game. Is my history to it? I don't know, I played a lot of games since then. She's pretty good. The only thing I don't like about Clove too much is like her abilities is meant to like ruin your KD. Like most times, if you have your ultimate, people are gonna bait the heck out of you.
My ultimate's ready.
Guys, don't know. Oh, I won't do that. Can't do that. You can't use your abilities in him. Stupid. But like, you know, blind.
Cutting their vision. They will come.
like your ultimate now lasts forever. So if you pop it at the start of the round, you have your ultimate all game. Your heals are infinite as well. Like if you use it, like normally if you use your heal, it's like 20 seconds you keep it for. And then it goes, but now you got it all game. Clove.
My ult is I can't use that.
It's gonna have to be show, but like this is obviously good because now weaker instead of like yeah.
I can't use that.
Her heal or her C is good because you also get your health back. You get a speed boost if you're actually healing. Like if you have health to gain, then you'll get a speed boost. If not, then you don't get a speed boost. Let me see if I can try show. It might be a little bit harder for me to show. Hold on, let me see if I can try to do something. It basically reses her, but I don't know if I can show you in this. If not, I'll go to custom game. 26, one more. Like on the screen, you get like a 2-3 second countdown to raise yourself.
My ult is ready.
After that, you get like a few seconds to go wherever you want, invisible-ish. And then you get 12 seconds to go kill someone. If you don't, then you die. When it's ult, it's infinite, so when you kill someone, you'll get your health back. Not all of it, you get, I think, 70 or 50 HP back, I think it is. I can't remember. And then, you can also dismiss, which allows you to go invisible for like 3 seconds, but like, you're completely invisible. If you dismiss, when you're not in your ult, everyone can see you a little bit. But in your ultimate, you fully vanish. Like, fully. Is there anyone I can show you it as? I'm trying to think of something I can probably show you what shows you like how invisible you are. Best thing I can do is Reyna, but I did an interview in a moment. Actually, I'll tell you about it. I can do that. I don't think there's a, Does this one work on? Let me see what it does. See if I can...
Listening.
I can see how invisible that is gone, like, in blue. You're more invisible than that, basically. Like, you're literally fully gone. But, like, in your... If you're not using your ult, you're probably more like... You're like that. Like, you're not exposed, but you are at the same time.
Breaking them.
But you also get a speed boost when you're invisible in your ult. If you want like a proper aggressive agent, I would say Raze or Neon is the best for like proper aggression. Like, you probably seen VODs with Neon. Well,
I'm out of here.
like if you can learn her movement, you're chilling.
Go.
Like all you basically got to do on their clip of go to YouTube. Hemmet is the best Neon player. Like if you can learn how to play Neon, she's sort of like this good still now, but like no one is gonna be able to kill you like this. If you had to put in the hours for Neon, you're literally god moded, bro. You can't. It's one of the most annoying characters to go against. Like, there's no way you're gonna be able to, like, flick on someone who's doing that to you. And then your next, like, you got a giant wall. Whether, like, how far you look is how far your wall goes, basically. Like, if I throw it all the way this way, like, it goes fully extended out to, like, here, which is, like, what?
There.
38 meters? Obviously, you choose, like, if you throw it at the wall, then you don't get a short one. The farther you throw it, the better. You get a stun, will bounce off the wall. Fun. That's 2 stuns. Every kill you get with your ultimate, it recharges your ult. And then for your neon, not neon, for your raise.
Go get it.
Beambot does like 80 damage, something like that. But like, if you use a ride like this, it'll basically your corners for you. Satchel.
Satchel out. Satchel out. Satchel out.
Like, you can literally use neon, not neon, raise to like, you should go anywhere. Like, if I go... It's a good area I can show this on. I can probably make this work.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Like, you can literally travel anywhere you want, basically. Your nade.
Satchel. Here comes him.
Like, neon's like your... Not neon. Raze is like your second most aggressive one, then neon's like your main. It's kind of just down to preference, as I say normally. But if you're more on the passive side, literally any sentinel is most passive. Mostly Cypher, I'd say. Is there? I think I might have capable like a good. If I go to here, actually. This is what makes Levi happy, is this part. If I can... I need to find a moment now. This one here. If it's gonna play. Yeah, this one here that... Like, just like Cypher is the most passive one. So just sitting here, like all you gotta do is just sit in corners or like in weird spots. There is another one. Like Cypher, you don't really need aim that much. Because if I... Actually, no, this clip doesn't have it, I think. No, that clip hasn't got it. No, that one. Is it this one? Yeah, I say just wing it. Kind of like stay from others. Because if you do die, most times in your games you might learn something new about a character. Like, once you find your playstyle, let me know. I can kind of like direct it. Like, if you like being aggressive but also passive, then Chamber. But Chamber's not really like the good agent at the moment. Once you find your playstyle, it's kind of easier to like direct you to the character you need. Like, lucky for me, I can adapt to being aggressive and also passive. Go see the team play. Obviously in CS, I don't really know how it is. Like, obviously I know it's team based, but like I don't know like the aggressiveness, the passiveness. So it's kind of hard for me to like direct a CS player straight into Val. But obviously if you've got like your pre-planned aggression now, then it's kind of easier. What's that? I'm trying to think of who else. Astra literally depends on teamwork. To be fair, Breach is also good actually. But he's not the main aggressive character. But like, when you're on your own, he is pretty good. Like, you got a stun, we can go that far. You get 2 flashes, what are basically Oh wait, I need to get a good angle on.
Flash out. Blinding.
We're basically like 360, well not 360, but like, wherever like the flash is, like if flash is there for instance, like every angle of the flash gets covered basically. You got this thing what basically clears out the area. And then your ultimate stuns and sends people in the air. So like when you're on your own, getting your stun like every 40 seconds I think it is. It's like kind of, you know, he's not like the easiest character to learn, but he's not that hard. He's more of a team player though. If you haven't got a teammate, what helps you, then you're fucked. Like, if I show you this real quick. One of my friends that I play with a lot, when Levi's not on, he likes to play Breach on Split. But there's two reasons, right? Like, if we on attack, right, and we go B, he'll sit in this corner, and he can stun, right? And like, we can sit in this angle, you know, second he stuns, shoots them. Or he can instead do a flash. But if you haven't got a teamwork, then it's kind of pointless. Same over here. Like, if he sits here, has stun, stuns that. Let's say Jett here. If Jett is not willing to dash up here after the breach stun to kill someone, breach is useless. Or if you had Teo, for instance, if Teo is not willing to rocket like here, like any of these areas, then it's kind of like pointless again. Literally, like Breach is a teammate character. Same to Astra actually. Like if I go to Pell with Astra, like, you know, smoke, you have to calm where you want your smokes to be. And then you gotta look at your map all the time. Like, you know, let's say my teammate's here, right? And there's an enemy, I don't know, up here. So let's not do that. Let's do Raze. Let's say if Raze was on the site, stuck. There's a few things you can do, right? You can place a star to help hug it out, like place a star and then call a star back. That does like a 5-second smoke. You could, like if Raze has a nade, then you can stun backside, get Raze to nade, or you can do a suck. Most of the characters in the game at the moment rely on teamwork. But like, you can't do that teamwork characters if there's no communication, if you're not aware of anyone's abilities, you know, what the situation is. That's what's kind of annoying. It's like so many of those characters what needed, like Astra, Breach, ISO a little bit. Neon definitely needs it. Every Julius actually needs it, actually. Every Julius needs teamwork. Who else? Viper. Like, on this map, if Levi's playing this map, guaranteed, most times he's on Viper. And he'll, like, do this wall. Where is it? It's like, something like this. Most times he's going to play it on base site. So, he has no idea if his wall needs to go up. His wall is going to make it harder for anyone to, like, push in from these angles. And if they walk through it, they take back, like, 10 damage. Like, temporary health missing. But obviously, if he's across the map, he ain't going to know. And that's, like, we need communication with Viper. Like, you need to know when to put a wall up and all that shit. I feel bad for Levi as well. Like, when he does play, like, good characters, or, like, the ones that need teamwork, and there is none, it's just, like, it's GG, you know? Let me do this real quick. Let me log out of NA. Let me go to EU. I'll check something. Actually, do I have any... No, I don't think I do. I was looking at it for a second then, see if there's any clips I have with like Viper, reach, workout, teamwork. I need to update my password to my EU account. I remember it, and it's not a password I want to keep typing out. Oh my god, I have so many emails. Oh, wrong thing to copy. Who's on right now? Jimmy? Oh, that's on NA. How was Levi's game earlier? That's what I want to say. No, he lost. That means we've got Lisa's queue tomorrow. If Levi's on tomorrow, we have Lisa's queue. I said good connects. DM me on Discord because I'm going to end stream in a bit. So when your game's done or whatever, just send me a DM and yeah. Wait, what's your IGN connects? Let me add you now whilst I'm on. Or copy this and paste it in the friend thingy. Just copy paste that into like the add friend thing. Reaver Spectre, Mistbeam up. Yeah, smart stuff. Wait, actually, do I have a clip actually? Because Asher. One thing I don't like doing a lot is comment that much. I hate to comment sometimes, especially if teammates are like toxic or like bad. But if I have a clip of Astra, I feel like I would. I know a few things happened yesterday with Astra. But that clip any? That's too far back. Did I clip and delete? Oh no, one here. That's just one clip. I don't think my mic worked in the clip. No, it didn't. Okay, that's fine. Them card things? Wait, do you mean like these ones here? The one I got? Wait, hold on, let me You mean these cards? I think you might have a few one. If you go to your collection and then click on the player card, you might have a few default ones. If not, Battle Pass normally has quite a few. Like, there's one there, one there. That's two. 3. Ooh, that one's kind of cool. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. You get 11 in Battle Pass normally. You get them from agents as well. Like, if I go here, on tier 9 of each agent contract, you get one. Or, if you want to support a favorite team, the teams that are currently franchised or playing in tier 1, like for instance, Fnatic, they got a classic, they get a spray, they get their player card, and they get their, what do you call it? Gun buddy. I thought it was 3 ones. That's a bit weird. But of course, I got representing the favorite teams. Had to get the Sentinel ones. Wait, one thing. There we are. Had to get the 2 Senti cards. Yeah, the Fnatic one does actually look nice. I'll be honest, I don't like this year's team bundles. Because every team at the moment has the same card, it's just different colours. Same to the Classic, actually. Like last year, there was more design to the Classics. See if I can find... Like, if you look at... Actually, here, what I'm doing, I can get to owned. Like, when I look at Sentinels, like, last year, like... wait, can I just do this? Okay, that's last year's one, right? There's more control over that design of what I wanted. To this year, it's all the same. I think the only thing they had, like, control over... I think it's the shooting, actually, the colour what comes out of the gun. The banner last year... VCT. Every team had their own choice last year. Like, that's DRX's. That was Fnatic's last year's. That was G2's last year. NRG last year. Paper X last year. But now, this year, everyone has to have that card. But with, like, their team logo on it and colours. Like, it's kind of sad to see. Like, if we go to Lev. Like, look how sick Lev's one was last year, bro. Then you got this. Fnatic. Like, it's just so... It's sad to see. Like, I do it now to support, obviously, my teams I like, but apart from that... Yeah, £20. But if you have last year's bundles, you get a discount. So right now on NA, if I was to go to NA and buy new bundles, I would get Sentinels discounted. I would get 100 Thieves discount. Lev's discount, I think it is. When you already own like the spray and the gun buddy, you get a discount for it. I think it takes off like... So 20... It's not much of a discount, I don't think it was. You still got to pay $20, but you still get like more Valorant points at the end of it. Like if you get a discounted one, I think it's $18.50. So you still get like an extra 300 like credit saved, which could buy you literally anything else really. So much red. Holy, that's actually a lot of red. Wait, that game only was 13-1. That's crazy. After only diamond? That makes it even worse. Wait, what's the highest rank in the lobby? Ascendant 3? At Defty Ascendant 3. Let's go. What about the game before that? The highest rank was Ascendant 2. I didn't diff. The game before? Ascendant 2, diffed. But honestly, I'd say skip Battle Pass, because the Battle Pass is pretty quick to complete. Like, I've only played like 10 or something games this season. I'm already on page 4. I think you get like a 3% like XP boost. And when you play with friends, you get like an extra 7%. So you get your player cards quicker. Same to titles. I've got plenty of titles. Oh, one thing I'll admit as well is definitely link your Twitch to Valorant. Let me go to... see if I can find it. Every time there's an international event, like VCT Masters or VCT Champions, there's no rewards. Like, you can get a title and you get a player card just for watching the event for like half an hour to an hour. Like the most recent event, I think the player card was... Get it owned. I won't favorite it. It's not... I think it was not that one. That was like 2 years ago. Or you can look YouTube. You get it from YouTube and Twitch. I'm trying to remember what ones it was. I think this one might be them. But you get like free cards and titles and all that stuff. Like in the last Champions, there was 4 titles you get free, which was the 13-0 Club. I think it was Rabbit or Ribbit, something like that. Queen. I can't remember what the last one was. But yeah, you get a lot of free stuff really just from watching Valorant. I think you also get a few sprays, but I don't really look at sprays too often. Yeah, I still can't wait to get this. What page is it? Is that 45? Yeah, it is 45. Yeah, I'm gonna stream anyway, Quinix. So but yeah, good luck in your games.